G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome Jason Goods.
Thanks Tony, nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Good morning to everyone tuning in to the Adelaide Footy League Grand Final Day live stream for Division 1, brought to you by Buddy Bet. We're just looking in the centre here. It looks as though the Goodwood Saints have just won the coin toss and will be kicking to the left of screen for the C1 Grand Final, one of 3 matches that we're going to be accompanying you with today. Of course, C1 between the Goodwood Saints and the Prince Alfred Old Collegians, of course, followed by the reserves. The Division 1 reserves played by Old Ignatians and St. Peter's, and finally concluding the day with the Div 1 A-grade match between Port Districts and Prince Alfred's Old Collegians. Accompanying me today is Ned Maguire, and I'm going to welcome you right now.
Thanks for having me, Andy. Great day for footy. I mean, maybe not if we look up at the sky. It's a bit grim and cloudy, but grand final day, no matter the weather, everyone's going to bring 100%, and I can't wait to see some real tough footy.
Yeah, I think overcast would probably be the most generous way to describe what the weather looks like now, though. Could get much wetter throughout the day. Of course, we're going to bring you all of the major coverage for Grand Final Day for Division 1 today. We're covering the C grade now, but don't forget to tune in to the 2 other matches we mentioned earlier later on. It's a very exciting Grand Final Day, and to quote the McKenna song, Last One Standing, the opening line, late September, the winds begin to change, and there's a bit of an eerie feeling about a lot of these games coming up. The season drawing to a close, a lot of tension and anticipation. It feels like an entire season could be made redundant by what happens today. Ecstasy and agony guaranteed for 3 teams each from the 3 different games. And we're just looking at the Prince Alfred Old Collegians photo there. Do you feel like the photo is what really gets you into the vibe of the game, Ned?
I guess so. I reckon the national anthem and the welcome to country and hearing the crowd go pretty crazy after that would really pump you up. But I guess all these sort of things before the grand final day that you don't do every other week is bound to get you revved up as if you aren't already. And probably in the rooms listening to, club music for the last hour and a half, they're probably jumping off the walls.
Well, regardless of what happens for either of these teams today, they do go down in the history books thanks to these photos, but it's not about the books, but rather the silverware, and that's what they're hoping to obtain. Both teams are getting their photos taken right now. Of course, the Goodwood Saints beat Prince Alfred Old Collegians in a game not too long ago. A very tight contest in the second week of finals, we believe, got the Goodwood Saints straight into there, but it looks as though we're about to begin the ceremonies and we'll go down to the field to take a look. Looks as though Prince Alfred are just finishing up their last team photos, making sure they get it just right. Perfect framing, because these do go into the books and you want to look as clean as possible. Of course, it looks like...
Footy League and its principal partner, Channel 9, welcome you to Division C1 Grand Final between Goodwood Saints and Prince Alfred College.
Here this morning at Norwood Oval, the Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its partners for their support during the 2022 season. Channel 9, West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, Buddy Bet, Sip and Save, CMAX Clinical Research, O'Neill Sportswear, Breakthrough Mental Health. Would you please join the players, coaches, umpires and stand with them as we acknowledge the country and the Australian National Anthem. Thank you.
We acknowledge the traditional owners of the country across Australia on which we play our great game and pay our respects to them, their culture and elders past and present.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state of birds Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing across Australia
Taking a look at the crowd in the stands, already continuing to build as Prince Alfred and Goodwood Saints in the house right now as the two teams huddle together in the centre square. It definitely looks like they're ready to make their way out now. So Ned, what type of talks would you usually come to expect when they come into these little huddles just before the games? What's the final memo?
Well, the final word from the skipper for both teams will be just making sure those boys give it 100%. They've got one more game all year. They've got 6 months to rest after this, and they've got plenty of beers to drink after as well if they're the winners, and they taste a lot sweeter when you're lifting the cup up and you're drinking it out of there. So I think both captains really revving up their players, making sure they give 100% from the first contest, and I reckon that both captains will absolutely be drilling that home, and I'm expecting a great fiery first few minutes of footy.
Well, of course, a couple weeks ago, these teams did meet in a very close finals match, determined by 3 points in Goodwood's favour. So Prince Alfred would be looking for revenge, of course. This is Goodwood's only game on the Adelaide Footy League Grand Final day, as their A-grade team was beaten in the prelim match against Prince Alfred last week. So there's a bit of revenge coming from both teams for differing reasons, but we've made our way to the centre circle now. The umpires are verifying the positions of all players, each arc occupied by key forward/defenders, and the on-ballers anxious and hungry, ready to get the game underway. It's grand final action, C1, Goodwood versus Prince Alfred. The umpire throws up the centre bounce. Looks as though Prince Alfred just got the first tap, but Goodwood's on-ballers first to it. Tackling pressure applied by Captain Josh Hall. At least he was the one who attended the coin toss, so we'd assume he's captain. Trying to get some heavyweights under there, Prince Alfred, but going nowhere. The pressure's simply too much, and there's very good stuff there from Tape McGlasson.
So up it goes one more time. The ruckman there for PAC, Blanche, gets the uncontested tap it. We've got another ball up here in what would be a very similar position. Tough contest early, as you'd expect. Blanche, a big lad in the ruck. He'll be feeling pretty confident in those one-on-ones. Ball trickling towards the boundary line. Bumped over there was Oliver Long. Now the ball's back in play. Could he get on the end of it here? No, he doesn't. Tackled strongly there was Ben O'Donoghue. Tackled over the line. The ball spilled out. We got a boundary throw in on the centre wing.
So throw in on the broadcasting side wing. PAC once again in front position to get the tap out. The clearance attempt was smothered. Prince Alfred's pressure right up to it early in this stage of the game. Tacklers come in. It looked as though Will Hugo and Oscar Pledge trying to get involvement in there. Neither coming out with the ball. Umpire indecisive. He's going to throw it up again just on the tipping corner at the centre square, favouring the forward half for what looks like Prince Alfred. Hand pass misfired. Lots of scrabbling to get this ball out. There's a clearance. It looks as though it's going into Prince Alfred's forward line. Just trying to get a look at what we can actually see there. Under pressure, gets a hand off. That was Brinsley. Thomas Brinsley trying to look for a man, but the pressure forces the ball over the line. Favours Prince Alfred's territory, but Goodwood aren't making it easy.
Both defences making sure that they don't do anything too outlandish early doors. Just play the percentages, and we got a ball in now in PAC's forward line. Goes to hands for, that was Pledge there, but got tackled immediately. The tackling pressure so far has been fantastic by Goodwood. PAC getting their hands on the footy first most times, but Goodwood not making it easy. This time Goodwood get the clearance. Rebounding outside 50. However, it comes to ground level. Pritchard's there. He goes trying to find Burford. Over the top of him, big, strong bump on Jed Ryan, and he hasn't moved since the contact there. It goes back inside 50 for PAC. Ball dribbling around, beautifully done by Goodwood, and finding a target, or will he just miss him? Just misses him. Jed Ryan looks to be back up on his feet after a big collision.
Interesting to note that for the C grade, the last touch rule looks to apply, as that was a kick that eventually went out of bounds. Not on the full, but Prince Alfred take possession. A long kick down the line to get it back into the arc. Goes out towards the boundary line, and you just feel as though this game could be potentially a bit scrappy. Of course, not the greatest weather throughout the week, but as September usually attends to, the ground isn't as wet and muddy as you'd normally expect it to be mid-July. A bit of fog in the hills in the background, though. Coming out, the stoppage, Prince Alfred. A bit of a choppy kick from Simon Potts. It doesn't go wayward, but neither was it out on the full. So it will look like it's a throw-in out at the far side. Bit of a contest there in the ruck. Nice tap there coming from Addison Burns. But it doesn't favour the run of Goodwood. Plenty of Prince Alfred bodies around. They do get the clearance, though. The Saints looking forward, but reading the ball in the air, and very sharply, Prince Alfred take a safe intercept mark. Trying to get a look at the individual responsible for that, but it continues to move. George Choims passes off to a teammate, goes to the wing. It's 2-on-2, but a fantastic spoil. Saves the play from progressing any further, and a great effort and a pat on the back for Dylan Darley.
So we've got a ball in once again on this side, but I'd expect a fair bit of the game to be played on the far side with the breeze blowing over in that direction. Blanche pushed out there that time by Addison Burns, but it was in the side, the umpire said. And now we'll have a ball up. That's a strong tackle as well, and a bit of feeling in it now. Anthony Dempsey trying to assert himself on this game early. They go up again. Burns and Blanche. Strong tackle by Burns. A little bit clumsy, but got away with it. And they go up straight again. Blanche tries to push off and take it out the ruck, but didn't take it clean. And will once again have a ball up here in the exact same spot. So plenty of players around this contest wanting to get a hand on the footy. Blanche this time says, I'll do it myself, boys. Leave it with me. But it could keep bouncing, and it does. That ball kept trickling all the way out of bounds for a last touch rule, and Goodwood have the footy on their halfback flank 5 minutes into the first term.
Looks like both teams are just desperate to clear the ball right now, but unfortunately kicks like that are just going to give possession straight back to the opposition. This game certainly isn't being won in the clearance territory. In fact, it's not being won in any major territory right now. The Saints spread the defensive 50 arc, find a vacant man. It's intended for the receive of Cuja Harding, but downfield is paid anyway, so he'll get a moment to save it up. Now this is Shannon Upton, who attended that centre bounce and looks to be the captain of the Saints today. That ball was out of bounds on the full, wasn't touched by the player in time, so Prince Alfred Old Collegians will take it back in possession here. Keeps it to the far wing. There's a whistle. In fact, I think the mark needs to be redirected, meaning that the ball will come back. This should give time for the Goodwood defenders to set up.
That's right, and this is another example there of that wind blowing strongly across the ground in that direction where the ball is now. As the umpire calls him to play on, he does. Goes long, it goes pretty high, it sticks to the boundary line, and it's been rushed over. So, bit of a scrappy start, 6.5 minutes in. No score yet, and neither team really with a chance yet. But expect this game to break open once there's a few tired legs out there and the ball moves a little bit more freely on what is a better ground than they would have played on most times this year and even in their career. They go forward this time to PAC. It was through big Josh Hall, goes long, no one can get on the end of it. Carl Siebels couldn't get there in time, and we've got another last touch rule right in the back pocket. 7 minutes gone, no score.
Most teams taking cleaner possession from the last touch rule than actually being able to win the contested ball and hit a target. That's the type of game it is. Very intense grand final action. We're at the 7-minute mark. Prince Alfred misfired a hand pass there. In fact, it's a number 4 for Prince Alfred Old Collegians, which we don't unfortunately have listed. So we'll try to keep you up to date on that. But meanwhile, ball thrown in, forward 50 arc. It's been down this end of the ground most of the time, so Prince Alfred have won the territory, but no score on the board for either team. They might get a chance here. That was slick hands coming from George Choims, but his man was hunted down, and Ryan Trommans didn't get it off in time. Goodwood will take possession. Analyse the options down the line. They've still got defensive territory to work through. They just bomb it long down the far wing. You're not going to get a mark out of that one, particularly in these conditions. It's not too wet and dewy just yet, but we expect that to occur throughout the afternoon. And the ball is grinded to a halt here on the far wing. 8 minutes gone.
So, can either team get it out of one of these contests, get some clean footy and get a score on the board? Well, the umpire might just make his mind up and say, I'm sick of these ball-ups. We've had about 20 in the first 8 minutes. PAC, you have a crack, and they do. The sleeves, the man in the sleeves there goes long down the line to a big pack. Only one contest, a one-on-one further afield of the footy, but it's been spoiled. Cut off well. Goodwood could be out now if they hit their target in Grant. Over his head. And chopped off well there by Tromans. He goes short inside. Standing there by himself in the middle of the ground was William Currier. Looking for an option now. Umpire calls him to play on, so he finds another short lead. Presenting well there. That was Thomas Brinsley. What's he got to pass to now? He's got a short target. He elects us to go safe, go long down the line. There's some spares back for Goodwood. It comes to ground level. And now Currier again trying to get on the end of some of that work. Slammed inside 50. That was done by Will Hugo, but it's been cut off. And once again, neither team can get a score on the board. Nearly 10 minutes gone, no score.
So Anthony Dempsey took the mark. He's elected to kick out wide to a one-on-one, but no victor in that particular contest. Once again resides on the far wing. It's come down both sides, both wings we should say, but really hasn't gone into that Goodwood forward line very much. In spite of that, no score, so the Saints have held up defensively at the very least. They could come out with a clearance here. Running and dashing, we believe that was Jed Ryan, but it's a wayward kick.
That breeze again.
That breeze not working very well. It looks as though it's very much blowing across the ground, as you could see from some of the flags indicating on screen. Prince Alfred on the rebound. Massive spoil coming in from the Goodwood defenders. So nothing is really coming easy in this game. We're about halfway through the first quarter of Game 1 of Grand Final Day for the Adelaide Footy League, brought to you by Buddy Bet.
Yeah, it could be a real scrap today, this game, and I'm sure the next two games with this sort of weather, it's real July footy weather, isn't it? I mean, minus the rain so far, but it's dark, it's cold, it's windy. And I'm sure that's the way both defences would want it to be, because it's not going to be coming easy for either team. There's some clean play, and leading up to the footy world there was Brad Coles. He turns and goes to the hot spot, spoiled down well, but now here's Harry Collison with the footy, handballs it off to Courier. Just misses his target, and Jed Ryan comes away with it just over the top of his teammate. Coles is there once again, handballs straight out of bounds, and Goodwood players complaining to the umpire there, and I think that's because the umpire had his hand out in the wrong direction as Coles handballed it straight out of bounds. So Goodwood will have the footy here, and Anthony Dempsey will try and reload for the first score of the game for them.
Anthony Dempsey from a familiar defensive position to try and get it forward. These long bombs down the line aren't doing the Saints any service, and the mark is intercepted by Prince Alfred. They elect to use the corridor because Hans Sullivan is all free. He's on his own, but he cuts it off. Well, he turns it over, in fact. Goodwood now going forward to the wing. It was 2-on-1, but standing his ground and bravely marking it was Zindorf. Now he uses some teammates, finds a path forward. Vanzardi finds a vacant man in the forward line. Within the arc, it's marked by Skuramounds.
Skuramounus. Jeez, that's an absolute tongue twister. Let's just call him Michael, I reckon. Skuru.
All right.
Skura. I don't know. Skuramounus. Apologies if we're pronouncing that wrong. I'm sure he's used to it, though, with a surname like that.
Skuramounus will settle for that, and he won't settle for anything that isn't a goal. In fact, he hasn't hit the scoreboard, so that continues the trend in this game of not being able to get a score on the board. A little bit of sun has just creeped in over the ground here on the left side, Ned.
Yeah, that's nice as the Prince's old collegians go short, trying to weave their way through this well set up Goodwood defence. Instead, it's long down the line, straight to a nest of Goodwood players. It comes to ground level, and Princes will tackle them over the boundary line. I just thought that Skuramounus could have maybe marked and played on and had a better chance. It's not going to be easy kicking set shots today, especially from that distance with the breeze. So it did look like it got the best of him there and went over to that side, as diving over the line to make sure there was a touch on it, but he didn't even get there in time, unfortunately. So it'll be a last touch rule, and PAC with the footy again. They keep going along down the line on this side, and the footy keeps getting stuck over here. I'd be interested to see what the coaches are thinking, whether they want to see some switches or some play through the corridor, because neither team are down at the moment, but neither of them have looked like scoring besides for that one set shot for Skuramounus. So we'll see what the coaches do. I'd expect it to be a bit more attacking in that second term, as Goodwood bang it inside now in hope. PAC with the footy, great pressure, but getting around them was George Chimes. He goes short. They wheel and go now, and they go inside 50. They take it deep. Here's a chance for PAC, just over the head though. And at least we've got the first score of the game, Indy. It's a minor score for Prince Alfred Old Collegians, and they're up by 1 point, trailing the scoreless Goodwood Saints 14.5 minutes through this first term.
14.5 minutes of scoreless football concludes with Prince Alfred finally getting, albeit a minor score on the board. In fact, it was a favourable bounce to do so. Goodwood once again going with the long kick. You'd have to question whether or not the coach should persist with that due to its lack of success in recent times. Kudra Harding had a lot of trouble getting that ball out, but eventually it finds its way down the line into the hands of Liam Bunn. Goes to Jed Ryan. He slows, keeps it within the corridor. He's got Sivia. He looks forward, darts it out to a teammate. A very good kick. Zindorf now. Analysing the options. Look at all the Prince Alfred defenders getting back. They've got extras here. You'd expect them to get a spoil to the contest, which they do. Now numbers around the ball. Here's the man that tried to kick it early and score a Mornis. Tackle there. Umpire indecisive on making any call favouring one or the other, despite the fans' plead for a free kick.
So just under 16 minutes gone. Goodwood with another chance here. Strong tackle. Goodwood supporters to our right. Not too happy about the treatment he got, but they'll get the footy back anyway. Resting back there is the ruckman and Addison Burns. He's going to look to take it forward again. And no tall timber. Oscar Grant expecting there to be a tall leading for the footy there, and he was waiting out the front. But there were 3 PAC players lining up for it. So they go out to the far side. Precise kick inside, and that was to Josh Hall. He handballs wider, and this is a better kick long down the line. It's 2 1-on-1. Can Brinsley do anything with this footy here? Jaden Tate McGlashan was with him. They get socket off the ground inside PAC's forward 50 now. Cleaning up well, Goodwood once again. They find Joel Coles. He's got a teammate in Skuramunis inside, but he elects to go wide. That looks like Anthony Dempsey there. So he's right on this halfback flank, and they're stuck once again. Looking for Kudra Harding. Mark couldn't be taken. It was spoiled over by Josh Hall, and we're going to throw in right on that far side. 17 minutes gone.
1 point game here. 17 and about quarter of a minute gone here in this opening term at the C-Grade Grand Final. Big day of Grand Final action for the Adelaide Footy League, brought to you by Buddy Bet coming up. But the action here right now is very grindy, to say the least. Goodwood might find a way to open the game up a bit. Vanzardi using some clever hands, chain linking with some teammates. This is Jaden Getty. He goes further. Will it make the line? Well, it will register a score and level up the game. 2 points in total kick between the two teams.
That's an important
nearly
point.
18 minutes of football. Could be an important point. In fact, Prince Alfred going to come straight out with the kick. They don't want to waste any time. Simon Potts hits a target too, so that's an example of a long kick that's actually succeeded and hit its marking intention. They go further. That's a wobbly kick. Not a great looking one, but tell you what, any potential mess was mopped up very quickly by a great mark there taken by Sullivan. He hands off to a teammate, but maybe a bit immaturely. They didn't really figure out the plan for this one, and now the ball spills out. They managed to snap it forward. It's 2-on-1. There's an extra Goodwood defender around the ball, but the high lopping snap was unpredictable to many. Umpire didn't call that one high contact in spite of the pleas from Prince Alfred, but it will be holding the ball, and that'll be good enough for them.
Thought that was a great decision. You can see from here he's just completely dropped his head straight into it, didn't disguise it well, and gives away a hole in the ball there where he was in a pretty good position if he got the free kick, or at least just equalised for a ball up. And he's not happy either. He was just about ready to line him up, and that's a soft downfield, but I think the umpire wants to make sure that this game stays under control. Grand finals can get pretty heated. That kick misses the target of Vanzardi. And we've got a boundary throw in. Umpire calls holding on, rather, and Princes will have a footy again. Just like the way Goodwood set up behind the footy here. They've just about got 3 spares, at least 2 behind the ball, and I think Princes will be doing something similar so far in this game, and that might be the main factor as to why there's only been 2 minor scores registered. So we go long again. Mark couldn't be held by Big Brad Coles, who's in the thick of things at the moment with the umpires and the opposition, and little Anthony Dempsey's trying to get stuck into him there. I think he might want to stay within his weight class because he's probably losing 30-40 kilos on Big Brad Coles.
Game once again gets resumed here with a throw back into play. We've tipped over the 20-minute mark, but the quarter itself hasn't actually come to a formal conclusion yet. Keep in mind these games in the C grade do not include time on. We thought it was 20 minutes without, but it could be a little bit more based on what it's currently shaping up to be like. Tackling pressure applied there by Venzardi. Ball going nowhere though. Umpire will take it back in possession, and I reckon both these teams would be looking forward to the break, because even though there hasn't been a lot of scoring damage, a lot of physicality in this contest certainly would have taken the win out of several jumpers out there on the ground right now. Prince Alfred desperately trying to juggle this. They can't. Unsuccessfully. Oscar Grant tried to tap it onto a teammate. What about this? Shannon Upton trying to open the play a little bit here. His intended target's got goal side. It's Jaden Getty, and he does a really smart kick there to Anthony Dempsey. He decides not to go for goal, plays the safest option possible, and that was a beautiful kick to Oliver Long, who can finish off a really nice open passage of play. We haven't seen that in this quarter too much, Ned.
And we haven't seen it at all, really, have we? And fantastic to see a little run there and a beautiful, smart kick by Anthony Dempsey to set up the shot for Oliver Long.
Wouldn't be much time left in this quarter, that's for sure. And even if there was time on, without a goal kick during that time, there wouldn't be too much time to be added on. And it hits the post. Oliver Long, probably the closest thing we've had to a realistic scoring attempt. But tell you what, you could technically celebrate that, because this currently looks like the scoreboard of a soccer game. Just 1 point back and forth each. And really grinding it to a bit of a slow halt. 21 minutes 50 gone, and Prince Alfred are kicking it back in.
So Prince is pretty content just to see this as the score, and the 22-minute mark. The siren sounds for the end of what was a very tight first term the whole way through, obviously, but very low scoring as well. So quarter time, 2 points to 1, and we'll go to a quick break and be back after.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to Grand Final action for the Adelaide Footy League Div 1 Grand Final Day, brought to you by Buddy Bet here. A 3-point quarter between the two teams to make it a 1-point margin. A very unique type of game, a huge defensive slug and constant back and forth between the two teams. Has a lot of a feel of a soccer game. Ned, how would you describe that first quarter from your perspective?
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good call, I'd say, Indy, and it was really tightly contested. We'll give the game that. But in terms of free-flowing footy, there was only one little passage of play, and it was right before the siren when Oliver Long had a chance on goal and just hit the post. And that hitting at the post there sort of summed up the quarter, where it just nothing really got going. And I think both teams, especially Goodwood, set up really well behind the footy. And it's a bit of a defensive mindset. But if they can intercept mark instead of bringing it to ground level, then they'll be able to move a little bit quicker, and hopefully we'll see some scores on the board after that. And the wind looks like it might have died down a little bit. That was a bit frustrating for the players. They might be getting used to that now as well. So we'll see if they can get used to the conditions and the style of footy and open up on the scoreboard.
Well, all of a sudden, one goal could feel like 5 in the context of this game. It's a very unique type of footy match. Not one that we see very often, but sometimes these are very special type of matches too, and it does represent the amount of intensity around the ball. Of course, it will now start back in the middle. Despite residing in Prince Alfred's forward half most of that match, we'll see if kicking to the left of screen made any difference, because Goodwood and Shannon Upton actually did choose to kick to the left of screen, but it didn't go down there too much, so arguably that means they didn't get the favourable end, but it stayed down the opposite one. As you can see, the crowd there in the house quite happy with, well, maybe not super happy with the way this game's played out, but they're at least satisfied with the fact that neither team has blown it out one way or the other, and both of them are very much in it. We throw the ball up here, and Goodwood try to come out with the first tap on the hands of Addison Burns. Prince Alfred with the first centre clearance, but it's quickly cut off by the Saints. They're not out of trouble here, though. The kick to Oliver Long wasn't particularly clean, and that ball is going to go out of bounds. That'll give Prince Alfred possession and opportunity.
It absolutely will, and it'll be through Jack Threadgold here. No, it won't. It was handed off. So the umpire calls them to play on. They go long to the hot spot. One-on-one contest. Couldn't be won there by Brinsley. Oliver Long cleaning up with one more handball, and they're out. He gets it out there. There's two open players for Goodwood. They raffle it. Mark taken by Samuel Brooks. He goes quickly. Dempsey further afield. Players converging on him, and he's happy to see it over the line. But they got some meterage there, and they're just forward of the wing. 1 minute gone on this the second term, as the ball gets thrown in straight away. No mucking about with no time on. Taken high there was Jack Terry. So he's got a chance to go inside 50, or will he bite something shorter off? No, he's going to go inside 50. And never really looked like finding Samuel Brooks there. He might have been a little bit out of position, but the kick wasn't exactly precise, and PAC come back now. So they're on the wing, and strong mark taken there by Jaden Tate-McGlashan. Hands it off to Oliver Long, who's got plenty of the footy since about the 20-minute mark of that first term. One more handball, and they go wide now. Bit of crisscross work there by Goodwood, and it's ending up in the hands of Addison Burns. Who's he got to go to? He's got big Samuel Brooks there through his hands. Kudra hiding at ground level as well. Now Jack Terry slams it around the corner. A strong tackle laid immediately on Isaac Zindorf. Is he going to get a free kick here? No, it's going to go out of bounds. So 2 minutes gone, and we're going to have a boundary throw in Goodwood's forward 50.
Opportunity here for Goodwood. It has stayed around this end of the ground, the Sharon, most of the game, and we did talk about that going into the quarter, despite the fact that Goodwood chose to kick to the other end. Maybe they chose to kick to the end that they didn't think they'd be scoring on as much. As you could see, the wind's actually shifted a little bit in direction. It's blowing across the ground, so it doesn't really favour one side heavily over the other, but the Sharon seems to like this forward 50 arc a lot, and Goodwood utilise it to great effect here. A mark in the right forward pocket will give them a Slim opportunity, albeit an opportunity, which means a lot in the context of this game. Jack Terry to take the kick. He'll have to sharpen his routine for this one. Demanding angle, demanding distance. Important stage of the game to get the first goal in style. No, it's not going to hit the scoreboard. In fact, I think it's been spoiled over the line, which means there will be another throw-in at the very least. So a bit of a half win there.
Yeah, with that breeze, he had to start that on the right point post, and he just started a little bit too straight and blew across to the far side. They still got a boundary throw in, which isn't the worst result, and coming on the end of it could be the first goal of the game, and it looked like it was going to be, and then it just stopped in mid-air, and PAC players were there to punch it over, and we've got another minor score. So it's 3 behinds for Goodwood, 1 for PAC, and it's a little scrap. We're 4 minutes in now. Short kick out of the defensive goal square, finding Josh Hall after that kick in. He goes short once again, just finding Ben O'Donoghue. Had to get the full stretch and get the jukes out for that one. A little bit of candy to get past Jack Terry, and goes long down the line. His teammates love that, but it won't work too well because it's come to ground level, and now there's another big contest around the footy. Who can get it out here? It doesn't look like either team can. There's a bit of a scrum down at ground level, and the umpire says, I'll have it. That one's not coming out. And in front of the Goodwood faithful, we've got another ball up.
Come back to familiar territory here. The near side wing. Prince Alfred with the clearance this time. It's one-on-one going down forward. Bounces out. Resides in the centre square now. Oh, big collision there. Both players went front on in that instance, but they're going to have to take the ball to turf here and let the umpire take it back up. The throw-in is quick. The rucks go at it. In fact, I don't even think Goodwood had a ruck elected for that contest there. So now they're going to have to tackle down and make sure it doesn't go anywhere. No ball up was called. Play continues to resume, and surely now the umpire will separate it. This jarring gap between the forward 50 arc and the centre square is where we find the ball.
Absolutely, as it goes up again. Burns and Blanche both competing pretty well. Here's a lucky little bounce. Flying through was Max Burford. Not going to work though. Got another ball up and a little bit of an unlucky bounce for PAC, but footy's going to be given straight back to the umpire. We've got another ball up. Plenty of stoppages in this game. First to Oliver Long. Chase down, just got the kick off in time, but it won't be effective. First to the footy, Zindorf. He goes for a handball. He wants it back. He's running down towards the pocket. They elect to go to the hot spot. Just hung in the air a little too long. Got chopped off. Now it's at ground level in the pocket, and we'll have a ball up. Dangerous spot once again for Goodwood, as that looks like it might be O'Donoghue. PAC in a bit of distress. Ball goes up again. Good hit out. Winning the clearance was PAC. Going back down at ground level. Dempsey getting a little bit dirty down there, and it was O'Donoghue who came off, so hopefully he's alright and he can get himself back out there. But still no score after a quarter and 7 minutes. Slammed on the boot, out of bounds on the full. Goodwood will load up again.
So forward 50 opportunity conversion here. They've got a 2-point lead, may as well be a 2-goal lead, but the umpires are indecisive on whether or not to throw in or not.
Touched off the boot, maybe?
In fact, they're saying touched off the boot, so a bit of a lucky break there from Prince Alfred. They want to try and get it out of this part of the ground, funnily enough, because in the first quarter they loved it being around here. Although territory isn't really where this game's being won right now. In fact, there's a call here. Umpire takes it back. I suppose fans were hoping for something more, but the umpire chose a suitable option and tried to go with a ball up. Prince Alfred players around the stoppage get it out here. Joel Coles goes forward, one-on-one over the head of both players. They'll have to fight for it. Goodwood trying to get out of trouble here. Callan Kudra Harding saves it up with a teammate. He'll take it slow now. Dylan Darley looks on his left. It's a high ball, an easy one for the Prince Alfred defenders to read. They read it well, and that mark has been taken by Josh Hall. Now he's going to slingshot, go back into the arc. Big pack looms. None come out with the mark. It'll be down to the Crummers to make this one work. Goodwood desperate to get out of trouble. They're the first to it, but tackling pressure takes the ball to turf and forces the umpire to intervene, this time in Prince Alfred's forward line.
So that's exactly right. Coles goes into the ruck for a little pinch hit, as does Brooks for Goodwood. It comes out. Slammed on the boot. Goodwood, they're going to happily see it over, I think, here. And nicely done with the no deliberate rule. You can just slide it over, basically. And he's done that very well. Nice experience work down in defence. So another boundary throw in PAC's forward line. We need a little bit of magic here to get the first goal on the board, I feel. Could it happen here? Oh, well, he couldn't hold the mark, but a free kick's been paid for a chop of the arms, I would suspect, or maybe hanging onto the shirt. So I think that will be Hans Sullivan lining up for what bizarrely could be the first goal of the game, a quarter and a half into it. PAC get there first. They get there first of the game. And finally the drought's been broken. We've got a goal after some 32 minutes of football. Have a look at the replay there, the Sportal replay. After the free kick, it was, well, nothing is a certainty in a game like today from what we've seen, but that should be, and he made sure of it, the big full forward. So that's a goal on the board. PAC looking to build on the first goal of the game. Let's see what happens in the rest of this second term.
So at the 10-minute mark, we break a long goal drought in this match. Prince Alfred the ones to do it. Ironically came from a free kick in that instance, but they'll have to find other routes to goal if this game is to stay in contention, because that goal does mean a lot. It's now 4-point game high margin, funnily enough. Ball thrown up just outside the centre circle after the initial centre bounce. Huge tap coming there from Burns, hoping to get it out to a teammate. Getting onto the ball is Van Zardi, who's played a good game so far. The Saints continue to progress, chain linking with possession. Liam Bunn goes forward, finds a teammate. Zindorf here with the mark. Doesn't want to waste any time, and probably wastes the time that he should have kept for himself. The ball does stay alive temporarily. Bit of pressure being applied here. Prince Alfred hoping to get it out of trouble, but plenty of Goodwood jackets around the ball. Tackle applied by Oscar Grant. Grinds it to a halt. We'll see what comes out of this next stoppage in the forward line. He actually looks a little bit hurt. Oscar Grant just maybe a bit exhausted, resting those arms on knees. Ball will be thrown up. The tap from PAC manages to find its way to a clearance, which then finds its way to a target. Slowing up here, indecisive on how to use the ball next. Plenty of options though. They go down the line, but comes out of hand, spills over, and umpire will take the Sharon.
So, boundary throwing right in that wing. That windsock still blowing pretty aggressively just behind the boundary umpire. So, a little bit of sun coming over the ground now as well, which is nice to see. Another strong tackle. This is a real scrappy game, and let's hope we can get a few more goals like we did a couple of minutes ago. Just needs to get off the floor. The ball has been on the ground almost all game, and love to see a couple of free-flowing passages of footy and a couple of marks taken and clean hands. Let's hope it can start to happen soon. This game might just break open. Who knows? Brooks with a handball, just can't find his teammate. Kutra Harding cleans up, finds Coles, goes inside 50, Zindorf's there. Oscar Grant as well, nice footwork, gets a handball away. They get a shot on goal, snap around the corner. and just didn't get enough hook on it. I was just getting excited, and Jed Ryan's getting a bit excited down there in the goal square, and another minor score. So Goodwood still yet to kick a goal, but they're peppering 13 minutes into this second term.
2 scoring opportunities to 4, yet it's the team with less opportunities that currently leads. A bit of a blood rule here. Lots of blood coming off of the nose there at the player on screen. He'll be coming off now, that's for sure. And now getting a look at him, it was Edward Collison who was wandering off there. Prince Alfred with ball in hand. Dart out to a teammate directly, and no room for nonsense right now. Will Hugo wants to continue that trend. So plays it a safe kick and also hits a target lace out. Max Burford. He analyses the options. Long sleeves out there today. I think there's a couple of long sleeves out there on the ground. What about that one-on-one mark? Doesn't technically don't go down as contested, but the amount of run that had to be kept up with from Thomas Brinsley to get that one, it was difficult. Fortunately, the kick doesn't live up to the same standard of quality, and then maybe a turnover here. Goodwood trying to get it out of trouble on Liam Bunn's kick. Nearly spoiled there. In fact, it is. It comes off at the hands of the intended target of Tape McGlasson. Umpires made a call, though. In fact, the whistle, I think, might just be to verify the blood rule. Player coming off, and then coming on in his place is Anthony Dempsey, as you can see there on the ground. There is a free kick here. It's gone Goodwood's way. They can send it back into the forward line, but it's a long bomb. Once again, expectedly not marked. Then fending off his man, Max Burford, with one arm, if you don't mind. But unfortunately, that effort sacrificed the quality of the kick. And now with ball in hand, this is Scour Mounus, as we were talking about earlier, some indecisiveness on how to pronounce his name. Spoil over the line there. It stays in Goodwood territory, but Prince Alfred are living up to the defensive standards they need to and are yet to concede a goal.
Crowd starting to get a little bit frustrated now. 15 minutes into the second term, expecting a bit more exciting footy. Not to say this isn't. That's dropping the footy. Umpire was in the wrong position, couldn't see it. We had a perfect angle here on the coverage, but unfortunately the umpire was just caught in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Oscar Grant, handballs off on the boot. Liam Bunn. Zindorf can't hold the mark. Another minor score. They might get there in points at the moment, Goodwood, the way they're tracking. And we've got another minor score, so that's 4 minor scores, 5 now. It's a 2-point margin, and we've got a combined 2 goals worth of points in nearly a half of football, which is absolutely mind-boggling. I can't understand it, but we'll see how we go. Let's hope it opens up. That's all I can say, as a mark's been taken nicely there. That looks like Oscar Pledge. A few more of those, please. A few more nice clunks. They go along down the line. Can we get another one? No, we can't. It comes to ground level. Goodwood coming away with it. They go inside. Out the back now. There's a player free. It's Jack Threadgold. He marks the footy. A player inside. Carl Siebels wasn't.
Not sure if Threadgold looks 100% confident with the distance.
There's Siebels, just couldn't hang on. Kicked the first goal. Big Brad Coles just goes bang. Crashes inside. Siebels goes around again. Can a mark be taken? Diving for the footy. Last ditch attempt by Josh Hall. And we've got a last touch rule once again.
Bit of work attended to on the bench. Going to have to block some nostrils. Bit annoying when you have to breathe out of your mouth most of the game, unfortunately, particularly in a game that does already take the wind out of you on many different occasions. A tackle here applied. That was Jaden Jetty making sure the ball didn't go anywhere. So now on the far wing. Bit of scrap for the ball. Oh, high conduct there. Umpire thought nothing of it. And another ball up. So it's recited on this part of the ground almost equally as the other wing too, but for the most part it's been in that one arc to the right of screen for pretty much all of this first half. It barely comes down this end of the ground, so I definitely think the inside 50s would be favouring one end over the other, you'd have to say. The ball spills out once again here. That was a poor conversion going forward from Prince Alfred. Goodwood can take the ball back here. Daniel Payne just waiting for it to come back in. No, it looks like he's going to give it off to a teammate. We believe this is
I think that's Tate McGlashan.
Tate McGlashan. So he'll have the ball in hand now. He's indecisive on where he wants to go, so another long bomb seems to be the desperate call, and it's a unfavourable one. He's turned it over. Prince Alfred could get another entry here as time continues to tick away. Kept the eyes peeled, hit a target, and this is the mystery man, who doesn't quite have a name on page yet, unfortunately. We don't know number 4 for Prince Alfred, but he could be really important here and get a second goal for the team in the second quarter. This would feel quite significant. It's a 2-point game, but like we said earlier in the match, it almost feels like 2 goals based on the way it's all played out. Comes in with the set shot. About 40 metres out. Awkward spinning ball, didn't make the distance. Now Goodwood trying to get on the slingshot, but they're put under immediate pressure. Then the snap, attempted there by O'Donoghue, was smothered. Comes out here. Another snap attempt. Comes down to the pack. Soccer on the line and eventually rushed over. Well, you probably would have had to say Prince Alfred deserved a score out of that passage of play, but disappointing for it not to be a major. They took several pings at goal, but none of them got the 6. So to kick it back into play, the Saints analysing the options. The wind just picks up a little bit here. So if it's a high ball like that, well, you could definitely see it blew out to one side. But favourably in this instance, as they continue to get kickers off down the line here. Great mark taken there by Addison Burns. The ruck running on the wing goes further. It's 1-on-1. Prince Alfred have defended goal side, but if the crumb can be good enough, it can't. In fact, I think that might be ruled last touch because unfortunately neither of the players managed to keep it alive. Oscar Grant did all he could, but Prince Alfred have ball back in hand.
The umpire says not so fast. We'll get it back, and apologies to the man we didn't have on the team sheet originally. It's number 4 is Mickey Drogemuller. Hopefully we've got that right. He's named as number 34. He's actually number 4 today, so apologies about that one. Had a couple of touches of the footy as well. So PAC, not much time to go in this half. The dying embers, they go back and it's been intercepted. Might be done exactly the same again. Pledge was first to it. Couldn't read the footy well enough to take the mark though, but now they're out. Bradford could get on the end of it here. Handball didn't find him. Fumble now. Another fumble. And cleaning up. Oh, Goodwood, but umpire blows the whistle, pays advantage though. With play looked like it might have stopped. Here's Big Coles. Expect a stiff arm. There it is. Just doesn't work out though, and gee, that could be dangerous. Umpire doesn't see it that way. Been seeing a lot of those all year, been paid as a dangerous tackle. Umpire didn't see it that way that time. Maybe letting it go a bit more in a grand final environment, as there's not much time left on the clock here. Good tackle by Drogemuller, as we've got a ball up once again. Only team that can score here, you'd say, would be PAC. Can they get dangerous for one last chance in this first half? Clearing it now. Goodwood. Can they get a kick back in there quickly? There's not much time left, and that's a fantastic tackle by Jack Terry. Umpire plays holding the ball. Get it in there quick. He goes. Can he find someone? Oh, mark couldn't be taken. Might have been too far out anyway. But it's been an interesting game, this one at half time, and the pressure really lifted late in that second term. So we're going to go to a quick break. It's 5 points. Goodwood trailing PAC 1 goal 2-8.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back. Well, it's half-time here, the main break of the C1 Grand Final for the Division 1 Grand Final day of the Adelaide Footy League, and it's been a slogfest. Well, the wet weather hasn't actually come in yet. It's going to come in later today, but still the game has been a very slow grind. 5 points from Goodwood to the 1-goal 2 for Prince Alfred. It was a completely goalless first quarter from both teams, though. Prince Alfred hit one on the board late in that second quarter, but I'll tell you what, it has been a very grindy game, and it's favoured the right side of screen most of it, Ned.
It has been fascinating. It's real wet weather footy. It hasn't rained yet, but I guess the wind really pushing over to the far side, and neither team really able to get clean possession in a string of possessions. So it's been a little bit fumbly, a little bit of pressure out there. Both teams, obviously, it's grand final day. There's going to be lots of pressure. But both teams are going to have to clean up a little bit here and just make the most of their half chances that they get, because in a close game like this, all those half chances, those little 1% chances, you got to make the most of at least one of them, and you never know, that might be the difference on a game like this.
Of course, we will call back to the semi-final from only 2 weeks ago, where the Goodwood Saints did beat Prince Alfred by a mere 3-point margin, and that's the third time they've played them this year, for their third win against Prince Alfred this year. And it looks as though PAC lead at half-time, meaning that this game could really go either way, although a 3-point lead is actually quite handy in the context of this match. We're going to go into an ad break now. It's 5 points to 9, Prince Alfred's game so far in this match.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Half time here at Cooper Stadium, Norwood Oval, and we're just going to provide you a quick preview of the next coming game, the Division 1 Reserves. And of course, we're looking at the recent grand finals. Last year, Goodwood's reserves team managed to beat Paynham, and back-to-back, in fact, because they beat St. Peter's in the reserves the previous year.
Yeah, and Henley Sharks went back-to-back as well, but Goodwood Saints always around the mark, aren't they? And St. Peter's lost to them to Henley in 2019 in a real low-scoring game, and Goodwood lost to them in 2018 as well.
Yeah, so this will be their third consecutive, but their third grand final appearance in 3 years for 5 years for St. Peter's. Now we look at the ladder now. Does it really surprise us, Ned, that Old Iggy's and St. Peter's are facing off in the actual grand final when you just look at that percentage difference in their win-loss ratio?
Absolutely not. Well, 16-2 Old Ignatians and a great percentage, and St. Peter's 15-3 just behind them. So the 2 best teams all year with the 2 best percentages, and that's who you want to see as a neutral in the grand final, isn't it? The 2 best teams all year.
Absolutely. Old Iggy's avoided relegation in the A grade, and now their reserves team is playing in a grand final. It's a very good showcase of depth. And considering that Port District and Goodwood were both playing in that same league and still competing quite well in the reserves, well, it says quite a bit. So this was the final series for the 22 Div 1 reserves. You look there, Goodwood coming out comfortably with Brighton in that elimination final. St. Peter's coming out in a 9-point game against Port District. Wasn't easy, and Port District managed to overcome Goodwood in the next week to almost compensate for that loss. But Old Iggy's comfortably came out on top of St. Peter's. So that was the matchup from 2 weeks ago. A 38-point loss. Can St. Peter's turn that into a win today is the question. And then they did come out comfortably, 33 points against Port District the next week. So St. Peter's know how to hang in there. And, well, unfortunately, their A-grade team was knocked out in the first week of the finals to Prince Alfred a few weeks ago. But their reserves team has been very strong and can still keep at it and show that there's been a reason why they've been making consecutive final series in both leagues.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's both teams just about to head back out there for this game. I'm hoping that the next 2 games are a little bit more high scoring than this one. And not to say that this game hasn't been a good game, but actually I've quite enjoyed, especially in that second quarter of the contest, and it was pretty willing, especially as that second quarter went on. And I think it's just going to get tougher and tougher out there, and more players throwing themselves in, and I hope that means that the game opens up a little bit, but if it doesn't, worst case, it's still a close one, and it'll be a nice close game in the last quarter, and let's hope we have that at least.
Well, interestingly, I mean, you certainly can't expect this match to be a 200-plus point game between the two sides. In fact, I think we'd be lucky to get 50 points scored in total between the two teams, but that could be a very unique part of the nature of this particular game. The defensive slog, the amount of intensity, the smothering efforts have been outstanding from both teams, and Goodwood have still hung in there despite trailing by those said 3 points.
They have. They've done well. A few good players for Goodwood, and before this game starts up again, I thought Anthony Dempsey's been pretty good, as has Skuramunis. Hopefully we're saying that one right, and a couple of other players as well. But the game's about to get started. The ball goes up once again. Burns is in there in the ruck, and this time there's a change in the ruck. Oscar Pledge goes in there and undersized a little bit, but he had a pretty good leap there. Burford handballs the ball off, finds a teammate there in thread goal, handballs one more time. Umpire says holding the ball. Goodwood footy, Dempsey with it, who, as we just mentioned, had a pretty good first half. He's been lively, provided a bit of excitement for us up in the box here. Hands off, that looks like Kudra Harding there, goes forward, and strong mark there, coming from behind Simon Potts, and just led his forward to the footy. Gets it himself. Wind looks like it's really picked up over there now, and we've got a bit of a back and forth here. Kudra Harding once again taking a mark. Risky kick, trying to bite something off, doesn't work. So we've had 3 turnovers and 3 kicks. Will Hugo with the footy. What can he do 1 minute into this third term? It's the Premiership quarter. Can one of these teams break away here? All to play for in this C Division 1 Grand Final. Didn't mark, but does pretty well. Puts his head back over the footy there, does Cameron Pritchard. Now the players converge on the footy, and we've once again got a ball up.
Favouring that familiar right end of the screen once again. We go there now. Prince Alfred snap right into it. Here's Jugamula trying to get that ball out of there, but Goodwood Saints all around and apply the tackling pressure. The umpire gave a late whistle, but still decided a ball up was the most suitable call to come out of that circumstance. Matthew Sivia, courtesy at the tackling pressure there, would not let go. Now coming in the ruck contest, Burns, who's probably been winning most of the taps in this game so far. They find a clearance, a route to it. Shannon Upton, who's played a bit of defensive time and has also tried to provide a bit of outer run for the team, finds another teammate. This looks like Jed Ryan. He goes longer. Likes the look at the pack. Huge spoil coming there from Vanzardi, but unfortunately it's come out of the line. No, it actually stayed alive, but was then kicked off by Josh Hall, who kicked it on the full. So Goodwood do get to keep possession here, and it looks as though Shannon Upton will be taking the kick as soon as he retrieves the share, in which he does. Stepping in the 2.5 minute mark, back end of that far side wing. Got a lot of territory to advance. This is a good start to it. Probably a good day for a headband when you've got hair that long, but either way, he won't worry about the win now. He'll worry about this next kick. The pack went up. No mark was taken. Ball comes to turf. It'll be all about the hands now. They weren't clean enough, and Prince Alfred can get the ball back here through an unreliable route. No, juggling it was Pritchard, and under too much pressure, he just balanced it off that left foot and kicked it out of bounds on the full. There's a huge opportunity coming up now, though, for Goodwood as soon as Burns gets back the ball.
So Burns has the footy here, looking to go into that little pocket with a few Goodwood faithfuls in there. There's a strong Goodwood crowd, in fact, as they go inside 52. That pocket, can someone take a mark or do something special in front of their supporting fans? Well, not in that passage of play, but they've got a chance to from the boundary throw in now. We're 3.5 minutes in. Burns up again in the ruck, this time against Oscar Waterhouse. Haven't called his name much today. Strong tackle laid. That was by Sam Reed. And we've got another ball up here. Really dangerous position. Can we get a hit out to advantage? Can a free kick be paid? Well, Burns took it out the ruck, got tackled, didn't get rid of it cleanly, and the umpire just let that one go. Strong tackle in defence. Chance now. Another good tackle. Zindorf couldn't hold the mark. Who's there? Dempsey's there as well. Zindorf lays a tackle, another ball up, working their way closer. I tell you what, Matthew Savua had a chance there if he just had one less step before he kicked it. Got tackled at the last moment. Drogamuller looking to clear. Max Burford in the sleeves. It comes off hands. Drogamuller does well. Risky little kick. Good spoil forward. That'll work through the legs of everyone. It's clean bowled them all. Bumped off the footy now and running away with it. Shannon Upton. Kick smothered. Goes back into his hands. A pretty rough tackle there laid by, that looked like it might have been Carl Siebels there. Or in fact it was Nick Blanche. Another hit out. Here we go, one bounce for Threadgold from 50. Top of the square. Will it bounce? It bounces through. And there's another goal for PAC. So out of nowhere they've kicked their second. And what a goal it was from Jack Threadgold, just taking it upon himself, and we thought we might need a little bit of magic to open up this game. One bounce in from 55, if you don't mind. A bounce out the back, a bit of a lucky one, and dribbles it through.
Hasn't been the on-ball king at this match, but that was a major moment from the stoppage. Completely cleared house, manoeuvred around the traffic and found an opening at goal. You were almost worried that it wouldn't make the roost there and get tapped over, because that's happened most of the time in this game, but thankfully Threadgold breaks that trend. And a second goal to Prince Alfred. They're looking pretty confident right now, and Goodwood all of a sudden under a lot more pressure than they would have anticipated, particularly from what was only a 3-point margin going into the main break. Prince Alfred going forward now. There's a holding free. PAC will get the ball. Trying to figure out what that free kick was for. It just looked like early holding.
Yeah.
And taking the kick, we're also trying to get a look at
O'Donoghue, I think.
Yep, O'Donoghue.
Just defender just a little bit out of position at the start when the ball was on its way in, and often as a defender you try and get yourself into a better position, and when you're worried about that forward you just grab onto him quickly, even though it's just an instinct, but gave away a free.
Well, this next kick won't match Jack Threadgold's style, even if it does go through for a goal, but it is a goal nonetheless. 2 in a row now for Prince Alfred. They've extended the margin to 15 points, and all of a sudden, the tone of this game has changed a lot, Ned.
Well, it's fascinating. They kicked 2 goals in 2 minutes after we didn't have a goal for the first half an hour of the game. So it's nice to see a bit more free-flowing footy, a bit of a free kick there, a nice set shot. And the PAC crowd over in that far pocket, over on the old Cooper's Hill, were pretty happy as soon as it came off the boot. So, PAC, can they keep going, or can Goodwood slowly peel them back here? It's only a 15-point margin, but it feels like more in such a low-scoring battle. We're going to have a ball up once again in the exact same spot, right in the centre circle. Ryan Tromans was right at the bottom of that pack, getting himself in and under. A nice third man up. Kudra Harding, hands off to Dempsey. Can he find a target? Kick was smothered. Grant was running onto it. He'll still get the footy now. Zindorf, it goes over the top on the left. Oh, bounce, but getting there as well as Thomas Brindley hands it off. Oh, poster. Oh, the whole crowd sighs with us in the commentary box.
Oh no.
Absolute cruelty. Jed Ryan just couldn't curl it enough, and that's their second poster of the game, and it's 6 minor scores for them now.
Oh, devastating bounce as well for that kick from Oscar Grant. You can't write that stuff up. Stephen Milne would be getting a run for his money, that's for sure. But it is still at the point of the game where Goodwood can compensate. They can't keep the hand-passing chain together. Now Prince Alfred on the loose. Nick Reese tried to go further down the line, rolling to get that mark and eventually taking it. They go further. One-on-one down here. No mark there for Brad Coles, so he's going to have to go on the chase. Goodwood defenders come to the rescue, but they're under immense scrutiny here. Hand pass it out. It's a very rushed pass along the turf. It rolls, and that will be called
throw in.
A throw in. No last touch will be applied.
So 9 minutes gone now in this third term. A chance to breathe after a pretty intense start to this quarter, and PAC have come out all guns a blazing, and Goodwood have fired back. They just haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard, which is a bit of a theme throughout this game. 6 minor scores. They've had more scoring shots than PAC and are trailing by 14 points. So another ball up here. That was on the 50-metre arc for PAC. Ball comes out for Goodwood only as far as number 47. That's Georgie Choims. And he just stabs that one up high. And why not? You got a couple of players there. Mark couldn't be taken. It looked like it was Brinsley. It was. He couldn't hold on to it. Ball goes up in the air once again. Strong tackle. Beautiful tackle, in fact, by Drogamuller. Ball up now at a true centre-half forward position for PAC. It's 10 minutes gone. They're up by 14 points in this third term.
An early whistle comes for a shove out. Goodwood fans pretty immediate with the reaction. This is Waterhouse, who we haven't seen too much of today. Could be a big kick though. Another whistle comes in. It's going the other way. So Goodwood get a break here. Just trying to figure out who will be taking this free kick. So they've got to go retrieve the ball. I believe this is Tate McGlasson. So he'll be assessing the options now. He's got to go all the way from coast to coast, which has been an ungettable journey in this match so far. And it is starting to slip away from their grasp. Here's a mark from Waterhouse. It's an interception. His kick into the forward 50 wasn't quick enough. It hung out in the air too long, and as a result, Dylan Darley was able to get back and apply a very needed spoil.
So still stuck down the right end of the ground. And it's the right end of the ground for PAC because it's in their forward 50. Dylan Darley slams it on the boot. Couple of quick touches for him. Will it come back? That's just about a throw. A very open double palmer. They'll let it play though, says the umpire. PAC players there. They're second to it. And there's once again about 4 or 5 players jumping on top of each other. And we've got another ball up here. 50-metre arc. Right in front of PAC's goal. Third man up was done well there by Simon Potts, but it's coming out Goodwood's way. The chase is on. Burford with the leg speed comes away beautifully. Turns well, kicks to a contest. Bit of a push in the back, but it comes out the back. Brinsley gets the handball out. Is Coles there? He is. Handball. One more. Big Siebels is chasing after it. He needs a bit better service than that though, and it's going to be last touch Goodwood's way.
The Saints, an opportunity to slingshot here, but from this end of the ground they just haven't been able to get it done. Now Prince Alfred trying to provide some crowd support to help put more pressure on these kicks, as if this game hasn't had enough pressure on it already. The Saints manoeuvring through traffic. No one can take the ball cleanly and pick it up, but they do get a kick off. Going to the other end of the far wing. Prince Alfred have goal side, but he falls over. So now with an opportunity, we believe that was Dempsey kicking it. It's 1-on-1. It favours the position of Choims. He managed to get a kick around the body there, or at least disposed of it. And more pressure on the disposal here actually leads to a turnover. Jed Ryan kicks in. Spoil over the line. They just haven't been able to hit any of the targets lace out. And Prince Alfred have done a very good job at defending goal side, Ned.
They have. They've just kept it simple defending, and they've done it very well. So that's all you can ask for from a defence in a grand final day. Just play your role and don't do anything too special if you don't think you're capable. A ball up here. Kudra Harding tackling. That was Ewan Kudra Harding. 2 of them out there today. Kick around the corner. A big spoil back forward. Goodwood's way. Kudra Harding once again tackling. Ball slips out. Footy in the hands of Will Hugo now. It comes out once again. Here's Joel Coles. Just goes straight up and down. That won't be 15. It probably went that far up, but it didn't go that far forward. So we'll have another ball up here. Ball goes straight up. Third man up once again, done there by Simon Potts. Drogamuller, can he get through this tackle? He can't, but the handball's good. Kick over the top to Greengrass. Who's going to get there first? It's a great contest here. 2 1-on-1s. And what a fantastic tackle laid on William Rees. almost a goal-saving tackle, you'd have to say, stopping him before he got too far away from him.
Fans really wanted the free kick out of that one too. Indecisive contest here. We've noticed Vanzardi around the ball quite a bit in this match. He's been applying a lot of body pressure, but he's also a good inside handballer. He's been a very useful asset to keep Goodwood in the game at the very least, although it continues to slip from their grasp each time it goes to this end of the ground, that's for sure. Although, admittedly, the last few minutes we found it at the left end of screen a bit more than we thought. Here's Jorgemüller. Gets it forward. Beautiful tackle there, and finally they will get a reward for tackle in this instance. Pat on the back for Dylan Darley. He looks forward now. They've got to keep it to the near side, but that's a shocker off the boot. And the jeers go up as Prince Alfred takes possession of the ball back. Max Treller looks forward. Umpire redirecting him behind his mark. It's right in front of the interchange bench. Now he's got to go on that right foot. Hits a pack. Spoiled right out of the arc as soon as it enters in. And taking the ball to turf, Jack Threadgold with a big tackle. They probably want him to move up the ground a bit more because he could do some scoreboard damage.
He absolutely can. Another tackle laid immediately. Liam Bunn, this game starting to turn once again into a little bit of a scrap here. Goodwood really slowed this game down a little bit since PAC kicked those 2 quick goals. An aggressive tap out inside. Dempsey's there, quick handball, gets it out to Shannon Upton. He just goes long forward. Oscar Grant misreading that one a little bit, and it's intercepted there by Choims. Choims played a pretty solid game today and very serviceable down back there. And he just keeps it simple. A little bit of a stab sort of technique, but it works for him, and a free kick's been paid here. So another chance to go inside 50 through Cameron Pritchard. Interesting kick to a 2-on-1, cleaning up. Joel Cole starting to get a fair bit of the footy now in this term. He goes long. Mark just can't be taken by Oscar Grant. And in a game where these marks just keep just being dropped and the first take just can't be taken, it's starting to get a little bit frustrating out there for the players. You can see them pretty frustrated with themselves, expecting better. Half volleyed there was Jaden Getty. Jed Ryan with the footy. Handball's off now. That's Skouroumonis. Strong tackle, probably no prior. Ball comes out anyway. Umpire says play on. So Getty again. Back to Ryan Jed once again. Jed Ryan, sorry. The ball, has it been dragged in? Well, the umpire says it has been, and it's going PAC's way. 17 and a half minutes gone in this third term. It's PAC 20, Goodwood 6.
Nothing's come easy. And Goodwood haven't been able to get it forward easily or even hit a target, much less. Comes out of bounds now. Ball resides on the far wing as we just tick closer to the 18-minute mark. 0 goals 6 to 3 goals 2. It's a 14-point game in favour of Prince Alfred, looking to win their first match against Goodwood for this year, and the one that matters most, the C1 Grand Final. Of course, we have plenty of other Grand Final action to provide you throughout the day. In the meantime, ball up on the far wing. Prince Alfred find a route to get it out here. Could be a useful one. They continue to run. Momentum swinging forward, 1-on-1. Waits up. They've got goal side now. Just needs to sit properly for Seaballs. It didn't. He wasn't able to pick it up. And that's an opportunity that's flew by and missed for Prince Alfred. But they might get another one here. It's called high tackle, and that's going to go against the Saints. Fans aren't too happy with that one. They actually thought one of their teammates was held without the ball. Harry Collison goes forward, doesn't hit a target. Early tackle there applied by Sullivan, and it's going to be deemed illegal. Possession to go back to familiar territory, but Goodwood from coast to coast, well, they go nowhere from here. They just don't know how to fare through the long journey, Ned.
That's right, and Shannon Upton elects to do what they've done all day and go long down the line, and it's been cut off once again. Oscar Waterhouse with a few intercept marks this quarter. Hands it off. Nick Rees. He goes long, marks taken. At the top of the square, the mark's been taken on the chest. Pretty happy with themselves, and why wouldn't you be in a moment like this? Dying seconds at the third term, only a couple of minutes left in it. They've got a chance to stretch this even further, and Thomas Brinsley, who's had plenty of the footy today, would have to be in the best he'd say for PAC, has got a chance to make it a 20-point margin, which would feel like double that. Geez, off one step. He made the umpire work, but he's put it through. Very nonchalant shot on goal, but he's kicked it through, and that's all that matters. So they move to 4-2-26. Goodwood still without a goal, 6 minus scores. And it's a 20-point margin just into the 20th minute of this third term.
20-minute mark of the third quarter of the C1 game on Adelaide Footy League Grand Final Day, with our major sponsors brought to you by Dartfish, Filming Footy, Sports Interactive, the Banner Crew, Simon Black, Archie's Footwear, Moseley Bar and Grill, and of course our scoreboard sponsor for the day, Sportal. As the ball gets thrown up again, can Goodwood turn the momentum at this match? They've nearly lost all of it. Is it out of their grasp? That's a big question. In the context of this match and how low scoring it's been, it could be, and a forward conversion was needed there, but it wasn't met. Will Hugo takes the mark, and he's been a very tough nut to beat back in that Prince Alfred defense today. He hasn't stood super tall. He's not the tallest of defenders, but he reads the ball very well. Unfortunately, he doesn't kick it very well here. It's turned over on the far wing. They look straight to the corridor, Goodwood. Burns takes the mark, analyses the options, goes further along. And he finds a productive one in Jed Ryan. He doesn't want to waste any time. Reels a drop punt around the body. It was 2-on-1 there in the contest, and the Crummers all got to goal side. Prince Alfred, on the other hand, read it more accurately, and they get out of trouble here. Hit it to O'Donoghue on the near wing. He goes further, and that's a nothing kick to no man's land, and favouring that position was Jacob Mild. He looks forward. It's an awkward wobbling ball, and it was always going to be a difficult one for Dempsey to mark. So now tackle pressure is going to come in from Prince Alfred, but it'll be an indecisive contest once again. Dead set in the middle of the ground, but not before the siren goes as we hit the 22-minute mark. 0 goals, 6 to 4 goals to 26. It is a 20-point game, and you would say Prince Alfred are looking like very popular candidates to storm home in the last quarter and win the C1 Premiership. We're going to take a break here, but it's a 20-point game at Cooper Stadium.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Welcome back to everyone tuning in as we conclude the three-quarter time break for the C1 Grand Final, one of 3 matches for the Adelaide Footy League Grand Final Day Division 1. And they do call the third quarter the Premiership quarter notoriously for setting the tone for those late game antics. And tell you what, Prince Alfred came to play and they scored 3 goals in that quarter after we only had 1 goal between the 2 teams for the first half, Ned.
Yeah, that's right. They come to play all right in that third term. Showed up in the Premiership quarter, Prince Alfred's, and just seeing them break away from their huddles, they were pumped up, PAC, and Goodwood were as well. Expect last 22 minutes of just flat-out footy and them giving everything they've got. I can't wait to see how this last quarter pans out.
St. Peter's and Old Ignatius players from the upcoming Div 1 Reserves Grand Final have just made their way off the ground after doing some warm-up routines. They'll be ready for the next game as soon as it commences at the conclusion of this one. But we do still have another quarter to play. Can Goodwood work a miracle, or will Prince Alfred finally get their long-awaited win against Goodwood, their first one for the year, and their last win potentially, the one that they need the most, that C1 flag? As we just see the Goodwood bench there, and it's a bit of grim look, a bit of concern, definitely start to brew in, but if they can keep their cool, they are kicking to the right of screen. PAC, on the other hand, will favour the left side. The siren goes to commence the fourth quarter of action. The umpire throws the ball up. Burns taps it down to turf. Can't hit a teammate. It boils over and comes out. Prince Alfred's way. They get the clearance. Jorga Mueller got a bit of a hand to that one, but it came to turf, and the tacklers were waiting to hunt that one down. And it will be all about the pressure in this quarter, but more than anything, Goodwood will want to try and break away from it and get some clean passages. They clear it out here on the boot of Sivia. Doesn't go too far, though. It's halted in the centre square with some nasty body collision. In fact, I think that's Jack Terry who looks a little bit hurt off of that collision. Umpire will take the ball back in hands and do another ball up in the centre square. Tap out Prince Alfred players. Get the crumb, but are unable to get it out. Waterhouse has to use some body to shovel his way through. And then a lot of tackling pressure applied by Jacob Mild. This game's been all about the tackles so far, that's for sure, as we tip over the minute mark.
So up it goes again. Going forward now for PAC. Can it might be taken? It can't be taken, but it comes to ground level. Cole's in a dangerous position there. Brinsley with a tackle. O'Donoghue helped him out in the end. Around the corner. A little dribbler if you don't mind. 5 goals for PAC. And what a goal that was from Harry Collison. Just turned it around the corner. We'll have a look at the Sportal replay here. Just snuck himself in there. Just around the place. Got it off ground level. Picked it up straight away. Couple of nice bounces. And that's 5 goals for PAC. 5-2-32 leading Goodwood 0-6-6. And will they miss? Will they rue those missed chances, Goodwood?
Back to the centre we come. Burns. They need to kick into gear now, Goodwood. There's no room for flaws. Only sharp perfection. It'll be required to get the back into this game. It's 5 goals just to take back the lead, and they haven't kicked one in the first 3 quarters alone. Can they kick 5 in the last? You wouldn't think so, especially with a kick going into the forward 50 like that. Easy pickings for Josh Hall. That's a bit of a helicopter spinning drop punt, probably as a result of the vicious wind, which still continues to blow across the ground. Spills out into the centre square here. Tacklers come in, swarm around. The ball will not come out. Harry Collison makes sure of it. The umpire will be set to intervene. We're near the 3-minute mark now, and really 20 minutes away from the C1 flag is the easy task for Prince Alfred. The only thing they need to do is hang on. They get a clearance here. That'll help to advance territory, but they haven't won the ball yet. This one-on-one contest is quite difficult. It spills into the arc. Can they get the extra numbers around? There's a bit to work with, and under a lot of pressure there, O'Donoghue wasn't able to get it out. Now Pate holding the ball. Goodwood catch a breath and see what they can do from the slingshot.
Well, they've got to go quick. Dylan Daly goes wide. He finds Liam Bunn. Another nice kick to find Kudra Harding. 3 nice kicks in a row, and once again they can't string any more than that together. Turnover now on centre wing. Back in PAC's hands. Tromans takes the mark. He's in a dangerous position now. Brinsley leading back towards the pocket. They go for him. Too far away. Brad Coles can't hold the mark. He's been bringing it to ground level all day. Collison again, surely not. Umpire says Brad Coles throw through the footy, and he's had a bit of a rough day with the umpires today, and he's just trying to laugh it off at this point as Jack Morgan runs away with the footy for Goodwood, and once again it's been cut off. When will they learn, the Saints, that PAC play in front of their forwards and they intercept everything? They go forward once again. Who's there? Collison out the back. He's starting to get really dangerous out there, and it's going to trickle over for a boundary throw in. Oh no, last touch. PAC footy. William Priest with it in his hands. A serious angle for him here. He's not even going to have a crack. He goes to the top of the square. Smart option. Siebels was led to the footy. Drogamula gets there first. Can't take it clean, but he attacks the footy full force. Around the corner, and a mark's been taken.
Goodwood from the slingshot, trying to look for something down the line, but we've just seen this tale far too many times. The long bombs that haven't gone anywhere, and the only thing they can do is take the ball observer to deck and hope for a ball up, which is exactly what happens. A little bit of push and shove, but nothing major. Now coming out, the ball up here. Very far side of the ground, and the wind has made sure of that for most of the day. Another tackle comes in. The ball goes nowhere. This is what the trend was like a lot in the first quarter, and in a lot of ways Prince Alfred would be happy to play a quarter similar to the first. 3rd consecutive ball up from practically the same position. This time they're hoping to get out. Well, Jorgamala applied early tackling pressure, made sure it didn't. Continues to come back and forth here. In fact, thinking now it's going to be thrown in from the boundary line as that tackling contest went over. Comes out nice and high. Gave time for Burns to get a read at it. He's probably been one of the few positives for the Saints today. And beautiful tackle from Drogamola. He's going to get rewarded with the free kick, in fact. Wasn't expecting that, but eventually, once you start continuing to apply the tackles, the umpire will get less patient with prior opportunity. And that's a result of the free kick getting paid. He clears it out. Goes on what he trusts his right foot to do. He does hit a target as he had extra numbers around. One-on-one comes here, and the mark is taken. How about that? He had to collide with a few bodies there and balance it with the one arm to complete, but it was handled very maturely. Carl Siebels which you probably wouldn't call this the dagger in the heart, as it's practically been placed already based on just how slow this game's been, but absolutely this would be setting the tone for a very nice next 15 minutes for Prince Alfred. They'll get cosy. That is if he can convert. They're 5 goals 2 in this game so far. Accuracy has favoured them, and this occasion doesn't quite favour Carl Siebels. It's a minor score, 5 goals 3. They jump up by an additional point and take it to a 27-point margin.
That's going to be a theme all day, the way the wind takes those set shots over to the far side. So hopefully the Rezzies and the A-grade boys have been watching this game and seen how much the ball has been taken over to that far side and how often it gets stuck on that wing over there. Goodwood, can they do something miraculous here? Well, they won't do it there. Clearing the ball for PAC. That was Threadgold. He's had a pretty good game. They go inside 50. Siebels once again in the exact same spot. Let's see if he can straighten it up this time. Put it through for their 6th goal of the game. I like his chances this time in front of the PAC crowd down in that pocket. A few of his mates down there, no doubt. And if he starts this in between the left point and goal posts, let that wind take it back for him. It should seal the deal in this C1 Grand Final. And I reckon he's done the exact same thing again. Carl, have you seen the windsock, mate? It's blowing over to the far side. Stop doing the same thing over and over again. I don't think it'll matter. It's another minor score. But it's 5-4-34 now, and they're leading comfortably over Goodwood. Goalless 0-6-6.
Well, the new argument coming out would be, can Prince Alfred hold their opposition to a completely goalless grand final? And you reckon that's very possible based on the trend of this game right now. This mark could help them try and change that, though. Oscar Grant wants to waste no time, gets and goes. He was bumped off the ball, so it will be paid downfield now. And this ball will be taken by Kudra Harding. Callan Kudra Harding, one of the 2 out there on the field today. That's a high drop punt going into the forward 50. The snap off the left, and they do avoid a goalless grand final. Something to celebrate for the Goody fans. A nice goal there to end what has been almost too long of a drought. Just getting the high fives there was Isaiah Zindorf. Looks like he was the one who kicked it, but we'll take another look.
I don't think he kicked it, but he brought it to ground level.
No, the actual kick itself was completed by Jack Forrest. So work there on the Goodwood bench. There's still mild opportunity in this game, but with no time on, they've actually only got 12 minutes now to utilise to kick those 4 required goals. It would take a miracle for it to happen. But at least they've avoided the goalless grand final performance we talked about.
That would have been really something, and the fact that they've kicked their first goal 10 minutes into the last term is quite astonishing. And hard to win grand finals when you've kicked 1 goal in about an hour of football. PAC go forward once again. We're going to have a ball up. About 40 out from PAC's goal. 10.5 gone in this 4th and final term. It's a pretty comfortable buffer at the moment. Bit of a clumsy tackle. Could have been in the back. Umpire let it go. And now Jed Ryan coming away with it. Finds a target. He finds Jack Terry on the back flank. And he finds one more. Mark couldn't be held onto. Ball goes out of bounds before Oscar Grant can run onto it. And we've got a boundary throw in right in front of the interchange benches. 11 gone. It's PAC 34, Goodwood 12.
Thrown in. Attending the ruck contest there was actually Samuel Brooks, who is obviously pitching in for Addison Burns, who isn't seen to be around the stoppage at the moment. He's got the height for it. In fact, he gets a 2nd consecutive tap. Waterhouse pulls it in. He won't be caught with his hands in the cookie jar, but it will spill out. Umpire still indecisive on rewarding the ball to one team or the other. Balls it up yet again as we tip closer towards the 12-minute mark. And once again, we said earlier, Goodwood can't be cute. They can't waste any time. A massive tap out like that could help them. That was actually Van Zardi, the on-baller, coming in and pitching on the ruck there temporarily. Prince Alfred got a bit of traffic to work around. In the defensive end, they do so with Max Burford. His kick doesn't bounce very well, though, and it didn't make the distance to begin with. So now a kick around the body gives Goodwood a sniff. Can they get it to the pocket? No, it'll rely on a late spoil coming in from Simon Potts to make sure it goes over the line.
So 12 gone, 10 to go in this C1 Grand Final. Nice little crumb there by Shannon Upton. It's curling, but just curled around the other side of the post. It's been one of those days. They've hit the post twice today, and that one just curled around the wrong side of the post.
I'll tell you one thing, they are 1-7, but there have been a couple of stiff misses during that time, some very unfortunate ones.
They could easily have had 3 or 4 on the board, and that would make it a pretty close contest, but they just haven't managed to get the luck of the draw with those ones. And PAC still with a buffer. Kick goes awry though. Brooks with it. Over to Jed. Oh, what a kick side straight through. And they're not out of this by any means yet. They kick their third of the game, or only their second. They're 2-7, and it's a 15-point margin. PAC, it's not over yet. There's 9 minutes left.
Plenty of Goody fans have taken residence in the stands just to the right of us. You could definitely hear the noise. This is their one true grand final for the day, and they're hoping to get at least something out of it, but it's going to take, like we said, what would pretty much be close to a miracle.
Well, what a comeback it would be if they went goalless all the way through up until the last quarter and somehow snagged a win. As I wouldn't be surprised the way they're playing now. They're playing with real confidence. Ooh, PAC do well to clear it this time. Collison on the end of it. All it probably takes, you'd have to say, is one more from PAC, and that might really do it. We thought it was game, set and match about 5 minutes ago, and Goodwood decided they'd kick 2 goals. They're only 2 goals of the game within about 5 minutes of themselves. This game is just the most unpredictable game of football I think I've ever commentated. I've got no idea what's going to happen, and that's exciting, and keeping us interested in this last quarter, that's for sure, because I'm starting to think it's not over yet. But no time on, that time does keep ticking. So PAC, they play smart footy, they play down the line footy, then that time will eventually tick off, and it might be too much for Goodwood. They might leave their run a little too late. We'll see how it goes in this last 7 minutes. What a strong tackle that was. Holding the ball, says the umpire.
They got to get and go quickly. Jack Terry desperate to get this one out. He was bumped viciously a little bit earlier in the game, but got back up, got the wind back into his body, goes forward 50 now. Anthony Dempsey snaps around the body. They've only got one player going goal side here, and unfortunately Oscar Grant running onto it couldn't beat the boundary line, and that will continue to tick down the clock. The curse of no time on.
Exactly right, indeed. The curse of no time on. There's only 6 minutes left in this game, just over 6 minutes. Indorf tackled immediately by 2 ferocious PAC defenders, and they'll throw themselves in desperately in this last 6 minutes to make sure they don't give away goals. Goodwood really still peppering here though, and kudos to them for still cracking in. What a mark by Dylan Daly. He's done some special things today. Not sure about the handball. It'll work though. Tate McGlashan goes inside 50. Cut off. Good courage and well marked by the man in the sleeves, Max Burford. But just a little bit rushed there, I think, and nice little dummy to get past Oscar Grant, and he goes long down the line. Kyles, can he take the mark? He can't. It comes to ground level. Both teams have players there. Daly just tried to thrash it on and couldn't.
Umpire didn't call the high tackle there. will take the ball back. Notice how the Prince Alfred players were slow to get back up because they're happy to tick off as many seconds from the clock as possible. Quick clearance attempt there. The second attempt, in fact, from Dylan Darley after his first one was smothered. A whistle comes in late, but it's going to go against Goodwood, and I reckon it is too little too late at this point. We're going to tip down to the 17-minute mark, 3 goals in 5 minutes, and it does take a relative amount of time to get the ball back to centre after a goal, Ned, so I don't quite think they can do it.
It'd be something special if they did. When you're right, it is hard to see. But they're going to keep trying, that's for sure, and you never know if they keep going 100%. Can we get a mark here? We can't. Or a lucky bounce. Can it go to hands? A strong tackle. Doesn't get rid of it. Umpire says my ball. Few fans in the background throwing their hands out, asking a few questions. Might be a bit of a biased view. Here he is again, the last goal scorer hands it off. Just bumped as he kicked it. Kudra Harding now. He gets the footy straight away, handballs it off. That's going to be last touch, I think. No, they're going to throw it in. Or will they not?
The umpires are indecisive. We've seen this before in the game. They'll come together.
And no time on. The longer they talk, more time it takes.
Decision won't be overruled, so it will be thrown in. But Prince Alfred win the ruck contest and get the small little clearance to go with it. Ball had to be forced over the boundary line though. In fact, Harry Collison was shoved over with it. Goodwood just feeling a bit anxious. If there was more time, then they could have stayed in this match, but unfortunately the damage done from the third quarter has been registered beyond repair at this point. Burns. Goodwood trying to get out here, but a mark over the top. How about that beautifully timed leap from Simon Potts? He'll use up as much time as he can, and Prince Alfred are 3 minutes off of that inevitable C1 Grand Final Premiership for 2022. The spoils come in, but still mark paid to the man at the front. It's a little bit generous, I'd say, but Carl Siebles does take it. He's moved up the ground in this instance. Kicks to another man, Brad Coles. Don't let him find you at Woolies or Foodland. He goes back, saves it up with another teammate, and they'll continue to kill off the clock here. Kicks long down the line, in fact, and another mark. So a lot of the pack contention's been lost here. Oscar Waterhouse, can they get another Ad Cherry to the top? That's what they'd be looking for. Well, that kick hung out in the air a long time, but I actually think a late free kick's going to be called anyway. Ryan Trommans. He's just got a bit of hobble at the moment. In fact, he looks a little...
Does he really?
Well...
a little bit of time wasting.
More time wasting will always help, but there won't be enough to go down the other end for Goody anyway, so Prince Alfred will be the 2022 C1 Premiers. We'll take a look at this next kick going into the forward 50. This time, Goodwood stand tall at the front of the pack, and that's a useful mark for Kudra Harding. Finds a teammate. You're not wasting any time with the run, but the time to waste is gone anyways. And then the turnover, Jack Threadgold, who snaps around the body, can set it up very nicely for some man on the line, but
he just handballed it through.
Will Hugo just had to handball it through because he didn't have too many options around him. There was a lot of pressure there. And I guess that's one thing about Goodwood is they've defended reasonably well when you take away that third quarter, but haven't been able to attack well enough. Almost thought that was an intercept mark, but it wasn't paid to Oscar Pledge. Goodwood will get it out of trouble for the moment as they kick up a helicopter drop punt once again, hanging out in the air. High tackle free kick is going to be paid here, and it'll come back to Goodwood. But we're 21 minutes and 5 seconds gone, and not much time left.
So, 45 seconds left in this game. They go along down the line. It's been a theme all day. It hasn't worked for them. The only goals they've got have been through a bit faster, more aggressive style of footy. And PAC 30 seconds until they get to celebrate their C1 premiership in 2022. Another strong tackle. That was laid by Simon Potts. Tell you who's had a fantastic second half. Waterhouse come into this game and taken plenty of intercept marks, come into the ruck and really put a statement on this game. Here we go, one last chance for a goal. It won't happen. Cole's chasing after the footy. He'll get it, handball it off, or could we get one more? Collison kicks to Big Seebles, and on the siren he takes the mark. That's the game. Prince Alfred Old Collegians, Buddy Bet C1 Division C1 winners, and Seebles, well, he might make it an even bigger margin. It won't matter.
Let's take a look.
He's missed a couple of set shots and he's kicked it over to his fans. I'm not sure whether he's done it intentionally or not, but that's the game. That's all she wrote for the C grade today, and PAC, they'll be very happy, as they should be. Some fantastic players all over the ground today, and Goodwood just couldn't kick straight enough and couldn't kick enough goals to keep themselves in the contest.
Well, it was 9 scoring shots to 10, and Prince Alfred undoubtedly deserved the win, but it could have been a closer game had Goodwood converted on a couple of those very close shots that just didn't quite sneak through. Some unlucky bounces, as well as some snaps that just cling the post, but I reckon it was one of those types of days where unfortunately it starts with a very sluggish theme, but then the premiership quarter came through and Prince Alfred were the ones to stand up. So the tone was set after that quarter, and look, they bit back a little bit late in that quarter, but Goodwood really no hope at the end after just giving themselves too much mess to mop up. At the end of the day, though, 19 points to 35. Prince Alfred deserved premiers for the C1 2022 Division 1 Grand Final, as we're just looking at the players who are shaking hands. What's the tone like, Ned, when you're part of the losing team but you got to shake hands? Does it still keep you in the spirit a little bit and make you grateful to be out there?
It does a bit. It hurts. I'm sure they'll be hurting right now, and you've just got to tough it up for about 5 or 10 minutes while you shake hands and watch them raise the cup, and that hurts. But you know, if you're playing at this level, it'll make you hungry and you want to come back next year. Goodwood are a strong team, they always are. They'll come back bigger and better next year. I've got no doubt in my mind about that, and they won't want to see this happen again. They're having a quick chat now as a group, and they can hold their heads high. They had a good season and they had a red hot crack. We might go through a few good players for each team. You want to have a little run through?
Yeah, I'll just talk about the winning team. Prince Alfred Old Collegians had some really good players throughout the match. In particular, I was a really big fan of what Will Hugo managed to add across the ground, but also Oscar Pledge, Hans Sullivan were very notable names that I saw pop up several times. Carl Seebles was a very good marking presence, and he just kicked a little bit straighter. I reckon he would have been a contender for one of the best on ground. Simon Potts stood up in some big moments, and Max Burford with the long sleeves. I reckon he had a lot of presence too to really help the match. Brad Coles had his moments, and I'd probably also mention Oscar Waterhouse, not consistently for the whole match, but that second half in particular, he came to play. What about from Goodwood, Ned?
Yeah, Goodwood, some pretty good players as well. Jed Ryan, I thought, had a pretty good game and kicked a fantastic goal, one of their 2 goals for the game. Oscar Grant, lively, couldn't get the service he really wanted up in that forward pocket, but he had a red hot crack. Both the Kudra Harding boys, Ewan and Callan respectively, had great games as well, I thought. A few other good efforts across the ground. Who else have we got here? Jaden Tate McGlashan off the halfback flank was good as well. Skuramunis early was pretty dangerous, and Shannon Upton cleaned up pretty well, but an all played well performance of Prince Alfred, you'd have to say, and generally in grand finals that gets the job done.
Yeah, just another honourable mention. He probably wasn't the most consistent player at the match, but the moment at the match, absolutely. Jack Threadgold dashing through the traffic on that one stoppage and then going through to kick a goal up forward was very notable, and I reckon celebrations wouldn't be too far away, but I reckon we're going to farewell to you, Ned Maguire. You've done a fantastic job calling with me today, and it's been a massive pleasure having you. Meantime, we're also just getting...
I'll stick around for another minute or two as
Well,
the rain
talk
goes
about the
down.
experience you've had collectively with commentating this year and
Been
what you enjoyed most
fantastic.
about it.
Done a lot with you this year as well in the first 18 college stuff, and I think Tony Neal's commentary is starting to rub off on a bit on us for better or worse.
He's a contagious man.
But no, it's been a pleasure to commentate all year. It's been fantastic. The quality of the production and everything has been fantastic, and today's been no different so far. This weather's starting to get a little bit nasty outside as well for the last 2 games.
Yep, just going to do one last mention of our sponsors for today. Thank you very much to Dartfish Filming, Footy, Sports Interactive, our scoreboard sponsor Sportle, the Banner Crew, Simon Black, Archie's Footwear and Mosley Bar and Grill, all of our sponsors that have made today's coverage possible. But players continue to huddle in closer, and I reckon we're not too far away from it. Old Iggy's and St. Peter's, on the other hand, going to their respective arcs as the wet weather continues to come down, and it pairs very nasty with the wind as well. It's making it very vicious, Ned.
Yeah, good thing for us in the commentary box. It's blowing away from us and not coming in towards us, so we're all right. And everyone in the grandstand is all right as well. But those lads playing in this game, it might be wet and a little bit wild. We're going to go down to the start of the presentation for the C grade. If we can get that microphone working down there, we'll go down now.
Yep. Well, thank you, everyone. Congratulations to both Gilbert Saints and PAC on making their way to the grand final. It can be a long year and takes a lot to get here, so congratulations to both teams for making the grand final today. Also like to say a quick thank you to the umpires today officiating the game. You can't have a game without the umpires, so thank you to them. I'd now like to ask the umpires to come present the medal for the best on ground today. Number 47 from PAC, George Choims. I now ask the coach from Goodwood Saints, Jason Fleming, to come up and say a few words.
First and foremost, boys, congratulations to PAC. You guys have really helped raise the standard of football in C1. And yeah, really appreciated the contests that you've provided all year. So congratulations, enjoy it. To my boys, well done on a great year. You know, you guys have maintained that hunger throughout the year. And I've got no doubt that the youth that we have, the mateship that we've developed throughout the year is going to lead us onto good stead for the years to come. So congratulations, boys.
Now for the coach from PAC, James Fremantle.
Yeah, guys, to Jason, the Goody boys, amazing contest throughout the year. Fantastic side, ripping bunch of blokes and a great footy club. Look forward to next year because you guys are a powerhouse and we love playing you. But thanks for a great season, boys. You're an asset to the footy league. Well done. Just to the league and the umpires, thanks. Yep, as I said, we can't play this game without you. Thank you very much, even though you cop a hard time. We really appreciate it. To the PAC Footy Club, yeah, it's been 5 long years for us. Slugging, we got there in the end, but to Jim Parkinson, Sis, yeah, the whole committee, and to the boys, huge. Yeah, well done. Awesome. Love it.
Now for the medal presentation.
We'll get through them quickly. Number 1, Oscar Waterhouse. Number 7, Will Priest. Precy coming up. Number 8, Ryan Tromans. Ryan Tromans. Yeah. Number 10, Cam Pritchard. Number 14, Will Hugo. Number 16, Max Trelaw. Number 18, Ben O'Donoghue. '19, Oscar Pledge. Number 20, Hans Sullivan. Number 21, Nick Reese. Number 23, Carl Seaballs. 24, the legend himself, Tom Brinsley. 26, Noah Pedler. 27, Nick Blanche. 34, Mickey Drogamulla. 39, Simon Potts. 41, Max Burford. 44, Jack Threadgold. 47, the medalist, George Choims. 50, Brad Coles. Number 51, the son of Tan, Josh Hall. Number 56, Ned Collison. 57, Harry Collison. Number 2, the captain, Alex Davidson. 29, the other captain, Will Courier. And the man we're all here to see, Mr. James Owen Fremantle.
Thanks, mate. Captains. Captains, maybe. Yeah.
Division C1 for Premiers, PAC.
This is stop.
Well, congratulations to PAC, their C1 team, the first premiers of 3 to be crowned this afternoon at Norwood Oval. And isn't it great weather for a duck right now? Flirting with you, Indy Rogers, mate. Good call with a Ned of the C final. Was it this wet all the way through?
No, not at all. In fact, the entire game was played in pretty dry conditions, although it felt like a wet weather game just because of how low scoring it was. It's worth noting that the wind that blows across the ground is decently strong, so it could definitely make an impact on kicking accuracy, and now the rain is there to complement that.
Yeah, I think we're going to be in for a slug this afternoon. Just wets everything for the game between two strong defences later on this afternoon, the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final. So, Division 1 reserves coming up, Old Ignatians and St. Peter's. Let's have a quick look through previous Div 1 reserves Grand Finals. Goodwood Saints have been here a few times, 3 premiers in the last 5 years and a runners-up, and the Henley Sharks, of course, in Div 2 now. But for St. Peter's, they've been here twice in the last 3 years, come up short. Maybe this is their time to finally secure that flag.
Well, sometimes they say third time's the charm, so that's what they'd be keeping their fingers crossed for. But you look at those grand final losses, and they're to the Henley Sharks and Goodwood Saints, who've been prominent in those reserves grand finals as well. So their competition's been decently tough, and Old Iggy's is the new kid on the block. They just came up into the Div 1 reserves.
Right. Had no option. They couldn't play in Div 1, so they couldn't be in the Div 1 reserves. A couple of things to note. The last 4 have been close, 11 points the largest margin, and they've been low scoring as well. Basically 9 goals will win you the grand final every time. So that's the run up to this year. Let's have a look at the ladder of how the Buddy Bet Division 1 reserves. And fair to say, Indy, we've got the 2 best teams fighting it out this afternoon.
Yes, very comfortably the best 2 teams as well. You consider how well Goodwood and Port District have been playing in the A grade throughout the year. It was impressive to see that their reserves held those standards, but Old Iggy's and St. Peter's are some different beasts. They lead the competition, and only 0.6% separated the 2 teams. Mind you, it's probably more interesting to also keep in mind the actual result that we saw a couple weeks ago when these 2 teams did end up meeting up, Phil.
So let's have a look at how the finals played out from that ladder. Elimination final eliminated Brighton, St. Peter's and Port District, 9 points to the Saints. And then that second semi-final was pretty comprehensive. Accuracy pretty important, but that should give Old Ignatians a great deal of confidence coming into today's encounter.
Yeah, very intriguing as well, that 38-point loss. It did come as a result of only being able to kick 4 goals 9, so quite a low-scoring affair on St. Peter's part, and Old Iggy's was still able to score quite comfortably. I reckon today, based on the conditions of both that last match and the wet weather that just came pouring down for the C1 ceremonies, it's going to be quite a testament to both teams' ability to score high. I definitely wouldn't be expecting 200-plus points combined between the 2 teams today.
No, it's not something you see most grand finals, and the conditions and the size of the ground probably not allowing for it. So the Prince's fans have got 1 premiership to favour. They'll probably head down the parade for a bite of lunch, maybe, coming back. I think they can get pass outs, come back for the main game. Goodwood Saints, their season is done, and even though they fell a game short in the A's, have at least got another trophy to add to their even though the season fell short, they did get at least 1 team into the grand final. We're probably 8 minutes away from the start of this game. We probably should thank sponsors that help bring the coverage to you, because they are numerous, Indy. They've been with us all season, and they deserve some recognition.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we thank these streams for being possible thanks to Dartfish, Filming Footy and Sports Interactive, but we also thank our additional sponsors for today, the Banner Crew, Simon Black, Archie's Footwear, Mosley Bar and Grill, and our scoreboard sponsor for this year, Sportle.
Sportle, also a few there. The Connell Meat Central Market, Roller Dice Racing, Archie's, we've enjoyed them with the footwear, Powerade, Dartfish. My favourite, CMAX Clinical Research, sponsoring the weekly wrap. As the rain has subsided, you can see the captains in uniforms there. It's Ed Loken for St. Peter's, their captain. And we're going to go again. It got stuck in the mud. Adam Valhana, has won the toss, and not surprisingly gone to the parade end here. The breeze, you mentioned it before, Indy, it's strong. The windsock is pretty much perpendicular, but it's blowing out. If it does blow to one end from time to time, it is to the southern end, but I think it's going to be more a sideways thing to deal with today.
Yeah, I don't think one particular inside 50 arc will be favoured over the other. Mind you, after commentating that C-grade game, a big portion of the first half took place within the right side of screen arc, and it seemed like that was where most of the scoring was occurring from. In fact, Prince Alfred's premiership quarter in the third was determined at that end of the ground, and that was after playing most of the territory at that end as well. It was only really the fourth quarter where it opened up a little bit more, so...
Yeah, I missed most. I had planned to be here for the third quarter, but found myself getting to know every single back street and alleyway in the postcode, trying to find that ever elusive car park, which hopefully won't get a council sticker when I return. I was just that little bit over the line, hopefully. No, it'll be looking this afternoon. So who do you have as the teams line up for the presentations? Indy, what's your old Iggies, or is it time for the Saints? And I guess the end of the Jeff Riddle era to a point, because the Bs and As always associate pretty closely one senior squad. Will that era finish with a flag for St. Peter's?
Well, it's a difficult one to determine. Old Iggy's the new kid on the block, has had so much excitement around them as the two teams get their photos taken respectively. But I think St. Peter's, look, their third grand final in the reserves in the span of 4 years. You probably have to say that this time, with the experience of being there, the pressure of being there, they could be an upset result today. So I'm actually going to back St. Peter's for this one.
Yeah, it's a big one for Iggy's because, of course, this year was their first year in Division 1, and we obviously looked at that from the A-grade level, and we were there streaming when they won their first game at home at Carlton Rolton. But this would be, albeit the reserves, if they can get up, their first premiership at the top tier level, which would be excellent for them. So fair bit at stake. It's a grand final. You don't really need anything else at stake when you're playing a grand final.
To the Buddy Bet Division 1 reserves grand final between Old Ignatians and St. Peter's Old Collegians here this afternoon at Norwood Oval. The Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its partners for their support during the 2022 season. Channel 9, West End, Sharon, Police Credit Union, Buddy Bet, Sip and Save, CMAX Clinical Research, O'Neill Sportswear and Breakthrough Mental Health. The Adelaide Footy League, strengthening communities through footy. Would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for an acknowledgement of country, followed by the Australian National Anthem.
We acknowledge the traditional owners of the country across Australia on which we play our great game and pay our respects to them, their culture and elders past and present.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is good by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state of birds Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing of birds Australia
Always a stellar moment on any grand final day. The anthem, the crowd, of which there are a few, and they're in voice, and they're under shelter too, I might add. That is the one good thing about Norwood, is once you find a car park and you get in, there is plenty of undercover spectating to be had. Very important on a day like today. Of course, this is the Buddy Bet Division 1 Reserves. You're with Phil Hurton and Indy Rogers. And Indy, for those that have just joined us, can you give us a very quick summary of what has gone before us this morning with the C1s?
Yes, you're tuning into Grand Final action, Adelaide Footy League Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final day. The C1 game has just been completed, and it was 19 points to 35 Prince Alfred's way. 2 goals 7 to 5 goals 5. Prince Alfred turned it on in the third quarter to get their first win against Goodwood for the year, and the one that mattered the most. They lost to them by 3 points a couple weeks ago in the semi, so managed to get back at them in this instance. And Prince Alfred will be seen again today later on for more Adelaide Footy League Buddy Bet Grand Final action when they come up against Port District in the A grade. But in the meantime, we've got a game on our hands, Phil.
We do indeed. We are set to rock and roll. The second of 3 grand finals. Old Ignatians in the blue, heading towards the right of your screen. St. Peter's mainly in the white, heading to the left. To get us underway, this grand final, you're with Indy Rogers.
Two rucks already eyeing off each other before the ball's even thrown up. Now eyes peeled to the share rim. No decisive winner in that particular contest, but plenty of tackling pressure to come as a result of it. Players pile on, and it's not too muddy in that centre circle, but you could definitely assume that it could build if wet weather continues to strike the ground this afternoon. It was very present during the C1 ceremonies post-game. More tackling pressure coming here. Neither team able to get this one out. This game will potentially be a grind similar to the C1 Grand Final. But St. Peter's trying to come in over the top. In fact, losing balance there in the contest was Sam Potter. Spills out outside of the centre circle, all the way to the far side. A whistle comes in. It looks like that was for high contact, according to the umpire's signalling. So this is Sam Stott, who kicks towards the middle and finds a target. They exchange sides, go to the near wing. Now picking up the ball here is Hazeman, who hands off. Kicks down the line, and a very good mark in the one-on-one contest there. Had to keep his ground, Proudman, but proudly did so. Now hits the one-on-one again. No decisive victor out of that contest, but Old Iggy's push in the back will go against them. So now Scott Biddle to take a shot at goal if he elects the 30, which it looks like he will.
So, yeah, they were pretty adamant push in the back there. Everyone appealed Biddle. Well, knows where the goals are. He's kicked 22 this season from his 16 Buddy Bet Division 1 reserves games.
So Biddle steps in, right on line, and it'll stay there. It will also just make the journey to kick us off for the Div 1 Reserves Grand Final, but the umpires are indecisive. They will verify it as a goal, though. First major, straight to the board.
Yeah, the goal umpire was pretty adamant it was a goal as we have a look at the Summer Black Academy, the Sportal replay coming up here. But we did have, you see the boundary umpire by the fence there, by the behind post, was able to provide a little bit of a confirming viewpoint on it, which is good to see. So, first goal within the first 2 minutes. We know goals are, especially early goals, very precious in a grand final, set the momentum. Tends to be a game where comebacks not seen as much as you would say in a normal contest. Good bounce of the ball for the Saints. Kirchner got the hand pass away. They'll get the clearance. That's 2 for 2 for the Spock at the moment. In the direction of Jake Stafford. Old Iggy's have it now momentarily. Thump forward in the direction of Ben McGill in hot pursuit. Ensuring it goes out of bounds was Elliot Mitchell. Right in front of the big Coopers Stadium sign there, which basically is a wall of the Norwood Primary School.
Down at that end, ball thrown into play. It's a high one. Getting the tap there looked to be Sam Potter doing some ruck work. He can stand tall, that's for sure. St. Peter's will clear the contest here. Will go forward, one-on-one. Michael's had his ball spoilt, but the Crummers continue to pile in. Old Iggy's just unable to apply the immediate pressure, but a snap around the body isn't the most reliable entry, so they're doing their job out there. Oh, a bit of a sling tackle motion's going to have to go against Thomas Ryan. You can't afford to do that, particularly in a game like this. A bit of push and shove after.
Sometimes grand final nerves do weird things, Indy, and at the moment I'd suggest that Old Ignatians are a little bit too hyped up defensively and a little bit ill-disciplined. This is the second free given away, the second shot on goal.
Nick Michaels, very similar angle to where the last goal was kicked. This one stays offline. It'll miss to the far side for a minor score.
I'm not sure if you're going to aim to the right, you're going to have too many come back with that breeze today. I'd be aiming left all the time. No one on the mark, so Dantokia gets the kick out to a large pack of players, 55 out from the Saints goal. It has not gone inside 50 for Old Ignatians as yet. Going to be about the fourth inside 50 for Saints. 2-2 contest towards the square, and again player flattened, and this will be Nick Michaels again. He's had the shot going one way, now we'll get it going the other way. This will be a lot closer and very, very gettable.
So probably aim for the little post, Phil, on the left.
I don't know, probably for where those supporters are, right there behind the goals, encouraging support. And, he's hit the post. Planned it almost perfectly. So Nick Michaels is 2 behinds. Scott Biddle has scored a goal. Saints are 1-2-8. Iggy's are yet to score.
Yeah, the kicking comes. The pack is hit. No decisive winner to come out of it. Spills back into the forward arc. Neither team's able to get out of the trouble here. The umpire will separate them. 1 goals to 8 to no score for Old Ignatians early in this quarter. 5.5 minutes gone already. Players going down for the crumb. Attempt at a kick was unsuccessful there. But now Soccer's across the ground. Comes out the other way. St. Peter's have a setup though. And they have a plan. Gibson wants to execute that. He gets it off to a teammate who kicks it back into the arc. Pack went up. Some spoils came in from behind for Old Iggies, and that was an awkward lingering ball which didn't really come off the boot right, and you could just see it floating awkwardly. It was always going to come out on the full.
Ben McGill, the Saints player, with the missed kickers. Old Iggies, they keep going to that pocket. Haven't managed to break it open. Now they have. That was a strong run, and now we're into open space on the wing. This is Brandon Lord for Old Ignatians leading the race for the ball, but the boundary line wins in front of a... Well, it's pretty good that they've got the little bar out there in the northwest pocket, and that there's a whole bunch of Old Iggies fans to make sure it's patronised this afternoon. Because there ain't many people on the outer side. They're all undercover, which is probably a wise thing given the conditions.
Yeah, but absolutely need an umbrella of some kind if you're spectating from the far side and not from the cosy stands where we are. There's a free kick coming here. Looked like it was Old Iggy's possession anyways, but they'll take the free kick to catch an extra breath. Goes to the one-on-one, but it's been thumped out. Spoiled to the right pocket, and that one's going to be misbalanced, and as a result, it's going to be a throw in.
Just letting you know, Howard Kubi was the player there. One thing about Old Ignatians, you may be picking it up at home. Their numbers are just a tad hard to pick up. And just a little request, maybe consider having an even coloured background on the numbers for next year as we continue our broadcast.
Might just have to go with the white square, I reckon. White square, black numbers.
I reckon do the Hawthorn trick where you just have the panel at the back in the one colour. As long as it contrasts with the white, that's fine. Yeah, from 5 metres away it's fine. From a long way away with binoculars doesn't always work a treat, especially when the numbers build up. Soccering off the ground, staying in there, but eventually going out of bounds. So what are we now? 7 minutes in, almost 8. Old Ignatians, that was their first inside 50. Nothing eventful came out of it. St. Peter's with an early lead. Will they rue those 2 missed shots? We'll find out as the game progresses.
Ball to be thrown in. Old Iggy's yet to hit the scoreboard. The territory right now favours their forward half at the very least, but only mildly. It's also worth noting for any of those who joined into the C1, not only did Prince Alfred come out as victors, but also difference in rule set between the 2 games. The C1 had the last touch rule, whereas the reserves and A grade do not.
Good pick-up. Thank you for that, Indy, because I had heard that some B levels do, but not the Div 1Bs. Good pick-up. And we'll also find out how long the quarters go for a little bit as well. We're on a tight schedule today. 3 games and presentations to fit in. And nothing's going to stop them. Rail or hail, as we discovered a little bit earlier with the C1s. I must confess, I reckon the ovals held up pretty well. I mean, there are muddy patches around, but it's hardly an old 1980s, bog.
Yeah,
lots of green grass.
It's not a pig paddock, that's for sure. You won't find any pigs swimming in the cricket pitch.
That's what I was thinking of.
Cleared out here. First to it. Managed to do a very clever tap on. That'll be rewarded. Keeping possession. Gibson. His kick wasn't so good though. Didn't pay off after that very clever tap. The ball stays alive momentarily. It might need to be rushed to the line here, but it seems like Biddle wants to keep it alive. And St. Peter's want to keep it alive. That mark wasn't paid, so it's going to have to be snapped off quickly by Fahy, and it comes out to the other side. Very close call there. St. Peter's did the right thing by trying to keep it alive, but no victors in that particular contest.
So it's going to be a throw-in right next to the ever-growing St. Peter's fans behind the goals. Umpires found a free. This one will go the way of Old Ignatians. That kick left a little bit to be desired. It's put Davies in all sorts of bother. Thankfully, had a couple of teammates to help. Through some hands and out of bounds.
I reckon just probably made the easy look difficult there.
Yeah.
Old Iggy's trying to get it out. Couple close calls, to be completely fair.
Okay. So you can build the frustration like a soccer game. St. Peter's with the smother. Old Iggy's struggling to clear it out. And umpire's circling but says my ball. And we've got 11 minutes. St. Peter's have certainly won the battle of territory and certainly have the scoreboard battle at the moment.
Old Iggy's winning the tap out there, but St. Peter's first to crumb it. Snap around the body, clearance, rolls down towards the left forward pocket. Old Iggy's trying to rush it out, but they probably should have seen it over the line because the attempt to keep it alive wasn't particularly pretty. It's going to be a score, set shot score potentially here for what looks like...
we have a phantom.
Yes,
no,
we do have a phantom.
We do have a phantom. You go down and check your lineups, and then they throw in a number. So obviously don't know who number 9 is. I'll just check if he's in the budget.
Nevertheless, the mystery man who goes unnamed here doesn't hit the scoreboard with that kick, but another whistle comes in, and it's going to go against St. Peter's. Old Iggy's will take possession back.
Nothing in the budget. I reckon it might have been a possible jersey swap.
Maybe they got the 6 upside down, who knows?
Yeah, mate. Well, the other thing is that St. Peter's are wearing their away strip, so they may not have the exact same set of numbers as they do for the home attire. That's happened from time to time. Certainly happens when you have commemorative jumpers. You don't know who's going to be playing 2 months out when you order them, so lots of numbers tend to change. But Saints go forward again. McGill looking for the target in Nick Michaels, who's been pretty busy. Old Ignatians are keeping the tackling a little bit more respectable now, and it will be a ball up.
Throw in about 25 out directly in front. They managed to crumb it. St. Peter's first to it. Working in conjure. Kudra tried to start that handball passage. There's still a little bit of water though. Stafford's kick right on the line kept it alive. Hit the pack, but Old Iggy's might come out with it. No! Didn't get rid of it in time. Fantastic pressure. That's what you need to do to set the statement for a grand final. Will Irwin to be rewarded with the set shot. Distance shouldn't be too much of an issue. From this angle, he shouldn't have to snap either, but a drop punt will require a little bit more sharpness.
Will Irwin's got quite a story. He's had 4 different coaches in 4 different teams this year. His biggest highlight was kicking 12 goals in the C7s versus Adelaide Uni, so he knows where the big white sticks lurk.
Irvin steps on. The fans had absolutely no doubt about that one. As soon as it left the boot, you could hear the reaction. St. Peter's making early statements.
Yeah, just on Irwin. He started the season, played 3 games in the Great Southern Footy League for the Tigers of Yankalilla. Then 2 games in the C7s, kicked 12 goals in one of them. 5 games in the C1s, and now he's had this is his 14th game and his 13th goal, and a big one. I think now we're looking at a scoreboard, Indy, where you're seeing reward for effort. So Peters have dominated. Now in grand final terms, they have a bit of a cushion on the board.
Back to the centre here. Bit of an immature tackle. I thought that was going to be in the back for Old Iggy's, but it's actually against. So they'll come out of the middle. They advance slowly, clear it out, Came off of the boot of Stafford, goes longer, hits a target up forward, swings around the body to try and centre it, but it hangs out in the air too long. You don't want that type of kick in wet conditions. Mind you, the rain has died off a little bit in recent minutes. Old Iggy's linger around, but no clear ball winner to come out of this passage of play. In fact, a sling tackle call comes in, so this looks like another set shot coming up for St. Peter's, and it will be.
This will be the 4th set shot on goal in this quarter from a free kick given away by the opposition. 3 of them for poor tackling in the back and 1 of them caught holding the ball.
Bit of a change of pace from the last game that I commentated with Ned Maguire earlier. The C1 Grand Final. This is the Reserves Grand Final. Will Irwin about to take the 4th set shot for St. Peter's and hopefully get their 3rd goal. Currently sit at 2-2. Old Iggy's haven't done any damage at the other end. A lot of the action happening on the left side of screen right now. The fan reaction tells the story as it did last time.
Hey, I like that group behind the goals. They can tell us what's happening before we work it out. And they've got the chance going for Wilbur, I think it is. Okay, Will Irwin. He's got 2 in the space of 4 minutes. And right now, Old Iggy's are thinking, now we won the toss and we elected to kick the other way. We've done the right thing here. But if you don't win the clearances, probably doesn't matter which way you kick it. Back in the middle. It has cleared up, though, rain at the moment. And the hills are back within a panoramic view behind the ground. Ooh, one of the players there went backwards in McCarthy. And Old Iggy's will get the clearance. A rare for a forward. Will it last long, though? Spildo's out of bounds. In front of probably the largest group of supporters here along the wing. Down the parade end. Which is one of the great viewing spots to watch football in Adelaide. Along with the Phil Big Footy coverage. Throw in. Alec Kudra tried to escape. Umpire says no opportunity to ball it back up.
Ball up just borderline centre square to near wing. St. Peter's the ones to clear it out. They've been winning most of the clearances in this game. It could spell alarm for Old Iggy's. The coach will certainly look at that stat at quarter time. Coming out here with a lot of dash was Michaels. Got it off in time, went forward, but Old Iggy's save up with a spoil. Just trying to make sure they don't concede anything at this end of the ground right now because they've barely gotten it into their forward 50 arc in this game so far.
It's lasted there just a couple of minutes. Which is good. It's down our end of the ground. It's great for us.
Complete opposite to the C1 Grand Final 2, where it resided in the right end of screen for the entirety of the first quarter.
Yep. And a turnover, kick out of bounds. Chance for William Proudman. Back right up against the brick wall here. Who's taking the lead? Overcooked it. Ball spills free to Michaels, who's been busy. Yeah, plenty of pushing and shoving. Umpire comes in and says, I'll take the ball, I'll ball it up. A 4th goal here, and I was saying Saints could put the game away, but gee, they'd make it rough. 18.5 minutes to go. So quarter time not too far away. And probably, Indy, it's fair to say that Old Iggy's, whilst they'd love a goal, their first priority is they've just got to hang on here.
22 minutes, no time on the length of the C1 Grand Final quarters. We believe it's the same here.
Okay.
Old Iggy's hand pass out, trying to go far. Goes to the far wing. It stretches the players, leads to a one-on-one running contest, which ends with no victor. Neither could beat the ball to the boundary line. We tip 90 minutes, 10 seconds gone. The game all of a sudden coming to an alarming state for Old Iggy's. They certainly don't want it to blow out any more than it already has. It's a bad tone to start the game with, the ladder leaders. 38-point victors against the same team only a couple of weeks ago.
Incredible, isn't it? So what's that? That's, 38 points now, 20, like it's a 10-goal turnaround in the space of a quarter. Yeah. Well, this is why they play the game. Jake Stafford, first there for St. Peter's, leaves the ball behind. Umpire says throw it in. 2:30 is the first bounce of the big game. Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final, Port Districts, Prince Alfred Old Collegiates. Half time of this game, we're going to have Craig Lambert interviewing both the coaches. And we do thank them for giving of their time on a pretty big, stressful day. Three-quarter time will set up some of the historical stuff with both clubs and how they got to the grand final. That'll free us up for a full preview post the B-grade presentations. And the aim certainly is that we'll give you as much of this game as we can for those St. Peter's and Old Nations fans that are watching. I suspect the St. Peter's fans are growing by the minute.
Coming once again through with the tap. Leading out. Little chip kick there just to try and clear some of the pressure. Tacklers won't reach this ball, but if St. Peter's can calculate this one correctly, they can step in for a check side goal. No! It hits the far small post, meaning that it's out of bounds on the full. Old Iggy's a chance to slingshot. They've got about a minute to go. Fans jeering them from behind. But he's going to kick long. Goes down the line. Huge contested mark coming out of the pack. Fantastic effort being held up on the mark. I believe taking that was Elliot Mitchell. So kicking around again. On the right foot. Well, probably could have been marked there, I reckon, by Cudmore, but he decided to spoil it over with two open palms. And that'll tick off more time as Old Iggy's run out of opportunities to get a score or register one before the end of the first quarter.
Throw in about the tick to that 22-minute mark. Quick clearance by the Saints, bouncing ball. Footing hard to maintain at the moment. As everyone is slipping and sliding, you can see there the benches here at Norwood, the way it sits there, and there you have it, 22 minutes flat. I would suspect, not sure we have 1 second of time on. And that, if you're St. Peter's, is one way to start a grand final. We're just going to keep on rolling, okay. It is St. Peter's 3. Oh no. Take a break. Yes, okay. And that's good. It's quarter time. We need it. 3-2-20 St. Peter's. Those score Old Nations back with the second quarter in just a tick.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
afternoon. We've got the match of the year coming up. It's pre-game. We've got Port Districts playing Prince Alfred in the A1 Grand Final day. Just quarter time in the reserves game. As you can see, it's windy, it's raining, but that's what footy's all about. I'm excited. I know everybody else is excited. The crowd is building up, and it's going to be one hell of a game today. My predictions, I'm not sure at the moment. I will tell you that soon, so hang in there. Stay around and keep watching for one of the best games ever coming up for the A1 Grand Final. Back to you, Phil.
Thanks so much, Lambo. Always excitable is our Craig Lambert. He's quite amazing like that.
Good start.
And he's got a day where boundary riders dread the cold, wet and windy, and he's still got a big smile on his face, so you sort of know it's a grand final. I think the best thing about that quarter for Old Ignatians is that it's over and they get a chance to reset. And it possibly could have been worse with a couple of those missed goals. But 20 points in this kind of conditions, Indy, is a fair margin to track back.
Well, it's possible, and we've seen comebacks of all kinds at major and minor levels this year. But yeah, without a doubt, it's not a great tone to set the game with. It's time to put that first quarter out the head, though, and focus on the remaining 3 terms. As we get underway with the second quarter, rain continuing to come down. The fog that had dissipated from the hills has actually come back, in fact, in the background.
Yeah.
Old Iggy's quick for the tackling pressure. That's probably what they would have talked about with the coach. Just crank the intensity up a bit. Tim Big making sure it doesn't go anywhere. He's going to attend this next ruck stoppage as well. He won't get the tap out. He'll be beaten by Alt Schwager.
Cheerio to Jeff Pistola and the Call of the Wild team filming Footy. The Hills Footy League got their grand final on today. Hope they'll be able to see it.
Absolutely. It'd be very foggy up there. I'll have to check on them at some point. Meanwhile, ball spills into the same forward 50 up, but this is Old Iggy's now. It stays in the similar end of the ground that it did in the first quarter. Let's see if that trend continues. St. Peter's have a good defensive set up here. Extra numbers around the ball. Yeah. And probably the safest thing they could have done is exactly what happened, and that is rush it over for a behind, a minute gone.
Yeah, it just wouldn't sit. Sometimes the football will do that. They certainly had a good structure to ensure that Old Iggy's weren't going to get to it first. But here's the throw at 40 metres out from the Wolves goal. That's the Old Iggy's nickname. And what are they? Throwing the ball is the call. Will be St. Peter's free. This is Ed Lockett, who finds a player in space. Something that Old Iggy's struggled to do clearing out of defence. St. Peter's were very good at locking it in their half of the field, but now Spock is showing how you slowly and methodically work it up the field, even if it means zigzagging a little bit. This is Tom Facey, who brings it across to Charlie Gibson. We're still at defensive 50. I'm not sure if today is really the day you want to bounce this football. And he was probably lucky to get away with that just being a boundary throw. That had football funnies written all over it.
Yeah, I see a lot of players reluctant to bend over anymore in wet conditions, so they try to show a consistent skill set that they can use anywhere, anytime, but not really sure if that was the right call there, and he probably didn't need to bounce either. He should have scanned out and picked the target, but nevertheless, it's thrown back in, misses both of the rucks, so it's going to come over the top. Old Iggy's quick to apply the tackling. Just on the edge of the centre square here. Bottom left quarter, to be exact, if you're watching from this perspective, same as us. Holding the ball is the call. Old Iggy's with an opportunity here. They weren't actually rewarded much with any free kicks, especially for holding the balls in that first term. So Thomas Ryan kicks further and he completely turns it over. Sam Langley for St. Peter's takes the intercept.
So Langley again has a player working hard to create the space. That was Brett Russell. So they've had a couple of link people just to clear it out of that. They'll bring it back in board. That one was a little bit riskier, but Ed Lockett stood tall in the contest. Probably had a little bit height advantage over, I think that's Austin Horner, that attacker, whatever you want to call it, from Old Ignatians. So Peters, they're looking very methodical trying to show their skills in these conditions. Some series of hand passes. Harry Cudmore. Now back to Nick Michaels. We're inside the 50 arc. In front of a gathering. Well, that's where the Saints fans have ended up. Yep. They haven't changed ends, folks. It's not a different set of fans. It's the same ones you saw before. Holding Nations got themselves in trouble, but did well to get out of it. Back to Ryan. His last kick was a shocker. This time he goes with the hand pass, puts his teammate into a whole world of pain. And it's going to end up being a throw-up. Okay.
Oh, indecisive.
That was a very quick whistle for a throw-up. I thought maybe he gave it free and realised it wasn't there and thought, I'll just throw it up and take my losses.
See if St. Peter's can keep it on this forward half, or if Old Iggy's can finally hit the scoreboard. They've now gone 26 and a half minutes worth of game time. Without doing so, they wouldn't want to go over half an hour without kicking a score of any kind. He went half an hour without a goal in the C1 final. This ball's been smothered, so now he had to come in with the late compensation effort, Tom Dorr, but he's actually given away a free kick because he got his kick smothered and then he got his man high, so a bit of a rushed effort.
Take your pick.
Comes further. That was Kirchner with the kick going forward. Just socket off the deck here from Old Iggy's. A very counterproductive soccer because it barely advanced any ground. It's come back into the arc for St. Peter's, but Old Iggy's have enough numbers to work with, although that type of kick has put his man under a lot of pressure. Jasper Davies wouldn't be too comfortable working around those conditions when you put yourself tight on the line and you got an opponent to fend off to.
He did that well, though. He tunnel balled it firstly and he just kept it out of reach. Did want to send a cheerio to our officials today. The field umpires, Liam Binning and Robert Cade. On the boundary, Eli Courtney and Luke Simpson, and waving the flags, Ethan Scarman and James Turner. Congratulations to them on their grand final appointments.
Free kick coming in here.
Yeah, it looks to be Holding Nations who will try and work it methodically. That's at least step one. Got into a pretty good spot now where they've got both sides of the ground to work with if they want. This is Nathaniel Swan who picks up a teammate. And I reckon, can't guess at that number. You need to see it for about 2 seconds for the white to just lift itself out from the rest of the colours. But around the body we go. St. Peter's, the big man's got to go down and get it. He says, no, I'll just bump into the player instead. That was actually well done by Lockett. He bumped the player, sockled it onto the Mosquito fleet. St. Peter's were about to run away with it with Patrick Fahey. They've still got a decent chance here. Biddle's got it now. Whistle's gone. And in front of the Old Ignatian supporters group, which again I'm sure has grown in recent times.
Ooh,
it's very McGill.
Very sympathetic to the Cooper bar.
Yeah. Oh well. They've got the toilet and they've got all the facilities you could ever want in a football game.
Yeah. And they took the ambition of picking a place on the far side too. In the meantime, St. Peter's have also picked out something really nice, and that is a productive forward target. Just trying to get a look at exactly who's taking the kick here. I think it might be Nick Michaels. He throws the grass up just to get a read of that win. It has died down just a little bit. He'll start his run up from within the arc and kick from, well, just a little closer. And that one's all good to go. 26 points, fourth goal of the game for St. Peter's. We went 7.5 minutes without one, but unsurprisingly, it's the Saints who have hit first.
Well, I'm glad that Michaels has got the goal. He is the leading goal scorer for St. Peter's Old Collegians with 47. Make that now 48. Including, he kicked 6 goals on 3 occasions, 2 versus Rocks, 2 against Payneham Norwood Union this season. And glad to see that, because he's been very busy as a forward and part of getting those frees early that really set the tone. So 26-point margin. We're now at the point of Old Iggy's really have to get the next one. I just can't see today being a day of 5-goal comebacks. Even though plenty of time, and that windsock just blowing left to right with no great system to it, just very strong across the ground. It's going to be a St. Peter's free, not give it back. It's a... Oh, jeez. That was interesting because I actually thought the umpire might have signalled the wrong way. But anyway, Stafford has it. Quick kick inside 50. Oh, and it lands. The man in front, Brett Russell. So all their leading goal scorers getting into it. Scott Biddle's kicked 22 for the season. He's third. Nick Michaels, 47. He's kicked 1. And Brett Russell's kicked 30 for the season, including 6 against Glenunga in round 2. Now he gets his shot. Right now it's 4-2-26 to no score. Comes in, and that one's going to miss rather badly. So the score at the moment on the Sportal scoreboard, which might need an update, is 4-3-27. Old Ignatians, don't worry. You haven't had to do any work for them so far.
Yeah, well, they'll want to look to do work for themselves right now. This next passage could be very determining. Oh, missed the intended target. In fact, out there running with the ponytail. It was very short, but just wasn't able to get a read of the ball. Spills out to the far wing. Players looking at the umpires, and the umpire delaying the whistle, but he's reluctant to pay anything favouring one team or the other. He's happy with the ball up as it is. 10 1/4 minutes gone. Tap out from Old Iggy's. They haven't been getting many clearances. Surely that be an area for improvement for the coaches to take note of. On this occasion, players bumped out of the way. Bit of collision. Oh, and a clever hand-on, which will lead to come out of the other end, but just another minor score. Alec Kudra missing a pretty golden opportunity there.
And our Phantom number 9 setting up the assist there. So Spock have had a couple of chances to put this game beyond all doubt. It is 28-0. We do apologise for our score bug just at the moment. We just need to give it a kick and reset it. But yeah, a couple of chances I reckon to put this beyond doubt. Couldn't do it. But it's still at Spock's end. Although nice heavy tackle. One of their better ones. The Old Iggy's fans in the background, incredulous that wasn't holding the ball. They just want something to go right because not much has so far. Great pickup by Stafford to keep that alive. Through some hands. They get it on. The shot on goal is going to bounce through by Will Irwin, who's got 3 for the day. Oh, hang on. Hold the phone. Old Iggy's are saying it touched. Goal umpire said, no, did it. That's a goal.
Second time that's happened this game.
Will Irwin has 3. You could probably give about 3 others that had an assist in that.
So the scoreboard in actuality right now would read 5 goals for 34 to no score for Old Iggy's.
Yeah. And St. Peter's have shown it's just as easy to score down the parade end as it is to score down the northern end, so the Beulah Road end.
So
basically it's easy to score whatever end they're kicking to.
Yeah, 34-0. Old Iggy's. You'd think that they'd be desperate to change that, but losing the next centre clearance shows that they might not have the intent. Can they rebound here? Oh, massive collision off the ball. The umpire hasn't thought anything of it. Old Iggy's player is very slow to get up. A whistle comes in. They will retain possession.
Tom Washer got cleaned up. He's up though, thankfully.
Tom Dorr goes further, doesn't hit a target. St. Peter's trying to use some hand pass ability to get out of trouble, but they might be caught with hands in the cookie jar here, and a bit of push and shove just to go along with it. They don't want to concede anything extra. Umpire just trying to settle the situation, but there's quite a bit of beef in it. No 50-metre penalty and no reversal. It'll be the same kick as initially planned, but it's gone to a 3-on-1. Probably not the best option for the forwards. Here's a dribble goal coming right up. Beautiful outside action from Danny Ochia. Peter Dantiocha.
Dan Tokyo, I've been told. And she did it holding day. That's a goal that just came out of him. Look at the replay here. Beautiful pick up. I mean, that's class. That's A-grade level. The pick up and the grubber kick. And boy, oh boy, so maybe they're fired up. That hit on Tom Washer, which then led to some scuffles by the boundary, has woken the Wolves from their hibernation, and they've got the first goal on the board. Well, they are one straight 6. 5-4-34 Sport or scoreboard.
At the very least, they got their first goal in style. That's what matters most.
Quality, if not quantity.
Normally, it's quantity over quality
is more
in
important in a
the
grand
scheme
final.
of the scoreboards, probably in a grand final, but everybody lives for those highlights, and that'll certainly go down as one of the more notable from this game so far. St. Peter's take it to the outside. They want an instant response. Proudman's kick goes a little wayward. It's shaky. Spills over the boundary line.
Yep. So what are we now? 14 minutes in. 28 points. I think if they keep it under 30 is what they got to do. Which means they've still got to get the next one. And, beautiful footwork, Socceroo style. And in the end, a big pack descends on the 50-metre arc. Still a strong breeze here, folks. That windsock blowing perpendicular towards the townhouses on the wing. So it'll be something for both Port Districts and Prince Alfred to contend with as there's a turnover. Kick smothered. I think they should try to get it clear. They finally have it through some space now. This will be Horner. His kick left a little bit to be desired. It's been reasonably easy for Spock to clear up today. That was Gus Hazeman, who not only picked it up, also pinpointed Michaels, who's probably one of the best. Number 9 is James Higgins, thank you. Not 6, 9. You were right. He said the 6 had got turned around to 9, or maybe I got it turned around. Who knows?
And they got it upside down.
I got it upside down, maybe. So you can see some work there on the bench. Rodriguez, the tape is out. Now let's see if they can put something together here with this use of the ball.
Ooh.
They tried hard. It's not the most beautiful football, but it is an Holding Nations free.
Bit of a harsh call there on Sam Potter, and that's an even rougher kick.
Yeah, some might say that was a bit of justice. Isaac Ryan kick. No dice there.
Tom Facey. It's just chipped off to the side. Sam Langley with ball in hand, working from the left back pocket. Massive journey to go from here to get to the goals. And all of a sudden, Old Diggies are starting to win some of the territory back.
Yep.
They enter again here, but it's a very undercooked kick, to say the least. Spoiled back from the second attempt at hitting a pack, but then another mid-air kick. And another one that's gone wayward. Old Iggy saving it up on the far wing. Looked as though the man stepped off the mark there. Wanted to go to the corridor. Instead he'll go with another long bomb down the line. Here's the ruck coming into play, and taking a very important mark there is Big Tim Big.
Tim Big, you wouldn't read about it, would you? Kicked 6 goals. He's played 15 games in the Bs, 3 in the Cs this year. Just outside 50. To the top of the square, off hands, and will go out of bounds. Will be a throw in. Right in front of the video screen. They've got him permanently at the parade. Certainly a popular ground. Dates back, would you believe, to 1901. Not too many sporting facilities on the planet go that far back. They've seen a range of sports during its time. Of course, home of the Redlegs. And if you think... I'm glad we're getting the games done today, Indy, because I reckon tomorrow night will be the after party for the Sandford Grand Final when Norwood play North. Not sure what state the ground will be in after that.
It'd be very interesting. Coming out with the kick in. Going past everyone, but then landing with Tom Washer. He rushes another entry. Some clever handwork there might keep them alive in this instance. Here's Peter going forward again. Hits the hot spot, but no one comes out with the mark. St. Peter's trying to get it out of trouble here. They find a lone man on the far wing. This could work to advantage. Russell goes further with Nick Michaels, who's played a good game so far. He goes over the top, hits Ben McGill. He goes further. They've made beautiful space. They just spread the ground out beautifully. Scott Biddle now with a set shot. Low percentage, so he might not feel 100% confident. In fact, he tried to go one further, but ended up getting spoiled over the line by Old Iggy's. Probably not the best result to come out of that, because the passage of play leading up to it was really good.
Yep, in front of some fans, which they'll enjoy, of course. A lot of play on the outer side, which is not covered.
In the meantime, next stoppage stops. St. Peter's.
Yes.
Desperate to get it off turf and take a ping at it. They do. Very quick clean-up and very kick goal. Just trying to get a look at exactly who kicked that one. I believe it might have been Jake Stafford, but we're going to take another look on the replay. It was a very quick pickup, and it seemed like there was a lot of fumbling. No, it wasn't Stafford. It was actually Nick Michaels, the man who we were talking about only a few moments ago. He has been one of the best players on ground so far in this grand final, you'd have to say.
Yep. He's 2-2 now. 49 goals for the season. Nice little steady is probably a little bit unfair. But Ogden's were starting to win their share of battles. But as you can see, Spock, the way they worked it down the ground was really well done. Their transition was excellent. And then they held it into eventually their weight of numbers. They got the shot. And Michael's stat was true. So they have absolutely dominated. I think that was Higgins with the clearance. I think he's just struggling to pick it up and get some free time. So Peters are on their case at the moment, albeit crudely. And that's William McCarthy who's earned a free. Quick movement, there's a free player on the outer side. He'll zig back in, head for the 50-metre arc. Kick missed the target. And again, at this big, Yep. This time does what Ruckman usually do and passes it to Ryan. They move it around the edge of the centre square into 50, and I'm struggling to find a blue, red and gold jumper with that kick. Opportunity wasted there. And unfortunately, there's only going to be 50 seconds left. So let's see if Saints can hold him out. Iggy's get one more shot with it. Throw is the call. Look to be against Hodges.
So kill off the rest of the clock here would probably be the plan for Kirchner. He keeps it to the near wing. It bounces awkwardly, but there's a whistle. It'll stay in their possession, and this would be really damaging if they kick another goal.
Michaels was off saying, pay advantage, pay advantage.
Russell. On the left, 10 seconds to go. Probably last roll of the dice for the half. The Crummers are there. A snap around the body, not so great from Patrick Fahy. And that will do us the end of the first half. 7 points to 40. 1 goals 1 to 6 goals 4. St. Peter's made a super strong statement in that first half and were as good as they could have been to be on their way to a Div 1 Reserves Grand Final. We're going to We're
going to go and do an interview that we have recorded with Nathan Grimer.
I think honestly the two best teams are in it, and it'll be an absolutely cracking game here at the parade. You've got PAC that have been there and done it last year, so this will be, another big game that they deserve to be in. And from a Port point of view, they're playing for the whole community. They haven't won a Div 1 flag, I think, for some 20 odd years potentially, I think I heard, and they've recruited some great experience, the Grey Boys, Smush, Benny Millman, to go into a really good established team already. I think you lean on those guys that have played higher level or in big games, and to just calm the nerves of probably the younger guys. But with both teams, I was doing a quick look this morning. Port have used around about 30 guys. I think PAC have only used around 35. Most of those younger guys that will be in their first grand final are around some established guys that should be able to calm their nerves and settle them down. Both teams are the two best defensive teams points against in the league, and you'll find nearly every team that wins a grand final at local footy, you'll have to be in those top one or two. Both go at about 58 points against. 10 or 12 goals probably wins the game. You're going to have to defend like you've never defended before. The risk, I guess, when I look at, say, the Port model is they go at about 73 points a game, and that should be enough to win it. But the thing I will say about PAC, they can kick them in a flurry. If PAC get going and get their tails up and get going at stoppage, got a really good young ruckman in Neil who just jumps in all day. Obviously you got Trengove and Jolly and Pitt, McNamara on the wing, Wildman. If you let those guys get going for 15, 20 minutes, that might be enough in the game. But you look at Port's year this year, their team defence, smush behind the ball, Benny Millman, they set up an awesome team defence. They get their mids back to help. It's going to be what team takes their opportunities in front of goal, I believe, because it's that tight. Looking at the ground here and having coached and played on this ground, everyone thinks Parade's a small ground and you can really bottle it up, but you've got a lot of width to work in, and I think the way both teams move the footy, unless it's a torrential downpour, I think both teams would still be inclined to play their way and move the ball. If it goes into a long kick down the line game because of the weather, well, when you got Pearce and Shepherd ahead of the ball, I think that gives Port an edge. But all finals are generally low scoring. They're all contested footy. They tackle, and both these teams do it exceptionally well without favouring one or the other. I just think the year that Port have had from round one, they torched us in round one. They've been the best defensive team. They've had the most continuity of their team. If they're ever going to win one, it's tomorrow. They're well coached, got a great group of leaders in there. But geez, if PAC get going, I don't know, I saw it firsthand the other week. It would be a great game. Unfortunately, I can't be here because I've got another commitment, but it's a game I'd actually love to watch because, as I said, I respect both the teams and both the coaches so much.
Welcome to Norwood Oval, and we got the game of the year. We got the A1 Grand Final. Prince Alfred against Port Districts. I've got the opportunity now, half time it is in the reserves game. I've got Josh Ramsey from Port District. Josh, how are you, matey?
Going well, Lambo. Thanks for inviting me on.
No worries, mate. Honestly, it's been a fantastic year. Your first year coaching, the team's fit. You won the second semi, you've had a week off. You're at the big dance, mate. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The players have been outstanding since we started back in early December, and a year where we thought I was new and the footy department was new, and there were a couple of recruits come through. You sort of implement a game plan, and the way the boys have taken that on and then run with it in the second half of the year in particular. And I thought probably our best game for the year was that semi-final, and now the opportunity for the players to perform again on the biggest stage of all.
You're right, mate. And what I've noticed seeing all your games this year, you're fit, you drilled well. But you know what? It's all about the boys today too. You only can do so much, Josh. You're there, you praise them, you give them a speech before the game, quarter time. It's really deep down how much they want it. I think it's been 30 years since an A-grade grand final win. Is that correct?
Yeah, Division 1 was 30 years ago. I think they did win Div 2 early 90s.
Yep.
And that's what I just said to the boys then. We just had a quick team meeting, and this 22 is the opportunity there now to create a bit of their own history at a footy club that hasn't had success now for, as we speak, about 30 years in Div 1 and 20 odd in terms of any. So
you're right, mate. Mate, from behalf of Dartfish and Adelaide Footy League, you've been fantastic all year. You've always been approachable. Yeah. First year, mate, coaching. You just told me before your daughter won the netball grand final, so that could be an omen for the start of a great day for Port Districts. From behalf of everyone, mate, fantastic, and all the best today, matey.
Thanks very much, Lambo. I appreciate the team and all the support you've given our footy club, but also the league, and you do an outstanding job.
No worries, mate. Hopefully I'm in your rooms after the game, mate.
So do I.
Thanks so much for Lambo, and thanks so much to Josh Ramsey as well, who's had a huge impact on Port District, a team that was in a little bit of no man's land for about, I think, the previous 6 or 7 seasons. They were 5th, 6th or 7th. They might make a final but get knocked out quick, or they weren't premiership contenders, they weren't relegation threats, just bubbling along, but this year taking them, and I don't know what you saw of their game a couple of weeks ago, Indy, but they are in prime position. You know, the minor premiers, number one defence, and walloping Goodwood Saints. The only thing is they haven't seen Prince Alfred for some time.
Yeah, I was tagging the statistics for all the Goodwood games as final series, and I definitely noticed Port District were just elite level in that semi-final in particular, were able to defend super well. But Prince Alfred also tore the Saints a new one last weekend, so it should be a pretty close matchup. I reckon both teams have proven a lot of similar strengths, and Sam Gray and Jack Trangrove, former AFL teammates, will be coming up against each other later on today, Phil.
So you're going to leave us fairly shortly because the great Sean Jacko Jackson has turned up and he wants your seat. But before he takes that from you, prediction and thought for how you think the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final will pan out?
Probably the heart says Port District will break the drought. The brain is a little bit 50-50, but I still think I'll tip Port District's way. They've had the extra week off, and I reckon they've had a very good midfield mix and a number one defence.
Yeah, that number one defence gets me. The number of times that I've been suckered in over the years by a team that attacks well, and then you find into the day the team that defends the best gets up for mine. But it's going to be a crackerjack because they're actually the number one and number two ranked defences in the competition, so they both can defend. Prince Alfred maybe with a bit more star power. Although the Princes have some of, Port District, those three Gaffneys and the Greys, certainly gives them something to rely on. Whilst we've got a break, just waiting for Craig Pitt to make himself available. Probably a good time to thank the sponsors that have been part of our coverage all year. They include the Banner Crew, Buddy Bet, Sip and Save, Wakefield Sports Clinic, Sportal Police Credit Union, O'Connell Meat Central Market, Simon Black Academy, Roll the Dice Racing, Archie's Footwear, New Balance, Powerade, Dartfish, Sports Interactive, CMAX Clinical Research, and the Moseley Bar and Kitchen. I always feel so relieved when I get to the Moseley Bar and Kitchen after a long sponsors read, and I look forward to going there after a long footy season. Indy, just about to wrap up your time with us for 2022. Firstly, thank you so much for your contribution. Rookie year, what's been your highlight?
Well, it's hard to tell exactly what my highlight was, but I probably reckon a couple of weeks ago I really enjoyed calling that St. Peter's and Prince Alfred elimination final. A lot of the Adelaide Footy League work's been nice. I did a game with Jeff Pistols last weekend, and any of the stuff we do with Tony Neal is always a privilege. So I've been very fortunate this year to be privileged with a lot of the opportunities of working with some of the best in the business, such as you, Jeff Pistola, Tony Neal, some really great names to thank, and I've just enjoyed the very large collective experience. I hope to be doing more Community League commentary in the coming years.
I reckon Tony, Pistols and myself, that is a very wide and diverse experience. So Indy, thank you so much for that. We are at half time of the Division 1, the Buddy Bet Division 1 Reserves Grand Final. At the moment you can see both teams. It's a coach's huddle at the moment, which is great, except we really want the coach to chat to, so we're just ad-libbing as we speak. Don't forget, during the week we'll have the weekly wrap thanks to CMAX Clinical Research. That'll be out hopefully tomorrow, depending on how we recover from the game. Between the Post is going to have a post-grand final extravaganza, or so I'm told, Jacko. Between the Post and extravaganza. Yes. And Jacko just nods his head and says yes. Always a good the debrief show. And of course the Adelaide Footy League Facebook page. So Prince Alfred have broken their huddle, as you can see. St. Peter's are coming out. We're going to have a very, very quick coach's interview, I suspect, or else Lambo and Craig Pitt might need to take some players' insurance. So St. Peter's, yeah, they'll be fired up. No sign of old Ignatians at this point. Let's go down to our very patient banter rider, Craig Lambert.
Thanks, Phil. We're here at half time in the reserves game, and we've got Craig here from Prince Alfred, the coach, mate. Congratulations first for getting in. Back to back. How's the nerves?
Not too bad at the moment. I think there's just control what you can control, and we're not actually playing yet, so maybe just before the game get a little bit nervous and a bit anxious about getting out there and just starting, I think, and once it gets going you sort of forget about that and you're in game mode, and I'm probably lucky enough I've played a few games now that I'm sort of used to it, but yeah, it's just great to be back here.
Excellent. Average first half of the year, come home like anything. The second half's been terrific, and your finals form has been really good. And last week, what I loved about your game is how you finished off after half time. Different oval day, different conditions today. Boys trained pretty well. Just talk to me a little bit about the week and any changes to the team.
Yeah, no changes to the team, which is great. We've been the same all the way through the final series, which is an amazing effort from the boys to keep themselves fit and ready to go. So no changes, and the week was just another week. Really, we don't like to change things up too much. At the end of the day, it's just another footy game. Nobody turns into superheroes out here. We all have the same ability as we did the week before, pretty much. So we're just going to bring our best game, and hopefully that's good enough.
I think what's a positive for you, playing coach. So you're out there, you know the feel. You can give directions out there compared to Port Districts. So that's a real big plus. Also, what's a big plus? Your on-ballers have been playing some good footy too of late, and it's going to be contested footy today with these conditions, and also Port District's on-ballers aren't too bad either.
No, that's why we're both here, really, isn't it? Like, both teams are fantastic, and they've obviously had a really good year finishing top. I think we're a game or two clear top as well. So, no, we've been coming into good form in the second half of the year, definitely, and we learned a lot in the first half, and I think that built us into the second half. So, yeah, hopefully it's got us ready to go for today, and this is the pinnacle of it all now, I guess.
It is, mate. All the best, back to back. It's all on today. You only can do what you can do as a coach. It's up to the players now how much they want. From behalf of Dartfish and Adelaide Footy League, mate, you've always given us time this year, and all the best today, mate. We really appreciate it, mate.
Once again, thank you guys for looking after the league. It's been fantastic, and hopefully we speak after the game again.
I'll be in the rooms, hopefully, okay?
Yes, let's hope so.
Thanks, Craig. All the best, mate.
All the best. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Phil, back to you and the commentary team up there, and thanks very much for Craig and Josh. That was excellent work.
Yes, indeed. We do thank Craig Pitt and Josh Ramsey for taking time out of half-time. Now the nerves will start. The Port Districts players in front of us are just waiting for access to the change rooms. The countdown begins in earnest for them, the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final. Joining me, Phil Herndon, now in the booth. We thank Andy Rogers for his work doing the first half this morning. But he's all fired up and ready to go. Grand Final day. He's been in plenty of them and won a fair few of them. Sean Jacko Jackson. Welcome, Jacko. How are you?
I'm good. I think I'm a bit better than you are, Phil. You sound horrible. You okay?
I'm not 100%, but you got to get up for Grand Final day, don't you?
Yeah. Well,
until the doc says you can't play, you got to be here.
Well, I tell you what, you've made me feel so much better because I've been struggling a little bit with a sore throat and tickly tonsils the last couple of days, but I come here and see you and gee whiz, I feel like I've got nothing to complain about. But anyway, let's move on. Cracking promises to be a great game. Nothing separating the sides all year. As I left home, it was bucketing down in the western suburbs. So rolled up here, no rain since I've been here. The ground doesn't look too bad. I mean, there's not a lot of grass on it, but there's not a lot of mud
better
either.
Than I thought it would be. I thought there'd be some really deep, boggy patches. There's the odd bit of mud here or there, but nothing. It's just a well-worn footy ground.
Yeah, well, it's definitely worn. The patches between the grass are getting bigger and bigger.
Even Wimbledon on the final day of the tournament doesn't look that crash on.
That's true. This is music. We're going to put up with this music all day. What's the go there?
Oh, mate, it's a big game. You get the PA music. I'm sure they'll stop it shortly. So we're in the second half. They haven't seen much of the first half, Jacko, so we'll fill you in as we go along. We're going to do this really interesting mix of giving you due respectful coverage of the B grade, the Buddy Bet Division 1 reserves, and leading towards a discussion about the league coming up in 1.25 hours. So we've got a bit of time to chew the fat, Jacko, but it is pretty much, in a nutshell, been one-way traffic. St. Peter's. Old Iggy scored just the one goal, and it has been all St. Peter's as they'll get the clearance.
Yeah, I bumped into Michael Pym, who's a a father of a couple of the St Peter's boys as I walked in the ground. He told me they were 6 goals up at half time. Well, it's 5, so he exaggerated a little bit.
5.5.
But haven't beaten Iggy's all year, he said. Iggy's
Yes.
been the side. And then he said to me the C grade was the same. The side that was expected to win, which was Goodwood Saints, didn't win. So who won the C grade?
It was Prince Alfred who won the C grade reasonably easily. Goodwood Saints only scored the 2 goals. They were both in the final quarter, but it was 1-0 at half time or so, I've been told. So I'm probably glad I wasn't calling that one. That was, of course, Ned and Indy covering that. There's a hard tackle. Umpire said play on. Thankfully, in that case, the player tackle got out. It is a good mark. Charlie Kirchner's taken it. Well, I think St Peter's did very well kicking this way. Whilst we're just lining up, Jacko, what's your thought about wind today?
Wind?
Yeah.
Well, there is a sock
there's
here.
lots of it.
There is a sock here, and it looks like it is going maybe slightly to the southern end, so a northerly. But we've still got another hour or so before the main game
to
kicks
change
off.
Over. Was it clearing showers today, I think, and building showers tomorrow?
Right, okay. Not sure how you define that, but Charlie Kirshner will give us an opportunity to have a look. Off the boot, that is just pulled to the left-hand side. And
they need feet to do that, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it's just the one scoreboard working here today. On game day, I believe the SNFL, though, still use both scoreboards, which I'm not sure.
Just in case the electronic one breaks down.
That's right. So we're not going to call this game ball by ball. Phil, are we?
Well, mate, we'll have a chat. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll try and call the goals, but at the moment it's so one-sided with St Peter's. Again, they're doing all of the attacking, and another clunk taken inside 50.
Yeah, not sure who the conditions favour today in the senior game. Phil, I actually had someone ask me that yesterday, and I said, well, if it was Goodwood Saints playing, I would say that these conditions probably favour Goodwood Saints, but between Port Districts and Princes, I don't see the conditions, whatever they got dished out, being favoured to any one particular side. So that's the beauty of it. Both games this year have been relatively close. Of course, almost the best game of the year was the last time we called these two sides playing, where Jack Gaffney kicked a goal in the last 20 seconds to pinch the game back in their favour. So,
well, Port had led most of the day. Princes thought they'd pitched it about 2.5 minutes out.
Yeah.
And then Jack Gaffney pitched it about 30 seconds out. So you're right, of all the games, look, was it the prettiest game? No. Was it the highest scoring game? No. And I'm not expecting, I reckon the first team to score 9 goals is going to win the battle today. The top 2 defences on a narrow ground. And look, it's not boggy conditions. Slippery, maybe.
Yeah, someone also asked me about the big margin to Princes in the end last week, and I think the thing you have to bear in mind is that once the game is won in a final, that's quite often why you'll see scores blow out, because it's very hard to stay motivated when you know the game is lost. Just that extra effort, and I think that's what happened in the end. But we had a cracking game for a quarter and a half, perhaps, last week.
It was 10 points going into the start of the final quarter.
Right.
And then Princes kicked 2 goals in the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And you knew right then, even though, 22 points is gettable, it wasn't going to be gettable.
Yeah. Yeah, no, looking forward to this one, Phil, I must say. I'm going to go with the Wharfies. Yourself?
Oh, I'm with you. I'm Port District, a part of the Woodville West Torrens Eagles family now, so a club that I worked for. I spent some time working with some people at Port District. It struck me as a exceptionally professional club when it came to their juniors.
Yeah.
And they're starting to see quite a few of those that have come through either the Magpies or the Eagles systems and now returning, which is great to see quite a few of the Gaffneys and the Greys.
Well, if you look through the Port District side, you'll see that there is a strong Woodville West Torrens connection. Dale Pearce certainly played his juniors, under 18s and some reserves footy there. Jack Gaffney probably played the most, I think, maybe 60 or 80 games of SANFL footy, league footy I'm talking about. Tom Gray played some league footy at Woodville West Torrens. Trent Heffernan obviously spent some time at Port Magpies. Who else have we got there? Zach Hawkins spent some time at Port Magpies. Mitch Gaffney was also at Woodville West Torrens. Tommy Corcoran was at Port Adelaide.
And yes, and he was as early as much as this season.
Yeah.
Playing for as a contracted top-up player.
Cooper Gaffney obviously played at Woodville West Torrens.
Yep.
Tom Smush, you mentioned. Sean Davidson was at Port. Sam McKay spent some time in the Eagles under 18s as well. So yeah, you're right. There's quite a strong Woodville West Torrens connection there now.
And I think there was about 4 Eagles won the under-16 Sandford Grand Final last night, and there was about 4 Port District players in that. So good to see that trends continuing. Historically, Port Districts were as Semaphore Central were the actual reserve side for Port Adelaide Footy Club.
Yeah.
Back in the early 1900s, till the league said no, you don't adopt a club, you've got to actually have your own, and then Semaphore Central's joined this competition. So they've always had a really big part to play in that Sandford link up, be it Port or at the Eagles. Princes, of course, it's a different setup when you're in the college. A lot of those kids, I guess they go to college, sometimes on a footy scholarship, hoping it'll lead to bright pickings in the AFL, and if that doesn't work out, then you still maybe get to play with your mates at the Adelaide Footy League.
Well, I'll share a funny story with you, Phil. Greg Anderson obviously played at Port Magpies, Crows and Essendon. His father, Wally, used to live across the road from me.
Okay.
And he told me a story one day. Wally coached Rosewater back in the day when they were an A1 side, and I think also played at semi-centrals. And he told me a story that he was in the reserves at Port Magpies and hadn't played a lot of footy, but they were in the grand final.
Okay.
And he was expecting someone to pick him up. I can't remember whether it was the coach or someone else, and he waited out on the road for the ride. It never turned up.
Oh dear.
So he waited, and in the end he had to catch a bus, and he got there at half time of the game. Never actually got on the ground at all.
Okay.
So he missed out on his chance to play in the grand final with the Port Magpies.
Going forward here was Kudger. It's in the goal square for St. Peter's. They're a goal or two away from sealing the deal. The snap on this occasion is awry. I don't think it's going to make a big difference. The margin out to 36 points in the reserves. That sounds like some of my nightmares. I don't know if you have it, but I'll be commentating for a while. I always have the nightmare of turning up to a game totally and utterly unprepared.
Right. I can't imagine that ever happening, Phil. As Saints go forward again. This ball's been marked by Nick Michaels.
He's on 49 goals for the season, their leading goal scorers. Kicked 2 goals, 3 today.
Right.
And this might, he's given it off.
Unselfish.
There we go.
And very unusual in this day and age, because that kick there would be kicked by most young kids today with a snap or a check side or a banana or whatever you want to call. We saw Tyson Stengel last night in the same colours kick a couple of cracking goals around his body.
Spent more time practising that than the 35-metre shot straight in front. Patrick Fahey has it about 30 metres, 45-degree angle. He's missed it, and the margin stretches out to 37. Yeah, so grand finals do funny things. I noticed that, for example, Port Districts, they had their team sheet that you showed me, and they changed the turn-up time to about half an hour earlier than normal. And I actually understand why. How did you go for a car park today?
Parked illegally, Phil.
Okay.
But figured that our boss has more money than he knows what to do with, and if I get a ticket, I'll pass it on to him.
Yeah, I'm about that much illegally, so maybe a foot. There's a bit of a party down St. Peter's. That supporters group behind the goal is growing every time I look at it. Just waiting for the final dagger, really, and I think this might be it. Jake Stafford, who's kicked 20 goals, including 4 against Teaching Gully this year. Comes in. And that's 3 misses in a row.
I think we'll see a little bit of that today, Phil, because it's a little bit slippery underfoot in a few of those areas, just 30, 40 metres out, and he looks a bit disappointed with himself there. At this stage, I think the ground will hold up okay. I don't think there's too many problems with that, but I think we will see a little bit of guys losing their feet at times today. So footwear, or bootwear in particular, really important today. And I think the umpire there, I thought he wanted to give 25 metres and then perhaps overruled, but doesn't matter because Anthony Cure won the free kick.
I mean, today, this ground to me probably suits both two very disciplined sides. I mean, I had questions on Port District until we saw them 2 weeks ago, and they answered all my questions. If they could put in a similar effort, they'll walk away with that premiership. As Holding, he's trying to go forward but run out of bounds.
Good to see the Italian stallion back with us today. The producer Alejandro Pientandose.
Yep.
Barking orders at me already. I got the coronavirus on one side.
Yep.
I got the Italian stallion on the other.
Corona 21.
I believe we may be catching up with the CEO of the league at half time of the A grade today for a quick chat.
Would need to be a quick chat.
Function room being used, the Wolf Blast room, perfect venue for watching footy, and that's where the official function is being held today. So there'll be a few freeloaders in there rolling out at about 5 o'clock, Phil.
So why aren't we broadcasting from there today?
Yes, exactly right.
Yeah, they've been ill-disciplined a couple of times, Old Ignatians. They've given St. Peter's forwards some easier shots on goal than others would get. But that was well done to step into the gap. And I tell you what, working out the numbers, Jacko, is no easier for their B side than it's been for their A's through this season.
Working out the numbers?
Working out the numbers.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's just flashes before your eyes and nothing.
Old Ignatius,
yeah.
Guernsey designer needs to be taken to task because
just a flat panel at the back, please.
Yeah, very, very difficult to read.
Or we won't call any players. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it makes our job easier because we only have to call one side. I see Craig Lambert, our boundary rider, there on the sidelines with some hot chips. He wouldn't have paid for them, no doubt. He would have.
There it is.
That's the nail, Phil. You're calling it.
That's it. Scott Biddle, he kicked the first goal, has got his second. Saints have got, I think that's their 7th, and that should be all she wrote. It'll be a fair trip back to Athelston from here. Yep, all good. So what's been your highlight for the year, Jacko? Besides taking we sent you on some great assignments.
Fiji and Bali. They were my highlights.
Far out. What does Tony get? He gets outback somewhere in Whyalla. So
let's hope he doesn't come back, Phil.
You and Tony. What do you got planned for your grand final show next week? Have you thought about it much?
Well, we've got the mark and the goal of the year to announce.
Yep.
There's a little whisper that they want us to do the show from the Rosemont, is that what it's called, on Hindley Street?
Oh, okay.
Obviously one of Luke Donaldson's pubs. I'm not sure who's coming in at this stage, but as an Old Ignatius player, holding his hand, making his way to the pine, I think he'd be okay in the end, but he looked a little distressed initially. Good game last night, Phil. Geelong. It's good to see the side that's been dominant for most of the year win and not fail at finals time. And boy, how good was Patrick Dangerfield early in the game?
Yeah, I mean, those preliminary finals really define a season, don't they? You know, if you, like Geelong did everything right, finished top, beat Collingwood. You know, if they'd have fallen just one loss, and it would have been a failure of a season.
Yeah.
Who have you got tonight?
It's a tough one to pick. I really love what Craig McRae's done at Collingwood. In fact, it's to the point where...
What's making you a Collingwood fan, is he?
Almost. Collingwood, I've not been one of those people that hates Collingwood, but it's almost been like that. Certainly in Victoria, you either barrack for Collingwood or you hate them, a bit like Port Magpies here. But they say Craig McRae's nice attitude has turned a lot of haters their way. But in saying that, John Longmire has proven over the journey to be a fantastic coach, and it is in Sydney, so I'm going for Sydney. Yourself?
I think I'm a Swans man. I can remember 1991 Crows Cheer Squad inaugural year going to a game at Victoria Park.
Were you in the Crows inaugural cheer squad?
Yes. I was the leader of the Woodville cheer squad when Woodville had its final years, and I was on the committee of the Crows cheer squad. And we used to go to fascinating football grounds, very similar to this in some ways. Moorabbin, Windy Hill, Western Oval now, and Victoria Park was the creme de la creme because we got surrounded. Team lost by 21 goals. And the Collingwood fans got angry at us, so we did a police escort out of the ground. Like, heaven help if we'd have got within 10 goals, let alone one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they were heady days in the football world back in the early 90s, as you would well know.
Yeah, I sort of missed the suburban feel a little bit. It's particularly in Adelaide where, you know, any AFL game, 95% of the crowd is supporting the local team, so you don't get the normal interaction from two different supporter groups.
A rare inside 50 from, I think that was Britton Jones. St Peter's repelled pretty quickly as they've been doing all day. 16 and a half gone. Buddy Bet Division 1 Reserves Grand Final. There's St Peter's Old Collegians leading by 44 points.
Only one goal scored for the quarter at this stage, and that is to St Peter's, so it's very difficult to see Old Ignatians. And you asked me about the win before. It feels like here, where we are, the top of the grandstand, it has picked up a little bit. The windsock still suggests it is going almost straight across the ground, which won't bode well for Old Nations to be able to make a challenge in the last quarter, I think, there. Well, at 7 goals, plenty of time left. You'd still give yourselves a chance, but very, very slim chance, Phil.
22-minute flat quarters. And a three-quarter time will take you through the history of the clubs and how they, for Port District in Prince Alfred, how they got to Division 1.
Should talk about the Division 3 Reserves Grand Final last week.
Was that?
It was tied at full time.
Yes.
And then 5 minutes each way, still tied.
Yep.
5 minutes each way, still tied. And that is an absolute ripping goal and plays up to the crowd. Young Bray Russell. He couldn't have picked a better spot to kick what clearly would be the goal of the day, I would imagine.
Yep.
Right in front of his hometown school buddies.
Yeah, sport a replay coming up. We'll show the lead up here. Russell leading his opponent to the ball. Nice pick up right by the boundary.
I wonder if he's a left footer. Because if he's not, that's even better, that kick.
We'll have to see the next time he gets it. Yep, I think that was I called it a goal earlier, but I think
you're seeing it now.
Everybody got around it. Yes, we've got the ground in sunshine for a sec.
Yeah, we have, and it's interesting that the camera picking up a little bit on the far side. We can see a Port Districts in the middle of the arena group starting
the
to
outer
swell.
wheat crew.
The outer, and if you push further south from there, we can see what looks like Old Ignatians, I'd suggest.
They've been there since the start of the game.
Right, okay, and we've got the St Peter's behind the goal, so obvious question is, where are the Prince Alfred Old Collegian supporters?
Where was the corporate function?
In the you reckon they're all in there? Yes, you may be right.
Well, actually, some of them would have come down early for the C1s, and if you just joined us, I think it was 36-19 or something thereabouts that Prince Alfred won the C1, so perfect. Go and watch the Cs, go to the parade, have a nice lunch.
Yep.
Come back for the big one.
Well, that may be the case. I said we've got some opposition out the far side. Port District's cameraman with a camera rather than a video camera. Looks on a decent sized lens. Quite often see that fella at the Port Districts games. I had a note.
Yep, he's in shorts. He's a brave man.
Had a text message today actually from an old stalwart of the Port Districts Footy Club. If he's listening, probably not because he's on his way here. Nick Hales, I mentioned in the the post show during the week when we interviewed Craig, the president, that one man who would be ruining having left Port Districts this year to go and ply his trade in the Barossa is Nick Hales.
Yeah.
Been a terrific player for a long time. Well, It's funny who listens to the show, because I got a text message from him this morning saying, Jacko, it's Goose here, spot on call, left too early. See you at the game. So, it's hard sometimes to try and work out when to go and when to stay, and he'd be regretting that decision
Well, you've
now.
got to do a Tommy Bartlett, don't you? And just hang around in the season.
Well, he didn't play Seagrave.
He didn't play? Okay.
I got called up on that by Pity during the week. He said, no, we were at the winery and Mitch Wines. I should stop mentioning them because
they don't give us anything.
I've sponsored. I've called them often enough, and we still haven't received anything. But anyway, they were at a winery. Can't remember which one.
Okay.
A few sherbs in, and they got into Tommy's ear, and more particularly his wife's ear. And I think the plan was that he would play 4 games, but he played 6, I think, before the final. So that's how. But straight back into the A grade.
Yeah. Well, we saw one of his first games back against Goodwood. He looked right at home. He even got Arbini for his creative work around the goals, and going to need that today. Goals are not going to be easy to come by.
No, and that's what he does bring to the team, Tommy Bartlett. He brings a little bit of X factor. He can do things that others can't do. Keeps his feet extremely well as a one-take player, and his role will be really important if they're to win today's game.
He's pretty good at getting separation too. So Spot going forward, had the lead, just no mark. In the forward 50 pocket, this is the man, Michaels.
So he kicked the left foot goal a minute ago, yeah?
No, that was a Russell.
Oh, okay, yep.
This is Higgins, I think. If he turns around, he's got a 9 on his back. He has.
Good call, Phil.
And he'll put this.
The James Higgins? I have him down as a 6.
Yeah, no, that's why we had to check and find out.
Right, okay.
And right on 3/4 time, they didn't need it. But another dagger in the heart of Old Nations fans. It is 3/4 time here. Division 1 reserves Buddy Bet. We thank them for their sponsorship of the Adelaide Footy League. Whilst we got a break, thanks mate, as Port District in the black and white as expected, and Prince Alfred Old Collegians in the almost English rugby-esque all whites attire. Ahead, let's have a look at how these teams got here this year. Port District, well, look, more history than you can fit on a slide. But football started in Lefevre Peninsula about 1873. Semaphore Central 1898. They were the Port Reserves team until the Sandford or Saffel or whatever it was banned them. Joined the Aberdeen League in 1912, second oldest club. Now, I found this out thanks to Peter Gaffney a couple of weeks ago. They merged with Exeter in 1979, but they've adopted both histories in their premiership tally, which is a bit unusual. But the reason for that is that Exeter was a split from Semaphore Central.
Yes.
It was such a strong area, such a strong club. They had too many players, not enough spots, and so Exeter split away. And so, 18 total Division 1 premierships. That is the second most behind Adelaide Uni. Just the one at Div 1 level as Port District, that was 1992. And their last A-grade flag was 2007. So,
must mention that Peter Gaffney, who gave you that information, actually played
in that flag.
The 1992 premiership,
Yes.
30 years ago. It's funny how history works out. Now he has 3 sons playing today, so remarkable. As you see the St Peter's crew making their way onto the oval to get to the 3/4 time huddle. I reckon the 3/4 time address will be finished by the time they get out there, Phil.
Well, I think part of the trick is they didn't want to walk. They walked around the back last time, and some are, but then they've got to get past the Port District's fans and the Old Nations fans. But anyway, Port District, recent years, I've mentioned this a fair bit. A little bit of a no man's land, 5th, 6th or 7th, and then a huge jump this year. 14-5 is their record. And Josh Ramsey has made a big difference as their coach.
Yeah, he's certainly
a couple of decent recruits.
I was going to say Josh Ramsey and the recruiting officer, if they are the same, have certainly done an exceptional job this year. They picked up, the 2 Gray brothers, Tommy Schmush, Cooper Gaffney came back to the club. There's 4 off the top of my head I can think of. And Jason Niskahoos, we can't underestimate the importance that he brings to the side. The last 2 or 3 years he's been injured for a fair bit of it, and this year, Team of the Year, has made a very big difference.
And you can see here, 2-2 start, and then they really got rolling. 3 wins between round 5 and 7, 4 wins 5 between rounds 9 and 13. They've won 4 of their last 5. That loss to Old Nations, again, they already had the minor premiership sewn up. And interesting, you know this before, Jacko, the only 2 losses they've had over the last 3 months have been to 2 sides right at the bottom end of the ladder. Against the big teams, they've done very well.
They have, and that's what gives you some confidence if you're a Port District supporter. When you see that, you know that there's probably reasons, and people say, how they possibly lose to Payneham and Old Iggy's. Well, the Old Iggy's game was a nothing game for Port Districts.
And that's the Port Districts lineup, which we might come back to during our pre-game. Just the history on Prince Alfred. The college, 153, almost 100 years as a footy club. 3rd oldest club behind Adelaide Union Kenilworth. They won their first A1 flag 2016, second last year. You can see there 3 premierships over the last 10 years. Could be the first collegiate club to win 3 A1s. Their season this year really has been a tale of 2 halves. 3-6 they were in the first half, 7-2 in the second, and they've been unbeatable in their 3 finals games thus far. That's the wrap.
Crowd building nicely here too, Phil, I must say. We're now at, it's 1:45, so we're still half an hour off game start, and grandstand starting to fill. Far side of the ground certainly got its pockets of supporters as well, and the Coopers Hill Bar, well, that'll always have a good support and good following. So last quarter about to start. St Peter's 9-9, Old Nations with a lot of work in front of them at 1-2.
Yeah. And if they are going to get back in this game, they're going to need a goal within at least the first 5 minutes, probably a couple.
One of our cameramen, James, caught up with the coach of Glenunga yesterday, Nathan Grimer.
Yeah, we had that interview that played.
We've done that, have we?
Yes, we have.
Right, okay. I believe it was a 25-minute chat, and you gave 3 minutes to air. He can talk, Nathan, can't he? He'll be a good commentator when he gives up coaching.
Well, yeah, maybe it could be a 3-man team next year. You never know.
Oh, is he not coaching next year? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Some people after they find their way into the media, find it a lot less stressful than coaching. I think he's a chance maybe to get that first goal on the board. Not sure about that kick into the pocket though. Yeah. But it does keep the ball in the vicinity.
Liam Elliott Mitchell was searching for Isaac Ryan there, but just put the ball a little bit too far out in front for him to be able to gather the ball, and almost a wasted opportunity, but the ball is still locked inside their front half of the ground.
55 points is a long way home. Basically, you're looking at 9-10 goals.
Drove past the Prince Alfred ground on the way here today, and the new clubhouse is certainly taking shape.
The Park 9?
Park 9. It'll be up and ready, they say, for next season, and certainly looks like it will be. So that'll give them a massive point of difference on what they've had. Yeah. You know, the change rooms, shower facilities for opposition clubs have been below par there for a while now. So nice that they'll have a facility which will be a little bit like the Old Nations. It won't be big enough to house functions, but certainly after the game for a quick drink with the opposition, I think it'll allow that. So
well, it'll be interesting because what have we've lost? We've lost Ross Trevor, which facility-wise is a shame because the chateau at Campbelltown is magnificent.
Yes.
And Payneham Norwood Union, the balcony was always
good value. Yeah. I did mention that during the week when in the chat with Craig from Port Districts, that it's nice actually to see a different side. We've spoken enough about Port Districts, where their journey and where they've come from, but to see Ross Trevor and Payneham go down, you know, it suggests to me that the competition is in good hands where we've got an influx of new clubs. Glenunga coming in and playing finals, Port Districts playing finals. Over the last, 5 or 6 years, we've had pretty much the same half a dozen sides.
It's been Goodwood, Payneham, Rocks and Princes pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, with one other.
And the fifth has been up for
St.
grabs.
St. Peter's or...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, certainly Glenunga, I think if you're looking at, obviously the success story is whoever wins the premiership, that even if Port Districts fall short today, their rise has been quite phenomenal. The other one to mind is Glenunga. They'd be disappointed they didn't get a final, but they pushed Princes to within 4 points in the first semi. But any time you get up to Div 1 and you play finals in your first year, it's to me, a pretty notable achievement.
They won their first final, did they? No, they lost both finals. Yes, that's right.
But they won. They had a sort of a game against Princes in round 18 to get top 3, and so it was a sort of a final in a way, just not officially.
Yeah, tough year. I mentioned on the show that poor old Benny Watkins coaching Ross Trevor last year coached Adelaide University. Both those clubs relegated Division 2 with 7 wins. Now, traditionally, 6 wins, you avoid relegation. So, gives you an indication of the closeness of the competition this year in Division 1, or last 2 years in Division 1.
Ben McGill's done himself an injury, unfortunately.
Oh, not his drinking arm, is it?
Don't be like that.
You want to make sure your drinking arm.
That's the most important thing you need for...
Ben McGill, I don't even have him on my sheet. I do indeed. Normally an A-grade player.
37, yeah.
Ben McGill, yeah.
Well, a mixture this year, 8 in the Bs, 9 in the As.
Yeah, so in the past, he's certainly been predominantly A-grade. So you want to make sure that right arm, Ben, I wouldn't worry about coming back on, mate. Ice it up and then get ready to grab your first can of West End.
Of which there will be plenty being consumed over the next 24 hours. Win, lose, well, you can't draw on today.
Well, there's something else that we'll get to see today too, Phil. Mums and dads and girlfriends and boyfriends and all that allowed back in the change rooms after the game. No COVID restrictions. A bit of a weird sensation last year when Lambo went into the rooms and it was just the players pretty much and a handful of officials and
they couldn't
no
really
alcohol.
do much of the raucous celebrations that we have often witnessed before, but Lambo's got a leave pass. Whoever wins, they're going to let him into the rooms with a camera. I'm not sure it'll be part of our coverage today, but certainly will be part of your show. Between the posts, I'm sure you'll have that all nicely bundled up.
Couple of latest bits of information too for our viewers who follow Division 1 closely. Interesting appointment. Justin Machota left the club Tea Tree Gully at the end of 2021 to pursue a coaching opportunity at Central Districts in the under-18s. Well, excuse me, that's fallen short, or he's finished up there and he's gone back to Tea Tree Gully and signed a 3-year deal.
3 years.
So Alex McKay stated that he would like to go back and coach when he finished playing. So that suggests, Macca, if you're coaching Tea Tree Gully, you're going to have to play for another 3 years at least, because Justin's got the job.
The problem with some of that is, where do you do your apprenticeship? And it's very hard to do an apprenticeship as a player, I would have thought.
Yep.
But there's nothing to say that, they have a year where it's in transition, as you can see the new Wolf Blast Community Centre there in the background. This game's got about 16 minutes left to run. It has been St. Peter's from go to woe. All Holding Nations could do now is make that scoreboard look a tad more respectable.
St. Peter's, of course, looking for a new A-grade coach, Phil, on the back of Jeff Riddle leaving after 4 years. I would suggest to you that St. Peter's are the biggest disappointment in our competition this year with the list they had. Thought they should have finished a lot higher.
We've got a yellow card. There's a bit of a fracas behind the scenes.
Peter Dantosha, is it? He's sent off the ground for 10 minutes.
It's a bit of a problem because he's the sole goal scorer at the moment.
So I believe Richie Douglas, ex-Adelaide Crows and Nord player, caught up with the St. Peter's officials for a coffee yesterday. I'm not sure he really sold on coaching footy, Dougie, but we'll see what happens there.
Well, do you want to appoint a coach who's not sold on it?
Well, no, you don't. And that's what he needs to make his decision based on. Go in for a chat and see if they've see if there's any common ground there.
Because
so Division 1, we have a couple of coaching positions available. St. Peter's and, well, it was Tea Tree Gully. Obviously, that's now been filled. They're the only two I can think of. Division 2.
You've got me there at the moment.
Too much coming out. That's a nice barrel coming out of the back lines, though.
Well, Adelaide, despite the fact that they're not in Div 2 next year, they're down in Div 3, said that Scott Thompson's got a gig again for next year, so they'll be hoping for a bit of stabilisation in recent times.
Well, they went down from Division 1 to Division 2 to Division 3, didn't they, in consecutive years? So it doesn't happen a lot from 1 to 3 like that. So they'd be disappointed with the last 24 months, I would think, only Jets, and they got a bit of work to do. They haven't got a very strong junior program, so recruitment will be pretty important. Of course, Henley looking for a new coach too. Vinny Regolo has finished up there. Believe they've been chasing the services of a playing coach.
Quite surprising that Henley have not been able to really challenge for a promotion spot. They get into the finals, but they don't really get beyond the first week.
No, they would be disappointed. There's a club that spent a fair bit of time in Division 1 and we're a good Division 1 club. I think the main reason for that is that they were the trendsetters in terms of junior coaching there for a while, and they reaped the benefits of players in the SNFL system when they finished coming back to Henley. That no longer is the case. And
James Higgins' kick is a right. 9 goals, 10-64, Holding Nations 139. As this game ebbs towards a pretty inevitable conclusion.
Yeah, not a lot of excitement in the potential result here. We're certainly not sitting on the edge of our seat, that is for sure.
No.
Wouldn't be worried about it if you were a St. Peter's supporter, that is for sure.
Just trying to think, where is their hotel, St. Peter's? Is it the... Because they don't have the Hackney at the moment, because that's a redevelopment site.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they go. The Maid, is it?
The Maid, that's right,
Maid.
thank you.
Yep.
Just want to make sure I get the right one.
Yeah, they're top. When we sat down and work out the team of the year, St. Peter's had, well, you could almost put the spine in on talent. Got the play, obviously, full forward, won that position. But they certainly could have filled quite a few positions on talent. But talent alone doesn't get the job done, as you would appreciate, Phil.
Not always. I mean, you talk about disappointments. Obviously, Payneham Norwood Union going from grand finalists to Division 2 in the space of a season. Never really got it going. By the time they got their first win, they were pretty much out of contention. They really built up some strong recruiting the previous year and then changed it all over when Jace Bode left, and a lot of players with them.
A little bit of light rain coming down now, I think, too.
Yeah.
Certainly windy.
Well, this is like the Seas, where the game was played without rain, but the presentations was in a real downpour.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And we will give you those presentations, by the way, in full when they happen, because we know that a lot of you watching from Holding Nations, and especially from St. Peter's, that's what you're here for. So,
and who do we have singing the national anthem? I came across a really entertaining clip from, I think, might have been Tasmania, the game.
Oh,
where,
Peter G.
Yeah, where was that?
Yeah,
that country footy somewhere?
No, that was North Hobart. That was
North Hobart.
I think that was the Oval. I think it was the Southern Footy League. I'll stand corrected if it wasn't.
Right, so what happened there was the gentleman who was calling the game announced that that the national anthem would be broadcast, and both sides were lined up, and
tape didn't work.
They couldn't get the tape to work, so he sang it live. Australians, oh let us.
That's your dream, isn't it, Chico?
I am hoping the lady doesn't roll up today. Oh, the man.
Because if that happened, I know exactly who I'm hand passing it to.
They changed a couple of the words, though.
Just one.
It's no longer Gert.
It is.
Is it Gert still in there? Is it?
Gert's still there.
Okay.
We've gone from being young to one.
Right. That's the only word that's changed?
That's the only one.
Oh, well, perhaps you better sing it since you know all the words.
Okay.
Wonder how many players...
I've got enough with my commentary voice today, let alone a singing voice.
And the Port Districts, have a look at that.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
That is and Liam, our cameraman, captures that. Port District swell is just growing and growing over the far side. And if that rain stops, they may well end up taking that whole eastern wing.
Well, of course,
their own.
Those that watch our broadcasts of the games of Port District at Largs Reserve, especially that Goodwood Saints second semi-final, they have a huge crowd that gathers, and they put up their own facilities and barbecue, and they make a whole thing out of it.
Yeah, one of the interesting stories there is Luke McInerney, who plays for Port Districts and been a very good player for quite a while. His dad, Sean McInerney, who himself played at Port Districts, sets up every Saturday morning very early at the home games at Port Districts on the northern end goals, directly behind the goals out on the road, and he
Sells coffee or something.
I don't think he sells anything. I think he just drinks beer all day.
Oh, does he? Okay.
He is in a fantastic position directly behind the goals and gives a bit of advice too. So the conundrum for Sean is where to set up today. And as I look now behind the northern goals, I can see a little tent structure. Can you see that? See if we can get Liam onto that.
Oh, yes, that's the one.
Liam, if you can get that little structure behind the goals.
He's right next to the facilities.
That may well be. I need to get closer in on the picture to find out whether that is Sean McInerney.
He can get to the right spot, which is handy.
Yeah, he's got to keep. Of course, he's got to keep his camera on the play.
Okay.
While we waffle on, perhaps.
Good to see McGill. Is that McGill back out there again?
I think a bit of interest I can give you, Phil. This suburban ground, the LED show on the far side is the only suburban ground in the SANFL that has it. Obviously, it's Adelaide Oval. The Norwood Football Club spent well over $1 million on getting that put up this year.
Far out.
And as of next week, the light towers are going to be taken down and they're going to put an LED display on the light towers as well for next season. So groundbreaking really from an SANFL club to the...
What do you mean by an LED display on the light?
Well, a little bit like what, you've got an LED sponsors signs all around the ground.
Oh, okay, yep.
So I'm not exactly sure how it works. All I know is that the light towers will light up.
Oh, right.
So can you imagine...
The locals will love that.
Night games will be particularly popular.
Yep. Well, it is funny how...
That one has just been touched on the line.
I can remember it was probably about 10, 12 years back that all the grounds started getting lights. Richmond, Glenelg, Themerton, and that was seen, let's have night footy because it works so well at Norwood. Well, turns out when they got the lights that the crowds really didn't... Oh, the Lunga was another one. Didn't really turn up because it was more the uniqueness of Norwood as a night venue on a Friday night and its locality that was the thing that brought the crowds.
Yeah.
And great to see that, that they're able to invest. If they could just invest in a multi-storey car park, well, they'll be happy.
Well, a lot of the Adelaide Footy League clubs and the country clubs also have lights that are good enough now to play night footy under.
Yeah.
And they also had that thought initially, Phil, and I think what they found out was it actually cost them money.
Well, it does, because power ain't cheap, and it ain't getting cheaper. As Kudra's shot. Just up through 9 goals, 11, 65, 1-5, 11. We're into the final 6 minutes of the contest.
I think they found the bar trade suffered also.
Well, yeah, for the afternoon game, people stay for night.
Correct.
They buy a meal. At night time, they might buy one after the game, or they'll head home because it's bedtime. A lot of clubs play some junior games on a Friday night.
Yeah, junior footy is very popular because mum and dads don't want to cook on a Friday night and the clubs put a meal on.
Yep.
And they're played a bit earlier. They start at 5:30. So they can have a meal and have a couple of drinks.
Watch the AFL while when the kids' games start, maybe. Yeah. No, it's about knowing your audience. And I mean, that's the thing about what I love about calling the Adelaide Footy League is I know my social schedule. I tell my wife, start of April to the end of September, just block out every Saturday. Long weekends, yep, they're okay, we get those off, but just Saturday afternoon. Book me in for whatever you want on a Sunday, but Saturday afternoon is footy.
Yep. And the marriage is still going okay, Phil?
25 years on Tuesday, Jacko.
Congratulations.
Yeah, almost there.
Almost.
Oh, well, I've got the Adelaide Footy League today and the Sandford tomorrow, so it's a testing weekend, but I think we'll be right.
Are you calling the SANFL tomorrow?
I'm helping out with some stuff behind the scenes.
Okay.
Which is good.
Yeah, hopefully the weather improves tomorrow. I'm not sure what the forecast is tomorrow.
Building showers, I think.
Oh. Saying that looks like the rain's coming down now. I haven't seen a brolly. Yes, a couple of umbrellas amongst the old Iggy supporters over there, but one in the Port District's crowd. They're trying to soldier on, but if it comes down, it'll really test them.
Yeah, it's in the Footy's tape at the moment. Just having a quick look at our weather radar. Yeah, look, there's scattered showers everywhere, Jacko. We're going to get wet 1 minute, sunburnt the next, I think.
We're not. We're in the grandstand.
We're in the grandstand, but the people here.
There'd be 150, 200 people wouldn't there in that group over there.
It does say less likely late this afternoon, whereas tomorrow, chance of showers developing from late morning and then easing late afternoon. So,
well, the grandstand is almost full here on the western side.
Yeah,
but plenty of space still available in the grandstand on the southern end, which is known as the Sir Edwin Smith Pavilion. Beautiful grandstand, heritage listed, multicoloured chairs.
William Britton Jones, and a chance here to at least try and stop Holding Nations being the butt of the 1 goal and mind jokes.
Oh, yeah. Who kicked the 1 goal for North Adelaide in the...
Craig Burton, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Funny what sticks.
Yes. Craig Lambert, obviously our boundary rider today, Phil, just relaxing on the sidelines and getting himself ready for the big game.
He was up and about. He first cross he came on, I think quarter time. He was so excited. It was raining, it was pouring, he was getting wet, but he was like a kid at a lolly shop. This is his day.
Oh, it's a big day. Is much rain out there, Craig? No, he says the sun breaks through here actually. And just see our umpires coming out for a warm-up today.
Yep. Matt Harris and... I'll get it wrong eventually. I'll bring him up.
Sun is actually belting through now. There's people starting to put sunscreen on.
Told you.
It's like a Melbourne day. 4 seasons in one.
Yeah, climate change. To bring in Melbourne weather to Adelaide. So they're going to get another crack here. It's the same bloke. In William Britton Jones. 2 minutes left in this contest. It's a flat 22-minute quarter. St. Peter's, this is their 3rd reserves grand final in 4 seasons. They came up short the last 2. Persistency rewarded today.
Yeah, well, they've certainly wasted an opportunity this year as far as the A grade goes. Phil, I would have thought, and I keep harping on that point, but
there you go. The Holding Nation fans that have travelled a fair way from Athelston and haven't had much to cheer about. William Britton and Jones, a.k.a. BJ, getting a chance.
I thought it was Big Day. It was BJ, is it?
I think so.
Right.
Okay. Matt Harris and Stefan Selderblad are field umpires today in the big one. We'll mention them during the pre-game. Peter McMullen, Andrew Roberts, Tristan Rogers and Sam Scarman are running the boundary. So they've separated the boundary in 4, which is good. And the goal umpires, Stephen Martin, Chris May, will... Got a special graphic for him we might bring up if time allows. We're 24 minutes away, so at the moment this is a running to schedule. Unlike last year where they ran a bit behind. Off hands, chance for Saints. No, good tackle. Alec Kudra couldn't break free on that occasion.
What is interesting about watching this game, Phil, I know the game is shot, but there seems to be a lot of space for a ground that is notorious for being small. There seems to be a lot of space and time for the players in the B grade, and I can't imagine the A grade will be anything like this as a spectacle. No. I expect to see a lot of numbers around the ball, really strong defensive games from both clubs. As that one goes almost over the top, there's a chance here to get a second one in, and on the siren, disallowed, I think.
Too late.
Too late. Well, that ends the Division Reserves 2022 Grand Final. St. Peter's Old Collegians finishing comfortable winners on 9-11 to Old Nations 2-6 margin, 47 points, nearly 8 goals. So congratulations to all involved with the St. Peter's Old Collegians B grade side.
Yeah, congratulations to Nick Hardis, who's a mate of mine. We used to work together at the Eagles. He was the Sandfield Junior Development Officer there for a few years and did a stellar job in that role, got promoted to head office. And congratulations to him on what I think is his first premiership after a few near misses. You can see him there on your screen with the blue cap. And of course Jeff Riddle. Of course the A's and B's, they are sort of one big team that just separates on game day.
Well, you'd see the way Jeff Riddle's hanging around like a bad smell. You would think that might be the case.
Don't be like that.
No, a good day for the St Peter's Old Collegians B grade, no question about that.
Yeah. And it's interesting, like, the difference. I mean, AFL have one team. Although they're now working out, okay, where does our women's team fit and where does our reserves teams fit? Sandford, it's still really the main premiership, and the other ones are nice, but at a community participant level, how much is a reserves premiership worth? Is it, hey, we got a cup, we've got some success, something to celebrate, all about that community coming together? Obviously not as big as the big one, but does it mean a bit more at community level?
Yeah, perhaps. What I'm really impressed with, Phil, is your big great coach of St Peter's has come over and shook all the umpires' hands, and you have a look at the 4 umpires. There wouldn't be one of them that's shaving yet.
None of them could vote.
So that is a really good sign that our game, and includes the goal umpires, very, very young crew there, as the St Peter's supporters now charge in hard at the players and swarm around. Good numbers out on the ground and Old Ignatians. Well, when you're in the losing side, it's this couple of minutes. People talk about the most important part, or the bit you remember most, is just after winning a game in the change rooms. But don't forget the feeling here when you're part of the losing side. So commiserations to Old Ignatians.
Look, was never an nail-biter. It looked exceptionally ominous at quarter time, but in some ways it can be a blessing that you have time to accept the inevitable. In some ways, are these losses easier to handle or get over, that you just were good enough on the day, as opposed to a nail-biter where you sit around the next few months thinking, what if I'd have made that taken that mark?
Yeah, there'll certainly be no looking back at the footage, looking at trying to make 1 or 2 mistakes the reason for your loss when it's as comprehensive as today's has been.
Should add that Old Ignatians did defeat St Peter's by 6 goals. I think 38 points in the second semi. So
well, it's a fair turnaround.
That is great work to the St Peter's crew to take that on board, rebound and beat Port District. That was reasonably tight.
Please keep your alcohol off the field in the stands. Thank you.
Jack, I hope you noted that. Alcohol?
No, it would be no alcohol for me today, Phil.
We'll have our presentations.
Yeah. Yes, you do need a little bit of management of this situation, or else the presentations will be in about half an hour. And we do have another game to play. So how many grand finals were you involved with, player and coach, over the days? Too many to count?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure, Phil. Interesting enough, the Prince Alfred Old Collegians boys are out on the ground already.
Yep.
Out the far side, so they're out nice and early, well in front of the Port Districts, and you can hear the booing.
I'm not sure they're getting booed by the Port District fans.
No,
or the St Peter's fans.
St Peter's clearly are the ones doing the booing there.
I'm not sure about. I mean,
you think it was the Port Districts crowd, do you?
You can't tell. Could be both. Could be St Peter's
see whether he got a
Port
hand.
Districts unified.
Find out from Lambo whether that was sounded to me like it was coming from, and we know, of course, there's no love lost between St Peter's and Prince Alfred.
No.
Port District side, Jacko.
Was the Port
District's crowd, was it, that were doing the booing?
Oh yes, mate. They were on fire early, and it could be the first A1 final that you actually see some cans thrown on the ground today, but you never know.
Let's hope that's not the case.
No.
I want a job for you today, Lambo, is to try and ascertain behind the northern goals.
Yeah, do you want me to go get Macca now?
Is that Luke McInerney?
No, I would say it'd be Sean, his dad. Luke's playing.
Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Are you at the right game, Jack?
Yes, I am.
That's okay, we've all got grand final nerves, Lambo.
Yeah, all a bit toey, Lambo.
Well, you make sure we pronounce everything right, we'll be all good.
Well, if you're going to pronounce, make sure you pronounce it correctly.
That's right. Do you want me to get Macca for you, Jack?
No, dear.
No, I'm just curious as to find out whether that is him set up in the little marquee, and is that Robbie
We do have
Lynch?
a little bit of time to kill. Once the presentation start, though, Lambo, we will will be going to them. You can see the prize up for grabs. And that looks like a keeper, that one.
That is Macca in there.
Is it? It was a good call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is, mate.
It's beautiful to see. I wonder what time he set up there this morning.
Well, apparently he got here last night.
Okay.
If Districts take it out and he's interchanged with his mate, I'll have a quick chat with him.
Right.
Fantastic. Meanwhile, Port Districts are about to hit the field.
Sean Davison, the skipper, leading them out onto the ground. You know it's a strong, powerful side when Luke McInerney starts on the interchange bench because, well, we've seen him over the last couple of years as being one of the premier defenders in our competition. So Tommy Corcoran coming back from Port Magpies has probably pushed Luke to start on the interchange, and you can hear the Port Districts crowd on the far side now cheering.
So we are 15 minutes away from the first bounce, but we are about to, as soon as they start, we will go down to the presentations down at field level.
Thank you all for coming here today to watch the Buddy Bet Division 1 Reserves Grand Final between Old Nations and St Peter's College. It's been a wonderful game. Thank you all. It's hard work to get here today. A big shout out, thank you, and a round of applause please for our umpires. We don't have a game without them. We did a great job today. Thank you. Ask the umpires to present the medal best on ground today to number 20 from St Peter's, Ben Belperio. I'd now like to ask the coach from Old Nations, Timothy Rice, to come and say a few words.
Firstly to Spock and to Nick, well done today, fantastic effort, way too good for us. Basically taught us a lesson how to play finals footy today, so well done, congratulations. And just personally want to wish Jack well on his recovery, because terrible thing that happened to him the other day, so hope it all goes well over the summer for you. To the umpires, thank you for what you do week in, week out for us so we can play in this competition. Thank you. And to the league for allowing us to do what we do each week as well. Finally to my lads, first year in Div 1, hold your heads up high. We've had a great season. Couldn't get it done today, but we'll be back bigger and better next year. Thank you.
I now ask the now Premiership coach, Nick Harness from St Peter's Old Collegians.
Yeah, first of all, just want to thank the league, umpires, fantastic. Thank you very much. You've done a good job all year. Congratulations on doing the grand final gig. Iggy's, we've had some battles all year. Fortunately, we're on the better side of it today. As you mentioned, Jack and his injury a couple of weeks ago, thank you for your support in that. Hold your heads high. I'm sure we'll have more battles again in the future. So well done. Thanks for a good season. To our boys, the footy club, this has been a long journey. 2 years ago, we were in here on that side of the ledger. We've worked hard, we've deserved it, and now we've finally got it. So well done, and thanks for the support from the whole footy club to get here.
Okay, presenting the Premiership medals. Number 2, Jake Stafford. Number 3, Scott Biddle. Number 6, James Higgins. Number 14, Sam Langley. Number 19, Patrick Fay. Number 20, Ben Belperio. Number 21, Sam Stott. On your Stotty. Number 24, Harry Cudmore. On the colours. Number 28, Will Proudman. Proudo, where are you? There he is. Number 30, Alex Kudra. Number 31, Charlie Kirshner. Number 32, Ed Loken. Number 35, Tommy Facey. Number 36, Gus Hazeman. Number 37, Ben McGill. Number 41, Charlie Gibson. Number 44, Nick Michaels. Number 47, Ned Elschwager. Number 49, Brett Russell. Number 54, Daniel Tonkin. Number 55, Samuel Potter. And number 57, Will Irwin. And our coach, Nick Safety Harness.
Your Buddy Bet Division 1 Premiers, St. Peter's College.
Well, there you have it, folks. That is your Buddy Bet Division 1 Reserves Premiers, St. Peter's Old Collegians. And now for the Adelaide Footy League, well, it's one of the largest leagues in the country. Over 60 clubs, hundreds of teams, thousands of games played this season, but only one left, and it's the big one, the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final. I'm Phil Hurd, and thank you so much for joining us here at Norwood Oval, and I'm joined by a man who is well accustomed to Grand Final Day, Sean Jacko Jackson. Jacko? I did that again, haven't I? Sean Jacko Jackson. Jacko, prelims, I know you love prelims. They're out the way.
They are indeed.
Now we're ready for the big one.
Absolutely, and good afternoon for those watching at home. You are missing out on a terrific atmosphere here. The crowd is as good as I've seen a Division 1 Grand Final for many a year, particularly considering the conditions. I thought it may have kept a few people away, but the crowd is swarming beautifully. The Port District's contingent on the eastern side is quite large, and I shudder to think the comments that will be directed at the Prince Alfred Old Collegians from that part of the ground, Phil. Yes. But both sides well and truly into their warm-up now. We're only, 10 minutes away from starting?
Well, I think if it's a 2:35 start, we're about 12, but we'll keep our eye on the coin toss because we won't miss that. But let's get into the lineups and the teams. We start with Port District. We told you how they got here earlier. Here's their lineup, Jacko. Here's a couple of players we're going to have to watch.
Yeah, well, the interesting one initially for mine will be Mitch Gaffney. 2 weeks ago in their last game, he had a run with roll with the medalist Nick Favretto and did a fantastic job and went a long way to securing victory for Port Districts. So does he have that same role again today? I think he does, and I think he goes to Jack Trengove. That's the logical one. It's either him or Hayden Jolly, but I think he's more suited to Trengove. He will need some assistance though, because Trengove is a running machine. But that's the obvious one for me. The interchange, McInerney, we mentioned briefly before, we can go back into the back rotation. Daniel Passaniti will certainly go into the forward wing rotation, as will Ben Gould, and Batley will go as a small forward.
Let's go down to ground level because they're about to have the coin toss.
Phil and Jacko, grand final time. This is what it's all about. We've got Sean Davison and we've got Lachlan McNamara from Prince Alfred. Here we go, the toss. It's in the air. Heads it is. Prince Alfred won the toss. They're kicking to the southern end, and I reckon that's worth about 2 goals, Jacko and Phil. Ground conditions today is soft. It's been raining. The sun's out. It's going to be a magnificent game. I'm going for Prince Alfred by 17 points. This is the game that we're going to be talking about for a few years' time. Have a great call, Sean and Phil. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Lambo. The Prince Alfred lineup, Jacko, I can sort that out for you if you'd like. Talk us through the Prince Alfred lineup.
Yeah, well, equally we mentioned Mitch Gaffney having a run with roll. You wonder whether Prince Alfred will do the same with Sam Gray. What tends to happen with Prince Alfred is their captain coach, Craig Pitt, whilst he's playing in the midfield, will play as a defensive midfielder, particularly at stoppage, so I would imagine he will pick up Sam Gray at stoppage. Look, their side is very strong around the ball. Mentioned Jolly, mentioned Trengove, Craig Pitt, of course, the playing coach. Jordan Neal in the ruck has done a terrific job for them. He'll get a chance to get a hit out with Seaballs from the interchange bench. I wonder who the hit out comes to for Port Districts. I guess it'll be the full forward. Pearce will give Sam McKay a hit out in the ruck, but Will Dowd has been the one who's been in terrific form in the back half of the ground. I expect him to play more centre half back than full back, but when you've got 2 players in your half-back flanks in the category of Curran and Slee, well, you know you're in pretty good hands. We mentioned earlier Tommy Bartlett coming back into the side, but equally for Prince Alfred, Hurd coming in, just qualified with the 4 games. Form wasn't great last 2 games that we've seen, so he has played some really good footy in those 4 games, so 4 minor-rank games, that is. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. And for me, Hugo Kelly's the other one who probably needs to stand up a little bit today. He's a big lump of a lad, still only young, but he'll need to assert his dominance on the game in the front half. Mitch Larson, of course, also played exceptionally well last game. I think he kicked 3 or 4 goals, gives them their toughness in the forward line. He certainly commits to the contest and not afraid of the physical side of the game. Mackenzie Slee and Perryman give you your run and your class out of the back half as well. Lockie McNamara, the captain, on the wing. Campbell Wildwood played particularly well on the other wing, and they're in good hands.
All right, let's go down to ground level.
Lambo singing the national anthem.
The Adelaide Footy League and its principal partner, Channel 9, welcome you to the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final between Port Districts and Prince Alfred Old Collegians here this afternoon at Norwood Oval. The Adelaide Footy League would like to thank its partners for their support during the 2022 season. Thank you to Channel 9, West End, Sheridan, Police Credit Union, Buddy Bet, Sit and Save, CMAX Clinical Research, O'Neill's Sportswear, and breakthrough mental health. The Adelaide Footy League, strengthening communities through footy. We would like to acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and that we pay our respects to their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still important to living Kaurna people today. Would you please join the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem, today performed by Sammy Lee.
Sit a bloke.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advanced Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advanced Australia fair.
Fantastic rendition there of the Australian National Anthem. Oh, it puts a little bit of a chill up and down the spine, doesn't it? Gets the hair standing up on the back of the neck.
I don't think it matters what the sport, what the grade. Grand final, anthem, ready to go. Yeah, it's the moment. Very quickly, a couple of things just to share with you. This is their third meeting this year. The last two meetings both going the way of Port Districts. 22 points in round 3 at Largs Reserve. 3 points in a game we covered July 2nd at Park 9. Trick with those two, Prince Alfred led early on both occasions and Port District brought them back. The other thing I wanted to mention today was the umpires. Field umpires are Matt Harris and Stefan Soderblad. Boundary umpires Peter McMullen, Andrew Roberts, Tristan Rogers and Sam Scarman. So glad to see they're sharing the workload there. Goal umpires Steve Martin and Chris May. May we not mention your names at all for the rest of the afternoon. So Jacko Lambo has given his prediction. He said Prince Alfred Old Collegians by 17. What way do you favour?
Port Districts by 8 points for me, Phil.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Port Districts. To me, both teams are very disciplined. They have really strong defensive structures. Which team is going to crack first? And we probably won't know that, I would suspect, maybe until sometime in the third quarter, if not later. And I just feel that Port Districts have done everything right over the last 3 months. They've been the most consistent team the whole season. And I'm going to back, very rare, I'm going to back a team from the Port, the black and white, maybe by 3 goals.
3 goals?
Three goals. But I reckon it might be the first to 10's going to win. The interchange benches. Just waiting for them to come up. For Port Adelaide, Batty, McInerney, Gould and Pasadini. The interchange benches for Prince Alfred, Seaballs, Wicks, Teeley and Clark. We did get teams named in positions as we showed you before. We're going to find out pretty quickly if any of that matches up with reality. The wind's still blowing strong. Jacko, take us away, mate. It's your day. Grand final time.
Big job for Sam McKay in the ruck today for Port Districts. I believe he played predominantly as a key defender the last couple of years and was a little bit tired of that and asked for a change. And, well, what a change he's got. He's leading the first ruck for most of the day. Equally for Prince Alfred, Jordan Neal has that responsibility. So here we go. Umpire Stefan Settleblad holds the ball aloft. First hands go to Patrick Neal. Jordan Hill, I should say, hits it down, but no one able to take the ball, and as you would expect, 1,000 bodies go straight to it. Looks like Gray and Trengo are having a little bit of a take today. As the ball goes to Gray, gets the first kick of the game, goes forward. Who'll be first to it? Looks like Gavin Shepherd for Port Districts. Trent Heffernan there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to keep the ball in, but yeah, interesting to see Mitch Gaffney not with the roll on Jack Trengo. Looks like they're both clubs allowing them to go head-to-head, and Mitch Gaffney is picking up Jolly. So it looks like he's got the tag on Jolly.
They're fighting fire with fire. Two former power teammates going at it. That'll be a match-up. Well, may it decide the match, who knows? At the moment, tough footy to get. Kick smothered. Good 1%er there. I think that might have been Heffernan who did that. Spills out. Here's a chance. A couple of quick hand passes. This is Buckham to Ollie Clark. The kick forward. No one in particular. Hugo Kelly trying to work at ground level. Eddie to pack will descend.
Crowd calling for holding the ball against Tommy Smush there of Port Districts.
Great opening. Jacko on field at ground level can see it. Oh, absolutely pressure.
Yep, keep the eye on that duel. Trengo versus Gray promises to be an absolute beauty. Ball hacked forward to Gaffney. Now to Niskahoos. He hits it forward towards, I think that was Tommy Carter. He couldn't take it. Prince Alfred have it now. They're under a bit of heat though. And it's still Campbell. Wildwood had a terrific game last week. Lays it off to Perryman, to the coach, Pitt. And now they're into the half-forward line through Mitch Larson with the left footer. Goes to the goal square. No one there. Bartlett chasing. Good smother. Tommy Bartlett kicks the fast of the day. Well, I tell you what.
That is a brilliant start, Jacko.
That's why they brought him into the sides, because he can do things a little bit differently. But was it Tommy Corcoran from Port Districts was a little bit slow to get the ball to his
number
boot?
15 it was.
Yeah, Tommy Corcoran. Gee whiz, from Port Adelaide. Have a look at the time he's got here.
Didn't see him.
And just didn't see him. And then to follow up Tommy Bartlett. Well, I'll tell you what, I know there's a few these ex-teammates up in the Wolf Lass Function Centre watching the game, and they would have toasted that start to the game.
That's a
First
dream
blood,
start.
Prince Alfred Old Collisions.
Well, I think nominations are closed for goal of the year, but I don't think any of the five we came up with, Jacko, was as huge as that. Or as good as that.
I'll see if I can get that one in.
The defensive pressure and the skills to boot had everything. Port District their first inside 50. Umpires found a free push in the back. It's going to be Trent Heffernan.
Rain coming down now too.
A chance for maybe a quick reply.
Yep, good teams do that, boys.
Man, but that windsock over there, it's moving around a little bit.
It's going everywhere, Jack. Honestly, it's going left, it's going right, mate. It's pretty unpredictable, matey, but still probably like southern side, southern end about 1 or 2 goals, mate.
Okay.
10 goals for his 14 games this season. Probably the first grade final. A grade he's probably played it for some time, and he puts Port District on the board.
So good start.
So yeah, Jacko, as I said before, going to be a very low-scoring defensive battle. We're 1 goal each, 3.5 in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a good finish from Trent Heffernan. He's been the spiritual leader for a long time for Port Districts. Not actually the captain anymore, having stepped away last year to go and play in the Barossa. But don't worry about titles. He is as much the barometer as anyone else for the Port District Footy Club, Trent Heffernan.
4 minutes in.
No interchange yet from Port Districts, but plenty from Prince Alfred, boys.
Okay. So Port District at the moment holding their fire. Some do it with longer rests, some do it with more interchanges. I don't think we got a cap here. As Pitt's kick, see the breeze? That went straight up, came straight down.
Yeah, Cooper Gaffney under this footy. Well tackled on that occasion. And the umpire will call. What we surprisingly have got in the first, no time on the scoreboard, or we are 4 minutes 30 in, and surprisingly there's been a lot of open play as Dougie Gregg it's Sam Gray comes charging out of the back half of Port Districts. Already in 4 minutes I reckon he's had 3 possessions in and around the stoppage, and not sure if you're picking that up at home, folks, but it is bucketing down. You can see the people
the thing. The windsock has changed direction.
Yep,
it's now blowing heavily. It's blowing to the north, not to the south.
Yeah, the Port District's crowd over the far side. Well, I've got to admire their courage. They got a free kick and they all cheered for it. The umbrellas are going up. It looks terrible out there at the moment. So Cooper Gaffney has the ball. Beautiful left foot kick. And that one, no exception. And standing under it and marking the ball for Prince Alfred was Chris Curran.
So Curran has it. Goes back. Yeah, this raid has sort of just appeared out of nowhere as Mitch Teeley sends it back towards that school side.
In and under stuff, boys, first up. That's what it's all about.
Hands. Prince Alfred won the toss, thinking they'd be kicking with a slight wind advantage, and it's just completely flipped.
And the lights on has been the crowd, the call from the crowd.
If this continues, I reckon he's probably right on song.
Yep.
Front position, McKay tried to get the kick away, didn't. And now the pack descends. I think there's going to be a lot of this today. Tackle the player with the ball, put your hand up, look at the umpire and wait for a holding the ball decision.
Yeah, McNamara working pretty hard at the contest there, Phil, just not quite able to clear it out in the end. But Neil punches this one forward. Port District's first there, though. Niskahoos around the corner. It's got some real height. Might bring rain, they say. Well, it's already done that. And intercepted by Chris Curran.
He's had a few touches, Jacko.
He has started the game well. He's no thought about changing direction of the play there. He's gone back from where it came, looking for Neil, but it's all Port Districts at the back. Dougie Gregg stays down the same line. Trengove it is who gets first hands on it. Mackenzie Slee there. Port District now. McNamara from Prince Alfred. Long down the same line. That one I reckon will go out of bounds, and Tommy Smush will relieve for Port Districts.
Yeah, not too many players behind him at the moment, just two in black. All 18 Prince Alfred players north of the centre circle. Buckham tries to lay the tackle. They're just kicking it forward with any opportunity they get. Port Districts, it bounces out of bounds. It's no last disposal rule here, so it'll be a throw in.
Big job for Carter for Port District, standing Chris Curran. Obviously a very well credentialed SANFL
It's
player.
usually the other way around. You'd think, you reckon the forwards marking.
Port District's boys are just doing their first interchanging now.
Okay. And that's Luke McInerney, who you mentioned. Shows the depth of the skill to be starting on the bench. High kick top of this guy. He's going to require some courage. Pearce comes out.
Did he say yes?
He's on Darwood. I'm not sure if Darwood thought that Larson coming across was going to provide that frontal cover. And Dale Pearce has kicked 32 goals. Leading goal scorer for Districts. A chance to put Port in front for the first time today.
Gee whiz, I saw him kick 3 goals from there in the warm-up, that exact position, and that one he didn't kick through the ball. Yeah. All the others he did.
You want to kick get that first one out of the way, boys.
We weren't all watching back then. It wasn't going to go on the scoreboard.
Yes. Jolly with the duties of kicking in, and why not? Probably as good a kick as he is in the competition. He goes straight down the middle. Looking for Finn Hurd's gone over the top. Again, the Port District's defence holding up. Smush, Ben Gould on the ground now. Gives the handball to Davison. He goes to Niskahoos. Short kick. First time we've seen the ball this side of the ground for a while. Now he goes to the top of the square looking for Pearce. No one able to take the ball. Plenty of numbers around this contest. Umpire lets it go. But in the end decides he has no choice. It's a ball up, locked well and truly inside the Port District's forward line.
Not too far out from goal. Neil the tap. Quick tackle. No progression. I'm interested to see Craig Pitt is marking Gould.
And the rain stopped too.
Yeah. Yep. There's Trengove, who's had a different opponent on this occasion. Pitt got some help from Larson, just couldn't get the hand pass away. That was really good work by Gould, who was outnumbered 2-1, kept it a neutral throw in. 9.5 gone.
Have a look at the Port Districts in their backline there. There's not many Prince Alfred boys here, so they're all around the ball at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of numbers around the ball. Lambo's right, only 3 players in the front half of the ground for Prince Alfred, so it looks like they are playing a couple of spares in and around the footy, or just certainly pushing them up the ground. Tom Smush without an opponent. Sam McKay behind the players, the ruckman. He'll get first crack at this against Neil. No one able to take the ball cleanly. Mitch Wicks gets it, gives it to Larson onto the boot quickly. This is an opportunity here for Cooper Gaffney to run onto this. He picks it up, just can't get any space. He's well tackled by Trengove, and we know he is a tackling machine, folks. He's had 54 tackles over the last 4 games, averaging 13 and a half.
Really rising to the occasion in his finals football. We did another big tally today. Whiteman to Larson. Spills to Heffernan. Good pick up, bouncing kick. Curran and Carter. Umpires found a free for a throw.
Yeah, the first one was hanging on actually to Curran.
Should have given the free kick initially to Prince Alfred, correct?
Got the evener upper up. Now it's with Pitt.
He's had a few touches too, Sean and Phil.
Happy to slow things down for the moment. Keep possession to Curran.
The game just slowing down for a couple of minutes.
Slow as it's been all afternoon. 11 minutes gone to a pack on the grandstand side. Larson was about to take off. Spills to Buckham. Runs to 45. Sees an open goal and hits the bottom of the post.
What a beautiful kick, though. He kept it low to take the wind out of the occasion. Just got a bad bounce, but a terrific bit of play from Sam Buckham there.
Well, back to all tied up, 7-7.
Cooper Gaffney. Probably as good a kick as there is in the Port District side. He's got the kicking duties for them. He now heads to his best mate, Tommy Smush, who can't take it, unfortunately. It's alive. Buckham got a chance to redeem himself, but holding the ball, the umpire called. And he's given the free to Cooper Gaffney. One of 3 brothers, as we know, playing today, Mitch and Jack, his 2 older brothers. He now comes down this line. Not the greatest kick. Shepherd asked a lot. Can't deliver. Prince Alfred now goes towards Wildman. He can't keep it in. And there'll be a couple of interchanges right there in front of the ball.
Other than that first kick in the game, Jake Gray's only had that one touch, I reckon, mate.
I reckon he's had a
he's had a few.
Has he?
He's had a quiet couple of minutes. Trengove, I reckon they might have got off each other, but they won't stand still long enough for me to find out. Gould will clear off the half-back flank for Districts down the grandstand side. Strong flying mark by Curran, who's doing a very similar job, Jacko, than what Will Dowwood did last week in repelling some early Goodwood Saints attacks.
Yeah, I was going to say he's on fire, but that kick was not the smartest I've ever seen. As Tommy Gray with the footy now, gives it back to Batty. This is his specialty around the corner. Well done, Gavin Shepherd. He's got 3 to beat. And in the end, they're under a little bit more pressure than they thought.
Yeah.
Or they thought they're under a little bit more pressure than they were, I should say. And Ollie Clark pushes the ball over the line for a point which he perhaps didn't need to concede.
Well, if it's a tight game, well, might come back to bite him, but still very early days and a good contest ensuring. Curran want to do better than that last kick. He plays the odds, goes along, 2-on-1 contest. Second turnover in as many possessions. Tommy Smush. You can see there the Port District Army taking over the eastern wing. Smush finds an open player on the half-forward flank. This is the key kick, the high inside 50. And Curran
again. Wow, he's probably taken 3 marks already.
He might hand pass it off after his last 2 kicks, but he certainly clunked at him. 14 gone, Port District by a point.
So Chris Curran, hasn't been a lot of transfer of players. As mentioned, there's a very strong breeze pushing to that far side of the ground, so it makes it very difficult to switch the play this side of the ground. We saw what happened when Curran switched it from this side to that side, nearly turned the ball over. Now it's Oscar Clark who's marked that ball on centre wing. Looks for a few options inside. Plenty of numbers forward of this contest. In the end, goes to Mitch Wicks in front of the Port District's crowd. Brave kick, you can hear him.
There was a bit of a push out away from that they weren't happy. Wasn't seen by the umpires.
Okay, so Mitch Wicks goes long now down the line. Port District's defence is holding up. Heffernan gives it out the back to Smush, who's had plenty of the ball early as well. It almost feels like Curran doesn't have an opponent, and that is the case. So I thought he might have been picking up Tommy Gray, but it's not. Curran is free back here, and equally for Port District's Tommy Smush is free at the other end. So both sides electing to push an extra player up into the midfield and run one short in the front half of the ground.
Speaking of Curran, that's at least mark number 5.
Yep. So at some stage, as a coach, you've got to make a decision. Well, if he keeps chopping you up like that, then maybe it's time to push someone forward and play one-on-one footy. It almost feels like defence is more important than offence watching the game at the moment.
Yeah, they're not moving the ball on really quick, are they, Jack? They're just being cautious, mate.
Yep.
They do switch the play over to the grandstand side. Picked up nicely by McNamara to the hot spot. Nothing but black.
Yeah, well, there's the opposition spare player.
Yep. Sitting ready and waiting in the direction of Sam Gray. He left it to bump a player. Not sure he did, but Port District get the kick forward anyway. Into space. Shepherd leads the race. Socket it to a teammate. Just missed the target. Port Prince's hand pass missed the target.
Beautiful quick hands.
There's a lot of handballs. None of them particularly effective right now. And in the end, it dribbles out of bounds. Throw in. 16.5 gone. 8-7 in favour of Port District. 2 goals in the first 2.5 minutes, Jacko. Nothing on the majors since.
Yeah, well, hopefully this is not the trend for the whole game. We expected it to be a low-scoring game. So ball in. Neil and McKay. McKay hits it forward, looking for a free kick. Should have got one. Ben Gould, perhaps. Sean Davidson, the captain, charges through, looking for Pearce. The experience of Dowd. I think he's pushed him. He has.
Really?
And not happy. He reckons he used his elbow. We'll see if we can get a replay of that for you, folks. Let's see whether it was his elbow, forearm, or whatever. It doesn't matter. Dale Pearce goes back and kicks his first of the game. Port District's second, and they are now out to 2 goals. 2.
7-point lead. We have a look at the replay. Let's see if we can get enough of the...
I spoke to Pearce before the game, Jacko, and Phil, very relaxed, and he had a good feel about the game, and other than that first kick, it's a good start for him.
Wasn't a lot in that. Certainly was contact made from Big Will Dowd, but wasn't a lot in it. But the umpire in perfect position. Interesting enough, I noticed Louis Sharrod running for Port District today. It's been Jeremy Clayton, so whether they're sharing it, keep your eyes on that, folks. But good to see Louis Sharrod back, who of course been playing with the Crows top-up side all year.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Clayton ever played for Districts, but on the kick to Heffernan, he did.
Playing coach for Port District,
of course, sorry.
Grant Heffernan's going to kick from exactly where he kicked the second goal of the game and his first, so a chance for him to become the first multiple goal scorer.
He started off really well too.
Centre clearances have worked well for District so far. Quarter top, 18.5 minutes. Prince's kicked the first goal. A moment of brilliance from Tommy Bartlett. You want to see the replay of that. But Heffernan is just touched.
Big Dowd. And Pearce has just given you one, and Dowd's given you one back. He's not going to take any cheap shots from Dale Pearce, Will Dowd. He's been around footy far too long.
There's a teacher and an apprentice there. I'm not sure who's teaching who.
Yep.
And there's 2 magpies fighting on the far wing, which is keeping the fans entertained over there.
2 magpies?
2 magpies flying around, swooping on each other. They've got away now.
Good to stay focused, Phil.
Well, I was wondering what the ruckus was. I looked over and there they were.
Yeah, Heffernan now to Niskahoos. Holding the ball, unfortunately. Prince Alfred have won the free kick.
Ollie Clark the tackle.
Good tackle. Perryman lurking there for a handball receive on the far side if you can see him. A little bit slow. Now provides an option for the short kick at 45. Decides to go with a little bit more length in the direction of Neil. Can't mark it. It's Tommy Corcoran. This time he gets the ball to boot a little bit quicker. Gaffney over the top to Ben Gould. He's well smothered. Again, Prince Alfred. Now Pitt. Quickly down the line, asking a lot of Tommy Bartlett 1-on-2, and Sean Davidson, the skipper. Have a look at the Port District's crowd. The Wharfies.
You wouldn't want to make a mistake over that side, would you?
You wouldn't if you're a Prince Alfred player. No, I think you'd be okay if you're a Port Districts player.
You gather the ball as a Prince's player, you think there'd be 20 people out there just charging after you. Have a look at that boundary throw. That went a fair way sideways.
I tell you what, I hope they've got plenty of beer in the Cooper's Hill to keep that part of the crowd entertained.
They've got a couple of beer booths.
Yep.
Throw in. 20 minutes with the time on.
Entertaining start to the game.
Yeah.
Not a lot in it goal-wise. 2-3 to 1-1.
Port have had the better of it, though.
Yeah, they've looked a bit
Both
more
the
threatening.
forward 50 entries. I think how many inside 50s have Prince's really had? Maybe 4, if that.
Yep.
Been a lot. I mean, the Port District fans have certainly chosen the best location to watch this game.
Good duel, Trent Heffernan versus Mackenzie Slee. A couple of boys who have played some league footy. Matched up there, half forward versus half back. Interesting duel.
Yeah, meanwhile, McKay, that boundary umpire is struggling with the breeze to throw them in, I think, or he's not compensating for it. McKay maybe a little bit faster than Neil's, managed to get to the last couple first. 21 and a half gone, 8-point ball game.
This time Neil
from behind.
Thumps it forward. Campbell Wildman on the front of the contest. Mitch Wicks now goes to Bartlett. They're asking a lot of Tommy Bartlett. Sean David's going to have him for strength. Tom Corcoran now, well, didn't learn from the early one in the ground, but in the end, good enough. Gives it to Gould. Now to Cooper Gaffney. To Jack Gaffney. Might have gone a little bit too far. Jack Gaffney works back onto the ball. Tommy Corcoran's come up now. Trent Heffernan versus Slee. Slee it is who gets it to Trengo. Onto the left, round the corner. Dougie Gregg in good position. Sean Davidson. Wildman. Doug Gregg again around the corner. Heffernan versus Slee. Heffernan punches the ball out into space. The little jockey Daniel Passanini runs at the ball.
Definitely,
unfortunately,
grand final, boys. Pressure, 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 pressure at ground level. Great to see.
22 minutes gone.
So again, Port Districts have all the answers in the back half of the ground, and Sam McKay easily wins that ruck contest. It goes to Passanidi. It's Mackenzie Slee first there. Well tackled by Tommy Carter. And, well, not a lot of time left in this quarter. Port Districts would love to get one more here before quarter time.
Boundary umpire's getting as many touches as any of the leading players at the moment. Neil the tap straight to Heffernan, who read it beautifully. But he had a shadow in Slee. And we're back.
Both benches are sound too at the moment, boys. It's all good on the benches.
All good on the benches. Excellent. Neil a strong tap. Parking him at it. Tackled it. As soon as someone grabs the ball, they are tackled pretty quickly. And umpire will come in again. Being attacked by the batter crew.
Oh, good punch by Shepherd forward, but Tommy Carter asleep. Made it easy for Prince Alfred. They now go into the centre. 2v1 here. McInerney for Port Districts and ends up with Grave. He can take it. No, he can't. Millman. Clark for Prince Alfred. Now the big fella, Kelly. Ends up with our best on ground at this stage, Curran. Now Port District, Shannon Jenner. Here's a chance. Bring it back deep inside 50. Batty's going to have to go. And he takes it. Falls over as he normally does. But this time he's good enough to hold on to the mark. And, well, I think Mackenzie Slee thought the ball was... Chris Curran thought the ball was going over the top of him. But good job in the end, James Batty, to control that ball under a bit of heat. And he is a proven goal kicker. He'll kick from about 35 metres out, almost straight in front. And if you can nail this, well, he'll give Port Districts a really nice advantage at quarter time.
Yeah, no, I think reward for effort. I think they have been the better of it in this first quarter.
Yep. So James Batty, almost straight in front. Doesn't kick through the ball, though.
That's disappointing, Sean. And
just stabs at the ball and pushes it just without any real punch on the ball. Just made it far too easy for it to go. So now Mackenzie Slee has it for Prince Alfred. Disappointing opportunity for Port District's gone begging. Can they repel this and get one more crack at it? Neil has got it for Prince Alfred. He gives it to Ollie Clark. Now Tommy Bartlett, the wizard. Back to Neil. Lowers his eyes beautifully and gives the ball to Kelly. That'll be his first touch. Big Hugo. Mountain of a man. Look at the wind get hold of that, though. Well, I tell you what, if the wind isn't going to the left of screen, you can do whatever you like to me, because that ball held up and there is no way known it is going right of screen, folks.
It's flipped, which is to Prince Alfred's advantage, and will Port District miss a couple of at least 2 gettable goals that they've missed in the quarter. Bucking from half forward.
Look at that hold up.
Back, yep. To the front of the pack, where Port District have some numbers. Neil comes in to take him on.
Nice.
Oh, look
Tommy
at that
Gray.
work by Tommy Gray. Houdini-like. Down the outer side, in front of the Port District faithful.
Well, funnily enough, when we watched Port Districts 2 weeks ago against Goodwood Saints, neither side ran with a spare player, but that's not been the case here today. Both sides running with a spare, and that's interesting.
I don't remember a spare last week either.
No, and Port Districts having use of the breeze, you wonder why they would want to do that. You don't want to be short on the front half of the ground when you've got the win. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second quarter. I imagine Tommy Schmush will be that free player in the second quarter, but that is quarter time, folks. Port Districts, well, not a bad start to the game. 2 goals, 4. Probably missed 2 gettable shots via Batty and Pearce. So had they been 4-2, you would have said a convincing win for the early stages of the game.
Goal scorers Heffernan and Pearce for Port District, Bartlett for Prince Alfred. You're watching Grand Final Day thanks to Filming Footy.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on, or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
time, boys. And what a grand final we got. So it's Port District by 9 points. They started off well too, like Prince Alfred did, but they converted a little bit more. I guess their attack around the ball's a little bit better. So what can they do better, Port Districts? Well, they missed 2 easy goals, like you did say, Jacko. If they converted, they could be 4 goals up. Prince Alfred, well, they're pretty happy how they're going at the moment. They feel with this bit of breeze, and if they attack more and be in front, especially when they go forward, they can convert a lot of goals. Both teams tough around the ball, and also their run-on players are both working hard at both sides. Look, second quarter, this is usually where a team can break away a little bit. I just feel it's still going to be tight, but Prince Alfred have got an opportunity to put a few more goals on the board. Anyway, it's just a fantastic game. The crowd is building up, and back to you, Sean and Phil.
Thank you so much, Lambo. And of course, our crosses through the season brought to you by the Police Credit Union. For better banking, go to policecu.com.au. Was that a fair reflection of the huddles? I thought, should Prince Alfred be a little bit more animated?
Well, I'm surprised at the lack of support around the Prince Alfred huddle, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Whether their spectators couldn't be bothered walking out on the ground, but certainly crowd-wise, there was a lot more people around the Port District's huddle as they start charging their way
we're going
back.
to be a long way. Some of the way they're getting off the ground. We're going to be waiting for quite a while to get this back underway, which is normal.
Yeah,
it's all part of the community connection.
It's funny, Louis Sherrod looks like he's the only runner for Port Districts today, so don't know what happened to poor old Jeremy Clayton. He ran for every game that I saw this year.
Might have been booked, might have been waylaid.
Yeah, might have had a holiday to attend to,
Could it be worse than his McGarry Medal night?
What happened on his McGarry Medal night?
Well, he ruptured his spleen.
Oh, yeah,
in the game before, and Coach Jack Cowell took his McGarry Medal to him to his hospital bed.
Well, we're back into the middle, folks, and it's Matt Harris with the footy. No changes in the ruck at all at this stage. Both Sam McKay and Jordan Neal have not come off the ball that I've noticed. Umpire waiting for all the crowd to disperse.
Tredgrove has Nuskahus now.
Yep. So Gray still in the middle of the ground. Neal over the top beautifully in the direction of Gray. Couldn't take it cleanly. Port Districts go forward. Slee versus Heffernan's been a good duel so far. Shows Heffernan a clean set of heels. Gives it to McNamara. To Larson around the corner. Oh, he's got Clark in good position here. He doesn't get underneath the footy. Tommy Corcoran does it well for Port Districts. Gives it to Sean Davidson. He looks out this side for someone to kick to. He's asking a lot of Sammy McKay. He doesn't take it well enough. Got a body line that one, son. Campbell Wildman again, could have got one for too high. In fact, the umpire's given it holding the ball, which was a bit...
barely had possession of it.
Yeah, it was a bit strange that when he's arguing his case. So Sam McKay quickly relieves it for Port Districts, goes to Shepherd, who really can't get into the game at this stage, I must say. Tommy Sumner for Prince Alfred is doing a terrific job at centre half back for Prince Alfred.
This is the Port Adelaide tackling on that occasion. They're letting Campbell Wildman, former Port Magpie, escape on that occasion. Gray, another clearance. He's got Craig Pittis, his opponent now, so
chance here.
Gone from one Sandford teammate to a Sandford opponent from back in the day. They're inside forward 50. That was a little bit crude. Umpire let it go on.
Well, that might be a good win for Port Districts. Sumner's been hit pretty hard there. He's doing a terrific job. He's shown Shepherd a clean set of heels there. No, he's got up okay.
Yep. Good to see. The ball up 30 metres out. Neil the thumb. That Cooper Gaffney playing up there?
No,
it can't be.
Can't see him out there.
Yeah, he is. I know that hairstyle anywhere. So maybe defenders or forwards.
He's standing on Ollie Clark. Players asking for a free kick for holding the ball. They're going to get it. No, not sure about that one. But he's doing a terrific job. Sumner gets up quickly, gives it to Larson. He's allowing Dowwood to stay on Pearce, which is really important from a structural perspective for Prince Alfred Old Collegians. Normally plays a little bit further up the ground, Dowwood. But he's probably the only player in the back half who's got the height to go with Pearce. So Sumner's job on Shepherd is going to be critical to their chances of success.
Yeah, so much of how your defence is structured is the forwards you have to match up on. Who's got the speed, who's got the height, who's got the strength. As it spills out of bounds. No score in the first couple of minutes of this second quarter.
Pretty clean game so far, Phil, too. Not seen any untoward incidents. A real lack of...
Nothing that you wouldn't expect in a grand final?
Yeah, no, it's just a bit surprised. It's been very, very clean. Ball spills now. Dougie Gregg quick to Gray. Sam Variety handballs it to the boundary line. Hotly contested by Jack Trengove, who was up there, I would think, with the highest possession winners on the ground in the first quarter, along with Chris Curran.
Yeah, I think Curran. You miss a lot of the midfielders inside work. That little quick hand pass that might have come out there from Everton. But Curran's work with the mark, she couldn't miss in that first quarter.
Oh, Pitt does it well there.
Yeah. They're battling in. Eventually someone will hit someone where they shouldn't, and it will break out, and there'll be some pushing and... Because usually in a grand final quarter time there's usually a degree of pushing and shoving, isn't there? Asserting alpha male dominance on the facility.
So Niskahoos, Slee, there's one we're talking about. Heffernan come in very heavy on Slee. Didn't like it, Slee, either. A bit of push and shove. Trengove and Niskahoos also in attendance. Slee has won the free kick, I think. Yes, he has. Plays on quickly now. Those long smooshes in good position for Port Districts. Doesn't take it, however. Buckham for Prince Alfred. Gives the handball. He's got Trengove in space. Well done, Smoosh, with the second effort. Gregg now. Out to the front to Jason Niskahoos. Nothing to kick to, so he kicks to grass. Not a bad idea. Shepherd well pushed under the ball by Sumner again. This time Shepherd's got it with his first opportunity. Well, probably had a bit more time than he thought. Doesn't matter, they're still alive courtesy of Tom Gray. He kicks it back nicely. And Jack Gaffney, well, we all remember Jack Gaffney's goal from a similar position, the left-hand pocket, to win the game last time these two sides met. It was almost identical position just before the siren. And this one is
I did like that moment of calmness by the boundary to kick it back inboard to the open player, not have the rush shot for goal.
Now Jack Gaffney, looks good off the boot. Can it hold its line? Oh, it just goes to the right-hand side, and again, another opportunity goes begging for Port Districts.
Margin out to 10 points.
2-5.
The two times they've met, no team in either of those games was able to kick more goals than behinds.
One person I haven't seen a lot of so far is Hayden Jolly. Done the kick-ins, but
that's about it.
Looks like Mitch Gaffney's doing a good job on him, and that ball has gone to Mitch Gaffney, I think.
Heck of a mark.
No, that's not Mitch Gaffney. That is Tommy Gray. So, well, he's in the side to kick goals, Tommy.
Kicked 25 so far this year.
Dad Grubb, a bit of a local identity in the western suburbs. Runs a small business. He'd be pleased to see both boys playing in the same side for the first time for many a year.
Big kick here. Port District do need to convert this advantage at the moment.
Pearce goes for the hanger. Couldn't control it. Neil now. Wildman. They come down this line. They're under pressure here. Wicks doesn't have a lot of time. Gaffney, Cooper, Variety onto it quickly. Now Mitchell Teeley kicks towards this wing. Tommy Bartlett playing up the ground. Sean Davison runs him into the coach's box.
They're okay there, boys. It's all good.
Everything's all right there. Assistant coach was looking for a free kick there for Tommy Bartlett.
That brick wall comes up pretty quickly.
It does indeed. It's seen a few players.
No one has ever really taken a serious injury out of it. And of all the football games that are played here over all the years, that brick wall's been there. But Prince's a chance here. If it bounces for Buckham, sure enough, as soon as he gets possession, he's tackled. Sam Gray laying the hit there. Goes to Pasadini, he's tackled.
Sam Gray caught one there, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, it's who's going to break first. And Princes have Been a bit flexible. They've given Port some shots. Port haven't taken advantage as much as they could. McKay, the high kick. Good luck taking that.
Perryman stood under
Lots
the ball
of courage
beautifully.
required. Now into some open space. Not for long. Pushing the back.
Had to control that ball, Tommy Carter. Just let it spill out.
Chris Curran has ended up with it. He's certainly winning the battle over Shepherd. What if Shepherd needs to run him around a little bit? Get him away from
Sumner.
that.
Shepherd versus Sumner, not Curran. Curran's still the free player
Is it?
back there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're still running a free play?
Yep.
Yeah, Smush, yep, gotcha.
All right, so this time Port Districts have been doing all the attacking. We've hardly seen it going in the Prince Alfred front half this quarter. I think that's hit Gould. I reckon the longer the game goes, the better this boy will be too. Gould goes towards Pearce. He's 1 on 3, can't take it. It's on the ground. Cooper Gaffney pushing right up the ground. Not a bad idea from Port Districts. And umpire Matt Harris says we'll have a ball up. Again, inside 50s would be well in front of... Port Districts would be well in front at this stage.
Doyle with the clearing kick. Before Gould can do anything with the ball, he takes it out of bounds.
Rain gone away for a while. Looks ominous.
You can see the hills again.
Yes. No umbrellas up there in the crowd. Massive Port Districts contingent over there.
Big thump.
McInerney free kick. Want to get him some ball sideways to Smush would be the go here, but he can't.
Here comes the rain again.
I said it was ominous.
Yep.
So long kick deep into the Port forward. Tommy Carter! Oh, yeah. Unbelievable mark of the day, and no question, we need to get some of these highlights still booked in for the mark and goal of the year. Tommy Carter just said he took the previous ball he didn't take with his body in line or let it spill out. Well, boy, oh boy, has he made amends with that mark. Our producer can get us a copy of that.
And that would have been a slightly slippery ball as well.
So Tommy Carter, he's certainly within range. Distance not going to be a problem. Accuracy the only thing. They need a goal with all work they've been doing, and he does. Port Districts finally getting some reward for their dominance over Prince Alfred at this stage. They're out to 3 goals, 5. Prince Alfred still on 1 goal. Been doing all the attacking, Port Districts.
Unfortunately, we missed the mark. Just get to see the kick. For
Port Districts boys are working a lot harder around the ball too, Jack, and I think you're right about Jolly. I don't think he's had many touches at all so far, Jack.
No, he's doing a good job on him, Mitch Gaffney.
I tell you what, the rain that's coming down, it doesn't. When it arrives, it doesn't drizzle. That's fairly hard rain.
Yep.
Jolly in the middle, tackled straight away.
Port Districts free
play
kick.
on. Looking for quick back-to-back goals. This is since the top of the square. Batty take it off the ball, maybe. No, umpire says play on.
He must play on roller skates.
Because he slips over all the time.
Oh, it's unbelievable. There's not a contest he goes to that he doesn't keep his feet.
Fair point. Throw up. 20 metres out.
Shepherd goes at it. Batty. Yep. It's too good though for Trengo. He brings it this side of the ground. And good contest there. It just, I know, sound like a broken record there, Phil, but...
Don't we all? We'll be doing this for how long? 24th game?
You got to keep. Interesting matchup though. We've got Dowd on Batty now, so Pearce into the ruck. Is he? No, Pearce having a spell on the interchange, I think. McKay still at it. Gets this one. The Sam Gray. He gets it on the boot quickly. Gould there. Niskahoos in good position for Port Districts. He grabs it. He's well defended. Heffernan takes it cleanly. Jeez, he's well tackled by Trengove. Shepherd again well tackled. And umpire, I tell you what, not frightened to reward the tackler here today. And Sumner, who is doing an outstanding job, wins himself a free kick and goes short to Wicks.
Prince's defence under siege, but hasn't broken yet. Kick to the middle.
Ooh.
Straight down the throat of Sammy McKay in the tea saucer. He goes out wide. All he can see is black and white out there.
Probably winning the duel in the ruck too, I think, Phil.
Cooper Gaffney takes a mark just forward of centre. Oh, he was about to kick it and the ball slipped out. Had enough class and poise to recover. Get the kick forward. Port still have some numbers here.
Again, Sumner out of position and was able to get his fist to it. Shepherd ended up with the ball though.
Gaffney got the hand pass. Teely tackled him instantly. He touched it. It'll be another stoppage. 3 goals, 5:23. That's Port District. 1-1-7. That's Prince Alfred. 12.5 minutes gone. That is the Sportal scoreboard.
Yeah, tackling been a feature from both sides. Looks like Siebels is now into the ruck, giving Neil a bit of a spell against McKay. Smush here for Port Districts. Wins the ball well. Gets it onto McKay again, who's really coming into the game in his own right now. Heads towards the pocket. It's ended up a beautiful kick to Jason Niskahus. He's probably too far out to score. Be kicking from outside 50. Has kicked some nice goals this quarter. Lowers the eyes beautifully to his best mate, Trent Heffernan. And, well, here's an opportunity to kick his second.
I reckon this is in the low percentile ranking here, Jacko.
Can't see the kick. No, he's gone short again. He's gone to Shepherd again. The work of Tom Sumner from Prince Alfred has been absolutely outstanding. You thought Shepherd had that, didn't you? And his speed to get to the contest.
Step quickly shut down. There's some of the Prince's fans. They feel very outnumbered today, I would suspect.
Yes.
Ground level McNamara. His hand pass to no one in particular. There's again another tough tackle. It's not the easiest game to really commentate with any flow today. It's just been of rolling stoppages pretty much.
Well, when you consider the Prince Alfred scored the first goal of the game to Tommy Bartlett.
90 seconds in.
Yep, and they have not scored since.
Not a goal anyway.
No, they've scored 1 point since the 2 minutes into the game. So
the trick with the Princes though is you give them 5 minutes and they'll wipe the floor with you. So Port District have got to do this for a full 4 quarters.
Yeah, we know they're fit, so that shouldn't be an issue. Come off a pretty good run, and they've won themselves a free kick here, which is a really important free kick. You can't quite see who's got the ball there. Oh, it's Sam Gray who's won the free kick. Now, very experienced player. He'll be kicking from probably 45 for the kick into the breeze. I'm not sure he makes the distance, Phil, so
yeah,
I don't know why he's turning his back.
Your favourite, isn't it?
And he just waited for it. Well, he obviously has played enough footy to know. He must know that this is distance.
Here.
But if this trickles through for a point and lands in the goal square, I'll be pretty disappointed. Sam Gray, he's decided to play around the mark cleverly and misses the goal.
That's disappointing footy.
Yeah, that's a wasted opportunity for Port Districts. And doing all the attacking though, all the attacking.
Lots of booing from the Princes fans.
Tommy Carter with a nice spoil. He's having a bit of a highlight reel this quarter, isn't he?
I mean, there's some players that you expect to stand out, and there's some that are maybe not so, and some of the not-sos, Tommy Carter, Tom Sumner, playing some of the best games in their club colours right now.
Yep.
The grand finals will do that.
So Tommy Carter coming up and taking the ruck work now against Siebels, allowing McKay to have a spell on the bench. Pearce going into the ruck, kick behind the play. Neil back into the ruck now, so it'll be interesting to see what Port Districts do here. Will they push Pearce back into the ruck? Ball heads out this side of the ground. I think it's going to just stay in, and here's that man Pearce now. Looks inboard. Got Sean Davidson laterally if he wants to use him. You know, take a risk. Well, that's a risk, and he's hit it. It's hit Doug Gregg. Got Smush, got Ben Gould, far side, needs to get the ball to one of them quickly. Gould slips over, but he's good enough to regain his feet. The kick's good enough from Dougie Gregg, and they retain possession. Now Gould goes to Shepherd. Again, good contest between him and Sumner. He doesn't look...
I'll watch the play, you watch the play.
He doesn't look good there, Gavin Shepherd. Hopefully he's okay. Picked in the team of the year this year at centre forward. He's had a terrific year. Very important player for Port Districts. Pretty tough contest. Mitch Larson wins the free kick. Heads towards half forward. Siebels can't mark it. Mackenzie Slee there. Now ball spills forward again for Port Districts. Luke McInerney. Jolly. Siebel, sorry, for Prince Alfred. Sumner versus Shepherd again. Sumner strong enough, but Ben Gould. Watch Ben Gould. This is a likely forward entry. Goes to Niskahoos. Well done by Shepherd. Roved it beautifully, but more importantly, the courage from Niskahoos against a tall created a possibility of a ball going to the ground. And, well, just when you thought that Dowd was in great position, Niskahoos does it well.
This is a first for me, Jacko. I have seen rain blow in 4 separate directions today. It's now coming from the west.
Yes.
It was coming from the north for the C's, from the south for the start of the A's, vertical before and now for it's just ridiculous.
Luke McInerney down behind the play for Port Districts. Might have caught one in the head.
Yeah, he's coming off, Jack. I'll let you know how that goes, mate.
Okay.
All right, Trengo, no, it's a Slee showing some skill to Pitt. First inside 50 in what feels like an eternity. No free kick. Princes have some numbers in space. The hand pass looking for Siebels. Doesn't sit up. Ends up with Pearce. He'll clear. And a rare forward foray for Princes. Ends up for naught. That opens up the rest of the ground. This is Shepherd with nothing but Maroon around him. He goes to ground. It's like line comes on a carcass. The Princes all around him.
Just quickly, Sean and Phil, Luke McInerney's got a lot of blood around his eyes, so they're taking him into the change rooms, boys, but I'll give you an update soon.
All right, really struggling Shepherd. In fairness to him, he's sometimes up against 2 players, so that time he was up against Curran and Sumner. But Heffernan wins it for Port Districts, kicks it in quickly, and it's marked by Zach Hawkins. Haven't called his name too often today. He gives it off to Gould, who's had a terrific quarter. That's not his greatest kick, and Mitchell Tearley will intercept for Prince Alfred. Will he bring it this side of the ground? We haven't seen a lot of that today. I mentioned that. Goes inboard to Dowd. Good enough to take the mark. Gives it back to him. Now he comes this side with a kick, asking a lot of Clark. They got the answers, they got the numbers there though. Prince Alfred, Sam Gray's there, he's chased by Siebels, he ends up winning it back, tries to handball it underground I should say. He gives it to Shannon Jenner, to Cooper Gaffney, now Shepherd, Hawkins, Mackenzie Slee for Prince Alfred, Oscar Clark, now Daniel Passanidi. Stays inboard, Passanidi gets it back from Jack Gaffney, goes to Batty at 1 against 3. It's a very tough ask. We're going to see a little bit of that today. And again, Prince Alfred good enough to be able to relieve the pressure with the numbers they have behind the
Ollie
footy.
Clark's taken in front of Cooper Gaffney. This is Prince's chance. They see it open side. There's someone flattened behind play. What did you see, Jacko?
Well, Tommy Corcoran has hit him with an elbow, I reckon.
Certainly a red. No, hang on.
Yellow card. Yep. That was definitely there. So something you probably get away with at Port Magpies, but not in this league, Tommy.
Princes are trying to play on. They had players in the scoreboard pocket. And the umpire has called them back. So talk me through a yellow card, Jack.
Well, he's hit him in the jaw, I reckon, with either his shoulder or his forearm, and Tommy Sumner might have slowed him down because he's been exceptional for Prince Alfred.
So that means he's off for 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
But it can be replaced?
Can be replaced, yep.
You get a second one, well, that's a bigger problem.
Yep, that's a red card then, so...
Yeah, interesting they go for the red card first. Not sure if it was a change of mind or just picked up the wrong card out of the
right.
side. We're going to assume the later.
Yep.
Because it would have to be something... that was just a late hit in the wrong spot. It'd have to be almost something off the ball deliberate to get a red, wouldn't it?
Well, you don't need to be doing that if you're Port Districts. You're in control of the game. At 3-7, you're up by 3 goals. Prince Alfred haven't scored a goal since the first 90 seconds of the game. Defensively, Port Districts are in control.
Don't wake the sleeping bear.
Yeah, correct. And a nice tackle by Sam Gray, and then on Pitt, caught her holding the ball and then decided to give Trengo a bit of a whack as well. And once again, don't need to be doing that, Port Districts. Let's just keep doing what you've been doing. You've got a game to win.
I tell you what, when you and Tony Neal break down this game for between the posts during the week, the tackle count with the Dartfish stats is going to be insane.
Yeah, both sides strong tackling. Trengo gives it to Wildman. He's well tackled, speaking of. Ben Gould, who's having an exceptional quarter. He's got Gaffney Cooper variety in the middle if he wants. Decides to slow it down. We are 22 minutes in, so we're into time on. Goes with the long left foot. Heads in the direction of Passanidi. The umpire's seen a free kick. Looks like it might be... I can't see who that is, actually. It might be Jack Gaffney with the ball, is it? Or Zach Hawkins. I think it's Zach Hawkins. He kicks it in. Nearly marked it. Hasn't taken too many marks today, Jordan Neal. In fact, I think he's lowered his colours to Sam McKay at this stage.
And usually if he does get done in the ruck, he balances that out by doing a lot of around the ground work, and we haven't seen much of that today.
No.
At a time when, a physical presence might be handy.
Yeah, and well done there by Tommy Carter. Beat him in the ruck. Port District's got an opportunity again through Gould. He's best on ground this quarter. Yeah. No doubt about that. Oh, here's an opportunity for Port Districts. Now, I think it is Shannon Jenner. It is. Wowee. That was a mistake from Prince Alfred that resulted in the 4th goal for Port District. Shannon Jenner. Well, they've kicked the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th and the 5th goal of the game. I can see the Tom Sumner, the defender for Prince Alfred, coming off the ground. Hopefully he's okay. Copped the whack from Tommy Corcoran earlier, but well, Port Districts have all the answers when it comes to the defensive side of the game. Whenever Prince Alfred have an opportunity to go forward, they're getting their forward thrust easily repelled by the defence of Port Districts.
Well, they've kicked 2 goals, 3 to the southern end. Prince Alfred have not kicked a score to the northern end this quarter, and half-time is imminent. Trent Grove thought about the soccer for a moment, but Gaffney was down low, so elected not to.
Hey, what are you doing at half-time? Are you inside?
Hand pass out, Larson. I think that was Siebels with the kick, only as far as Swish all by himself. Great lead if he was on your team. Now the cavalry arrives, and Joel... Bit untidy there at the end, but that is half-time. They're already on their feet, but I reckon if those Port District fans on the eastern wing were sitting down, they'd get up on their feet, because that was a most impressive half of grand final football. And yeah, there's a little bit of push and shove between the players. Nothing that's broken out into a wildfire. You'd expect that. So we will take a break. We'll come back with a half-time wrap. It is Port Districts by 24 points. This is the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final. Thanks, Tough Building Footy.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome Jason Goods.
Thanks Tony, nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable, so basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
And welcome back, everyone. It is half time here. Thanks to Filming Footy, the Adelaide Footy League's Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final. Phil Herndon with Sean Jackson. We've got Craig Lambert down on the field. And Jacko, what was your impressions of that first half?
Well, my impressions was it was Port Districts and more Port Districts.
Yeah.
They're unlucky not to be, in some respects, further in front on the scoreboard. They have had total control of this game from a defensive perspective from the first minute of the game. Tommy Bartlett kicks the first goal of the game for Prince Alfred, the 92nd mark, with a terrific individual passage of play. But since then, I think they've scored 1 point. That gives you some sort of indication of the stranglehold they've put. And I'm going to put it on the coach a little bit, because you can't continue to play a game where you have a spare behind the footy when the spare of the opposition is so critical. And Tom Smush's game in the back half of Port Districts has been exceptional, particularly when you have the breeze. I understand when you're going against the breeze, but when you have the breeze, you cannot afford to be short a player in the front half of the ground. Now you could argue that the scoreboard hasn't killed them at this stage, but it's only been through lack of accuracy on Port District's behalf. So I'd like to think that in the second half, both sides will go away. Well, not Port Districts, they don't need to do anything different. Yeah. But Prince Alfred need to sort that spare player situation out.
Craig Lambert's been down at ground level through the day. Lambo, what's your take on the first half?
Yeah, well said, Jacko. Defensive-wise, Port Districts are on top in all the areas. And also that's hence the difference too of their supply and their forward line. Prince Alfred don't have that at all. Around the ball, Jolly probably got half a dozen touches. He needs to be around the 12 and 13 touches at half time. And that's the difference. Their boys around the ball aren't working as hard enough as Port Districts at the moment. And that's the big difference in the game. And also too, what I loved about that second quarter, Port Districts took it on too. They took some chances and they took some opportunities and they scored some goals. So that's the big difference at the moment. If I was Craig at the moment, the coach of Prince Alfred, I'll be making some changes. Curran's been dominating Jacko and Phil. So what, would you put him up forward or give him an odd run on the ball? Why not? Makes changes now. It's too late in 2 quarters time, boys. Back to you, Phil.
Thanks for that, Lambo. Jacko, we have got the Dartfish beanie, the Archie's footwear. We've got the Mosley Bar and Kitchen voucher for some of the better players here today. What would be your take on some nominations? I assume they're wearing black. Our best players.
Best players. Yeah, look, I think best players are pretty easy to find today for Port Districts. Well, there's got quite a few of them, but I've really been impressed by Sam Gray. Initially was good, then had a bit of a flat period, then finished the quarter off late. It's Ben Gould's second quarter was exceptional. Tommy Smush behind the footy has been terrific. They clearly won the ruck. Sam McKay has won that duel all day. Dale Pearce has given them a target in the front half of the ground. No player yet to kick 2 goals. I've loved the duel between Trent Heffernan and Mackenzie Slee. And for Prince Alfred, I've mentioned several times the work of Sumner in defence. His battle with Shepherd's been integral to holding them out, holding the scoreboard out. And probably Chris Curran has been effective. But as Lambo mentioned, what I'd like to see happen from a Prince Alfred perspective to try and close this game up a little bit, either Curran goes forward and makes Tom Smush accountable, or they push someone else forward to make Tom Smush accountable. But if you want to leave Chris Curran behind the ball because you say his defensive nous is integral to what you want to try and do, that's fine. Leave Chris Curran there, but push someone else forward, because defensively, I know I keep saying this, defensively Port Districts have done a fantastic job with this game, but a lot of it has been because they've been allowed to by Prince Alfred.
Yeah. And Lambo, from your perspective, some of the players that have stood out for you in the first half?
Yeah, exactly what who Sean said. It's funny, Piercy played a pretty good second quarter there. He found some spots, got the ball over on the western side here, kicked the ball in the centre, went to the other side, and I think at the end of it, Port Districts had a shot at goals. Their on-ballers are really good at the moment, the Grey boys, and also some good players in the back line too. Look, as the game goes on, there's got to be more changes from Prince Alfred. Otherwise, he's going to leave it too late. But just remember, boys, their momentum in the second half of every game has been outstanding the last 3 or 4 weeks from Prince Alfred. So I'm expecting them to come out really firing this third quarter. And don't be surprised if I'm standing here at 3/4 time and there's only 7 or 9 points of difference.
What about the breeze, Lambo? I know I've asked you this several times, but how does it feel out on the ground?
There's no breeze right now, Jack.
No breeze?
Nothing right at the moment, mate. No,
Okay.
it's flat as, mate.
Okay.
But again, in 5 minutes' time or 7 minutes' time, yeah, it could be blowing again. It's just that sort of day, Jack. So, and I'm sorry I can't give you always a consistent answer there, mate, with the weather. But
No,
yeah.
I'm only asking from a tactical perspective, once again, from a Prince Alfred perspective.
Yes.
If they continue to go the way they've been going, they lose this game by 7 or 8 goals. It's a low-scoring game. Port District's kicked 9, 10 goals. What have we had? 4 for the game. We said that no team would kick 10 goals. That's on track to happen.
Yep.
But something has to change for Prince Alfred. Now, I understand what you're saying. Their second halves have been good, and maybe Pity's got trust in them that we're not seeing today. But what we're seeing at the moment is a complete domination from Port Districts from a defensive perspective.
Well, you look at Prince Alfred's forward line, Jack, and like they've only had 1 goal kicker. So if I was Craig Pitt at the moment, I'll be hammering those forward lines too, and really getting the on-ballers in the one corner and saying, hey, we got to stand up now. They need plenty of supply, and let's make it a game of it.
Well,
That's
even something as simple as Hayden Jolly's been well tagged by Mitch Gaffney, and that's not working for Prince Alfred because he's having very little influence. So maybe Jolly goes to the half-back flank.
Why not?
And he releases Mackenzie Slee, or he releases Chris Curran.
Yep.
There needs to be some change. It doesn't from a Port District's perspective. So all eyes at the start of the game will be on the Purple Men and see what they're doing differently in the second half to what they did in the first half. But thanks for that, Lambo. We'll go to...
just quickly before that, Jacko and Phil, Luke McInerney's got he's got the tape around his eye now, so he's back out there warming up, so I'll say he'll be back on the field too, boys. Okay.
And Tommy Corcoran probably got another 2 or 3 minutes to spend on the sin bin before he's allowed back onto the ground.
Yeah, that was the one sad thing. How did everybody react to Corcoran, Lambo?
Well, I tell you what, when he came off, the coach's bench was just quiet. He knew he did the wrong thing, and they just move on. And they've been very professional today down there, and you've got to take your hats off. They're ticking all the boxes. So there you go.
All right, Lambo, thank you for that. Appreciate your ground level update. We'll hear from you during the third quarter and also from the huddles at 3/4 time. And that was probably the only low light from a Port District perspective, and we'll see if that somehow fires up Prince Alfred. Look, I can't believe that at some point during this game Prince Alfred aren't going to
throw something.
Have 5 minutes where they dominate, because they really have not at any stage so far today.
What I'll say to you is it's not been through lack of effort.
No.
So their effort's quite good. But what's happening forward of the ball, when they get the ball, they just can't generate scoring opportunities from forward movement. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You need to look at your personnel. You need to look at what's happening in front of the ball to stop them being able to penetrate. And it's obvious, isn't it? The defensive Port Districts is on top.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to be on top because they've got a spare player. Yeah. Simple solution. Do something about the spare.
Yeah. Well summarised. Yeah, can't disagree with that. Of course, we do want to thank our sponsors. Been with us. It's been one heck of a season. Bringing you Division 1 games all through the season. Plenty of other Adelaide Footy League matches as well. Jason and the Banner Crew, Buddy Bet, Sip and Save, the Wakefield Sports Clinic, Sportal.
Do we have a Buddy Bet on this game?
You and Tony might have.
Oh, Tony, yeah.
I think you went Port District, I think.
Yeah.
Buddy, you've thrown me off there. Sportal, we want to thank them especially for having us at their showrooms for the Between the Post show. Just fantastic. Police Credit Union, Lambo and the Boundary Crossers, O'Connell's Meat Central Market, the Simon Black Academy, that are also tenants here at Norwood. Roll the Dice Racing, Archie's Footwear, New Balance, Powerade, Dartfish, Sports Interactive, CMAX Clinical Research, here I should probably have myself researched at the moment, and the Moseley Bar and Kitchen, which I really look forward to getting to at some point to celebrate the season that we've had.
Sun breaking out here too, Phil. It looks like a we might be in for a good second half weather-wise. The rain seems to be pushing away, and well, if that's the case, we might find some pretty fast footy and some more goals scored, Phil. People want to see goals, and at this stage we've seen 5.
I mean, you're preaching to the converter, but and don't forget, of the 5, 2 were in the first 3 minutes of the contest.
Yeah.
So we've had 3 goals kicked in 3 minutes short of a half of football, but it was to be expected. And the pressure and the tightness, and what usually happens is that eventually the ability to enforce that wears down.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that occurs. This one we've got a couple of minutes. Both teams in the huddles not too far away. Your season, Jacko, we talked about Fiji and Bali being your highlights being assigned there. Any other highlights for you this season that have stood out?
I think the emergence of Glenunga has been a highlight, as equally the emergence of Port District. So they're the 2 highlights for me. We've been calling the footy here for a few years now, and it's been the same sides as we mentioned. So it's nice to see something a little bit different. The boys from the western suburbs flying the flag for the Wharfies against the Silver Spooners. But in saying that, Glenunga's in the Silver Spoon territory. More importantly, Phil, let's have a look as the players make their way out to the positions.
Who's where?
There's no Super 6 rule in the Adelaide Footy League, of course, so you're not forced to have to start with 6 in the front half of the ground. And as I say that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have a 6-on-6 at this stage. So Smush has an opponent. So Tom Smush's opponent is Sam Buckham. And let's see if he stays on him. Alrighty, folks, stay tuned for the start of the second half. Neil versus McKay. Neil gets first hand on it. Pitt under a bit of pressure, beautifully hit by Port Districts there. He gets the ball on the boot quickly. Dougie Gregg there, jolly, well manned, up by Mitch Gaffney. A hack it forward now. Sean Davison comes at it. He's gang tackled by Sam Buckham and Clark. Again, Port Districts have all the answers though. Prince Alfred can't get it out of that tight area. I'll tell you what, Sean Davidson's down there holding his shoulder, which is left shoulder, which is not a great sign. He's in a bit of pain there, Sean Davidson. Keep your eye on that one, Lambo.
I will, matey. I saw that, matey. I'll let you know.
All right, matey.
So 22 in the finals, of course 21 through the minor round. So there's a bench of 4, and Davidson's heading for that bench right now. So for the moment, until he gets off and gets sub, Districts are going to be down a player. And it's going to be Mackenzie Slee who puts Prince Alfred in attack. But there's Smush. Not sure if he's got an opponent yet. He got the ball, was tackled, somehow spilled free, however, to McKay. And Districts will get the clearance. And Perryman got clobbered as he took the mark.
Don't pay the Perryman.
You're noticing ball straight away. Prince Alfred
He bounced up just like
quick.
one of those clowns you're forever punching and just bounced back up.
Yeah.
So, inside 50 for Prince Alfred. That's been a rarity this afternoon. Let's see what they can do with it.
I think they can cover Sean Davidson all right with Luke McInerney, Port Districts, if they need to. They're locked inside at the front half of the ground now for Prince Alfred. Can they generate a scoring opportunity? It's 1-on-1. Now the numbers swerve. Now the numbers swarm to the contest, and we'll get a secondary ball up. This is what we didn't see a lot of in the first half. Multiple ball ups, so both sides were good enough to be able to push the ball out into space. Wildman throws himself at that one, couldn't take it. Again, we'll get another stoppage, so that's 3 in a row. This is about keeping your discipline now, not giving away a cheap free kick. So 20 metres out from
Princes
goal.
are going to try and stage for now, you reckon?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought. There would be a lot of percentage in that. And what they want to try and do is hold the ball in the front half until they can get a score. But again, Port District's too easy. Come out towards Carter. He's ended up with Slee though, Mackenzie. And again, the numbers around the ball suggest to you that both sides have come out firing, tackling being a feature of this game.
So, not much has changed from the first 2 quarters, except we're actually having a period of play in Prince Alfred's half of the field. And like Port District are able to do so well, so far Princes have bottled up. But can they take this position and put something on the scoreboard? It has been now longer than a half of football since Prince Alfred kicked a goal. They had a fascinating season, 3-6 to start. We're actually in 9th place at the halfway point.
McInerney now manning up on Tommy Bartlett.
Neil gets a good thump inside forward 50. Cooper Gaffney is there. Loses the ball. There's a kick out of absolute nothing. You can look at that vision about 4 times and still not tell me who kicked that. But it's out of bounds as we have a look at the medic at the bench there. Davidson, the captain.
He's in a fair bit of pain, boys, but James is here with the camera, and we'll give you an update as it goes along, boys.
He's not coming back on the ground unless he gets a jab, Lambo. I'll give you the tip right now. Have a look at that.
I reckon it could be 2 jabs, Jack.
Yep.
Throw in. Looked like a possible high tackle, at least the front on one. Another stoppage, which we've had, 7 or 8 in the last 2 minutes, Jacko?
Yeah, so a good example, isn't it, of Port District's ability to shut a side down. They just can't get any space here, Prince Alfred.
And there's a level of discipline that comes with this.
Finally!
There we go.
Finally, the wild man has marked it, as opposed to Sam Gray. I don't think they would be standing each other, so you see Sam Gray looks a bit disappointed in that. Normally starts on the wing, Wildman, so we'll see where he goes after this position. It'll be Shannon Jenner's man. And he has nailed it. Campbell Wildman kicks a well-needed goal, or a much-needed goal, I should say. And the second of the day for Prince Alfred. We'll have a look where he is playing. Campbell Wildman. He is where, Phil? Can you see him?
I'll pick him up in a sec. So let's see. That got a bit of a roar. I don't think the crowd has given up on them just yet. Margin back to 18 points. It's 2 goals, 6. So 3 goals is definitely gettable. They had to get the first to the third quarter, and they did. Now we're back in the middle. McKay in there. We'll go at it again. Give that tap to Neil. McKay, though, goes and gets the clearance.
Been good, hasn't he?
Took a little. Oh, we almost took too long. Just got the kick away. Neil's there. Suddenly Ruckman are doing all the work. Now it's McNamara through Pitt. Back to McNamara. Kick into space. There's Wildman. He's chasing after the ball. Him and Gould are one-on-one race. Wildman wins it. Gets the hand pass to Teeley. He loses his footing. Now it's Gaffney. Gets the hand pass on. Loose player in space here. This is Tommy Gray. The kick towards the hot spot misses the target. Slee is first there. Now to Pitt. Slee backing up his own work. Very quick handball to Trengove. And Princes are away down the members' wing.
They are, and they look a bit better this quarter. Oscar Clark has the footy now. They've made a couple of changes, though Wildman has gone forward. Don't mind that match-up on Cooper Gaffney from a Prince Alfred perspective.
Oh, heads up.
But Luke McInerney may have been over the line. No, he wasn't. Umpire says, boundary umpire that is, says he was in as he kicked it.
We've got a lost ball too. It's on the roof, boys.
We'll need a new footy, and
I might get that tonight.
Campbell Wildman will get another kick. I think it's too far out this time to score, but changed a little bit of their forward structure as he hits up Mitch Wicks. But we've seen nothing of Finn Hurd today. We've seen nothing of Hugo Kelly, the 2 key forwards for Prince Alfred, just haven't been able to get into the game. So worth trying a few things differently. Wicks goes to the pocket. Sam McKay, well, I tell you what, he's fast approaching best on ground.
Just had an update on Sean Davidson. It is a collarbone.
Collarbone, yep. So that, in fact, is that an ambulance officer there?
Yeah, paramedics are there.
Paramedics, yeah, okay. So Chris Curran has it now. There's a lot to see him try and kick into space on the left-hand side. He's got Perryman. He's got Trengove. He does lower the eyes nicely for Bartlett, but ends up with it. Gives it McNamara. Puts it on the boot quickly under a bit of pressure. Was well done by Cooper Gaffney. Just got it in the way of that kick from Curran. Just did enough. But much better forward entry there from Prince Alfred. And, well, we are nearly 8 minutes in, and all the play is with Prince Alfred.
It has hardly been inside Port's forward 50 this quarter.
Yep.
Struggling to recall it. Now they got a chance here. Nice clearance, so they partially smother. Lots of 1%ers today. The tackling, the smothers have been exceptional. Prince's pick up.
Curran's free
Curran
kick.
in the middle will
He's playing
take it. It's got really just Dawood and Pearce back at the grandstand. They're having a separate football game themselves, really. Long way from the action. Pick up and tackle on Kelly, I think that was.
Yep.
That was no mean feat. That's McNamara, who's brought to ground by Jenner, who kicked that critical goal out of nothing just before half-time. So we reset. Lambo.
Yeah, Sean Davison he's on the gas at the moment. He's taking it in to relieve the pain, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if they take him away, guys, but we'll see how we go. He's in a fair bit of pain here, and he won't be back on. The game's finished for him.
Will he have enough to lift up the cup at the end of the day or the shield?
Perryman has it.
Can't miss
outside
that.
50. Lowers it. The kick's pretty good. Goes towards Kelly. He can't mark it. Now Port District an opportunity. Zach Hawkins has it. The run seems to have dried up a little bit from Port Districts. Pretty fluent coming out of the back half and the first half of the ground. He now goes down the line. Mitch Gaffney opposed to Hayden Jolly. Pushes it out. Neil there. Again, players trying to push the ball out into space. The whole Port Districts, the whole of the Lefevre Peninsula over there screaming for holding the ball.
Sean and Phil, ground level, Prince Alfred are going to another level. They are really applying a lot of pressure now.
Well, they would remember a grand final back in 2019. They played Payneham Norwood Union. The Falcons got 7 goals, 45 points, I think it was, out in front, and Prince's pegged them back, and bar some very poor kicking in the final quarter, should have stormed home to win. So this margin not as much. Challenge probably as great at this point in time. Tommy Gray finds space where there really wasn't any. Now they're working it through. Gaffney's kick. Let's just say that was unorthodox. And I can't even say it was effective.
I'm looking at the front half of the ground wondering where the goals are going to come from Prince Alfred. I don't see it from Hurd. I don't see it from Kelly.
Yeah.
Bartlett definitely. Now, I know Wildman's gone forward, so I think that's a good idea.
Bartlett's got smush.
They need Hugo Kelly to make a presence, Jack. He's not at all.
Yep.
Or just, Kelly, you're going to be the target, 30 metres out straight in front. Crummers feet off him.
This is why, I know Chris Curran's played a lot of footy and he's been great in defence, but having played so much footy, I would have thought he would have been able to go forward and provide a target, or Craig Pitt himself, as Heffernan goes around the corner with a left foot goal, if you don't mind, the former skipper. Wow, he'd be pumped about that, big Trent Heffernan. That is his second for the game. Kicked the very first one for Port Districts, and just when they needed a circuit breaker, he steps out and kicks an absolute beauty with the left foot.
Very, very handy. You'd have to say against the run of play in the first 11 minutes.
The other thing is that they haven't changed the look. So the other thing they could possibly do, Prince, I'm just trying to think on behalf of Prince.
You've got your coaching hat on.
Yeah, could they clear the forward lines out? You're getting nothing from Kelly, you're getting nothing from Hurd. Clear the forward line out and put Larson one out with a front 50.
Yeah.
Or put Trengove one out, but try something different.
Are we at that point now where they have to get creative?
Absolutely we are.
Yeah.
Well, we're 12 minutes into the third quarter. They've had all the play, and it's 1 goal all for the quarter.
It's a 4-goal game.
And the issue is the front half of the ground is not good enough to score goals for them. They either change the matchups or they change the structure of the front half.
McNamara, the captain, weaves around his opponent. Fairly open forward 50 in comparison, but
Kelly didn't even jump at the footy.
Luke McInerney has the headband now. Can't miss him for the rest of the game. I wonder if they'll let him into the nightclubs with that. Lots of aerial ping-pong at the moment. Pitt, a nice tap to Siebels.
Great
Siebels into space. Now let's see who's got some legs left. Oscar Clark is there first. Cooper Gaffney running interference. Clark did well to keep his feet, key focus on the footy. Now it's Curran. Curran's passed back to Oscar Clark. He's levelled into the Norwood Oval turf. And umpire says, yeah, I'll take it.
Was that holding the ball, Phil?
Nah.
No.
No, it's really good footy at the moment, boys, from down here. Really, really good football.
Yep.
Game on.
Yeah, the other thing, and I'll keep harping on the front half of the ground, but I'm just trying to find a way that Prince Alfred can win this game. And maybe Kelly plays as a decoy. So he goes deeper and wider and tries to take Smush out of the play and open up space that way. If you're going to leave him on the ground and he's not contributing, you have to find a way to try and take the opposition strength away from the ground, because that position is clearly hurting Prince Alfred. Wildman's running around, being matched up by Tom Corcoran. Back onto the ground now. Pearce now into the ruck for Port Districts. Plenty of numbers around this contest.
Well, the other thing is the Districts are now down one rotation now. For mine, when you're going from 4 down to 3, it's a bit of a problem, but not as much as the old days when you were going from 3 down to 2.
Okay, so again, in front of the ball for Prince Alfred, Port Districts have been able to orchestrate a spare. So McInerney loves to play as the spare player. He's free there, and that just doesn't work if Prince Alfred think they're going to score goals. Someone needs to go forward.
Kelly can't work out whether he should be on McInerney or Smush. He's sort of standing between the two of them.
Well, this is where the non-playing coach, the bloke sitting on the sidelines, has to make some decisions for Prince Alfred. And these have all should have been covered and would have been covered in the warm-up, the what-ifs, as a good mark is taken by Mitchell Tearley.
Yeah, no doubt the general field play is 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's breaking into Fort Knox right now. They haven't found the right combination yet.
I'd like to see Pitt go forward personally. Craig Pitt, I think he can play that position without any problems. And have a look. So I'm talking about, where's Kelly?
I mean,
I'll take him off.
That's the second straight inside 50. It's landed in a lap of a Port District player. It's barely contested.
Well, Tom Smush is just killing him down there, isn't he?
Yep. Yeah, well, don't forget, you've got some decisions to make.
Do I? We have awards today? Yes,
well,
okay.
I'll explain it.
Carter, Shepherd.
I need you to find 2 best.
All right. So Tommy Carter there trying to get his second mark of the day. Saw him take an absolute beauty in the second quarter and finish with the goal. So evenly poised this quarter as Pearce lays it down. Pitt first hands on it. Gray now for Port Districts. Heffernan being good, takes it cleanly. Shepherd, Pitt there. Niskahoos, Perryman, plenty of numbers around the contest. Next 5 minutes critical to the result, I believe. Margin, 24 points in favour of Port Districts. If they get the next goal, it's pretty much good night, Dick. Sam Buckham is well tackled.
Wow.
The crowd wanted to hold the ball. Really strong Port Districts influence in the crowd today.
Yeah.
As you would expect, 30 years since their last Division 1 premiership. 28 since they last played in a Division 1 grand final. Sam Buckham has it. It's well tackled again. Crowd wants holding the ball. But the tackling of Port Districts has been exceptional today, Phil.
It has, and they have not let up. I mean, yes, Princes are winning their fair share of it now, but they haven't done the damage on the scoreboard. It's quite phenomenal. As Trencove comes in and lays a tackle, and I wonder how much of that was in frustration on Jack Gaffney.
Mackenzie Slee has now gone forward. Now, I like this.
Yeah.
This is something a little bit different. Yep. So Corcoran will have to make a decision where the man's up on him. He has now.
Spills to Jolly. Haven't said that name a lot today outside of kicking. Yeah, that was Siebel, sorry. That
well
was
done,
Jolly
Cooper Gaffney.
Yeah, Jolly's just around the place at the moment, just looking at it as Shepherd, not sure if he needed to do Ollie Clark. His kick with the right idea to Buckham. Buckham slipped over, got some help. Cooper Gaffney, though, taps it forward. It's a chance here because Shepherd is open, got a couple of steps on Ollie Clark. The kick a bit wide. Shepherd will still get there first. Had pass and hope to the batty. Dogwood got in the way.
Pure desperation.
And those two old Warriors will...
by Port Districts. That was just great.
Yeah, it was well done by both sides there.
Yeah.
Prince Alfred under a bit of heat were able to put enough pressure on, and Port Districts conversely were able to make sure they weren't able to clear the ball away without any pressure. So it's locked in their front half, which is where they want to be. Shepherd stands under the footy, gets it on the boot quickly. Neil there for Prince Alfred. Beautiful handball laterally to Buckham. He now goes down the line. Look at this, behind the footy, Pearce. He doesn't take it though. Now they have an opportunity. There's nothing forward of the play if you're watching at home. Mitch Wicks is the runner they needed. If he can get the ball to bounce up again, he's had 2 bounces. He's had 3. He gets that one back. It's going to take a miracle, but have a look who's there. Sammy Gray. Defence of Port District stands up again. And he kicks the ball out the far side, looking for Dougie Gregg. Just missed the kick, but the pressure all been relieved.
Well, kudos to Wicks. He managed to run as far as he possibly could, but you often find with that is you have no oomph left for the kick.
Yeah, well, I like the fact that they're trying something different here, and he's gone forward. He's got a bit of speed, obviously. He's been marked by Shannon Jenner.
And I reckon Pearce has moved up. So Batty's on Dorwood now. Pearce has moved up the field.
Pearce in the ruck.
Singleton's on Shepherd.
So McKay having a well-earned break while Pearce is in the ruck.
Makes sense.
Yep.
What are we? No, we're almost time on of what they call the Premiership quarter. It showed something at the start of it, but Port have settled.
Daniel Passanetti tries to kick it off the ground. Nicely done by Shepherd. Gives it to Passanetti. Can he tick this cleanly? Keep your feet, son. He does. Runs to that ball. He's met heavily by Dowwood, but he pushes it forward for Batty, who falls over.
They both went to ground, and I thought initially tunnelling, but it can't be tunnelling if they both go to ground. Okay.
So let's see how they set up behind the footy here, Port Districts. You got it pretty well covered. Pierce spare. Pitt gets it quickly, does it well. Oh, is that Hurd?
Yeah, got it back.
Yep. Now Mackenzie Sleeve made a difference. He's going forward. That's a good kick to Tommy Bartlett out the back. All he needs is a good bounce. Unfortunately, he doesn't get it. And Dougie Gregg, one of the favourites of the Port Districts clan, kicks it out, relieves the pressure, stays in, however. And Ben Gould, he made up some ground, didn't he? He was under the pump by Ollie Clark, and wow, just a terrific defensive run there from Ben Gould.
Sometimes the bounce of the ball will tell you which way this day's going to go. There were 2 bounces right there that said it's Port District's day. Lambo.
Oh, just those little things. Just said that's what wins grand final. So I don't remember that one.
Yeah. So Jack Gaffney now to Dougie Gregg. Comes down the line. It's intercepted, however, by Ollie Clark. This is where they need to get some ball to space.
Get it on.
Get some speed in the front half of the ground. Finn Hurd needs to challenge at that contest. He does. Goes forward, but only the boundary line. And well, we're 21 minutes in, and Prince Alfred have made no real progress as far as the score goes. They come out firing for the first 10 minutes, but unable to penetrate the scoreboard other than the 1 goal.
And that's exactly what we've had. Both teams have just had 1 scoring shot this quarter, both for a goal. So we're back where we were at half-time, a 4-goal margin.
Free kick, McNamara for too high.
So let's see if Princes can open up their forward line a bit. Alex to head to the top of the goal square to get it. Pearce did it beautifully.
How many uncontested marks have Port Districts taken in their back 50?
You might say Mitch Wicks was in the vicinity, but Mitch Wicks versus Pearce is virtually uncontested.
Where's Prince Alfred's ruckman, Neil? There's no value him being back here behind the play and allowing Pearce to go back a kick behind the play. He needs to start going forward and dragging Pearce out of the contest, or if not, at least making it a contest.
Yeah. See, I've learned from you.
Just cannot get the game on their terms at the moment because the space is the matchups are poor, and structurally they just look off the boil.
You know, and sometimes what happens with this is, there's been so much tackling today, is that players get tired.
Yeah.
They get fatigued. They tackle too high. They tackle too late. Port District haven't done any of that, bar that indiscretion that we had from Corcoran, was it, earlier in the piece.
Here's an opportunity for Bartlett, and he's marked it. Nice quick couple of touches there from Prince Alfred. Might have been the coach Pitty involved in that, and Larson, and a nice deliver in the end to Tommy Bartlett. He gives him an opportunity to kick his second, and well, a much needed goal puts him to 3 goals, and obviously the class of Prince Alfred says 3 goals is certainly well within their reach. This is a really important kick. Tommy Bartlett does not feel pressure normally, and that's no exception. That is his second. Only had the 2 goal scorers. He's kicked 2, and Campbell Wildman has kicked 1 for Prince Alfred.
Yeah, there's still a chance. Funny things happen in the final quarters of close grand finals.
Well, if they can kick another goal, all of a sudden they're within 2 goals.
Yeah.
And they got momentum. Well, they haven't been able to kick 2 goals in a row.
Yeah. But I mean, you're going to put Prince Alfred. I haven't actually done the sums on this, of how many of these players played last year. That have,
I did ask Craig Pitt that during the week, and I think he said they lost 8 players from last year.
Okay, so what's that, 13,
you think 13, 14, yeah.
And Port District, none of them have played, at least for Port District, in a winning grand final. Some might have done it with the Eagles or...
How's Sean Davison going down there on the bench, Lambo? Has he been taken away by the Ambo?
No, they've got him in the rooms at the moment. Oh no, he's sitting back out here. He's going to sit here now.
Okay.
For the rest of the game, because I just made a bit of a body line with him, and no, he's going to be okay, mate. Just to watch the rest of the game.
McInerney getting some attention at the moment. Some of that bandaging isn't working for him. From the clearance towards the 50.
So Doward's free in the middle of the ground by himself. Prince Alfred just need to win the footy, but they can't. Passanidi has it. Kicks it nicely off the boot. Was that touched on the line? I tell you what, he's kicked the goal, young Daniel Passanidi, my old neighbour. Good to see him feature positively in this game, and that gives Port Districts the goal back that they just had taken away from Prince Alfred, and once again restores the margin to 4 straight goals.
Well, Prince Alfred have not been able to get back-to-back goals so far today, and every time they have kicked one, Port District have usually responded within the next 2 to 3 minutes. So now Princes need another one to take some sort of momentum into the final break. We're back in the middle. Pearce, the tap. Dorwood attacks it, loses it. Jack Gaffney sends it forward. It's at the 50-metre arc. Teely did very well to get it. Elude, get the hand pass away. Now Darwin's got a stretch. Those Inspector Gadget arms came in very useful. Kept on going to the boundary line. Kept it forward. Another mark. Slightly contested by the Port District's defence.
Yeah, he is. I thought he was saying, but they put him in a wheelchair. It looks like they're taking him away.
He's obviously in a fair bit of pain there.
Far out.
So that's unfortunate.
Sammy Gray hacks it off the ground quickly. And have a ball up, middle of the ground. Time fast running out this quarter for Port Districts.
Surprised it's got this. We had 4 goals. I guess we had 4 goals.
Nearly 27 minutes gone. 2 goals apiece. Jolly still being tagged by Mitch Gaffney around the ball. Goes over the top towards Jolly and Gaffney. McNamara gives it out. Tom Sumner. Just hold it in, Port Districts are saying they do. And there the quarter ends. He's on now. 3/4 time. A little bit of push and shove. As I said, Port Districts need to worry about that. It's Prince Alfred who needed perhaps try and fire themselves up for this last quarter. It's going to be a tough ask from here, Phil. They are, well, 4 goals down.
We're at our final break of our final game of the season. Port District will take a 4-goal lead into the final quarter. You're watching the Buddy Bet Division 1 Grand Final thanks to Filming Footy.
G'day guys, the Simon Black Academy is all about education and sport. Our partner in education is Torrens University, where our students either do a 1-year diploma course or a 3-year Bachelor of Business. Around that we run a football and athletic program based here at Norwood Oval, and it's all about trying to develop and take our students' game to a new level. Around that also, our third pillar, besides education and football, is personal development. If you want to get involved, check out our website, which is simonblack.com.au.
Well, folks, we're down here at the Banner Crew. Our friend, supporter and sponsor of Between the Posts has joined us. Welcome, Jason Goods.
Thanks, Tony. Nice to be with you.
What can the people out there expect to buy from the Banner Crew and get looked after?
Pretty much anything that you can put your club logo on or a message from the club, whether it be, like you mentioned, a marquee or a flag or an A-frame or a banner, a stubby holder, a pen, anything like that, anything that you can pop the club branding on. Everything's customisable. So basically we've got an in-house design department with 2 graphic designers that can work toward getting the message across that you're after.
We're down here at 318 to 326 St Vincent Street, Port Adelaide. Jason, thank you so much for your support.
Three-quarter time here at the Grand Final. It's been a fantastic day. Port District's up by 24 points. Can this be their moment now? 30 years they've been waiting. You can see the crowd behind me. Port District fans, they've done everything right today. Can they maintain the pressure? All those little things that's got them in a position right now. Been over to Prince Alfred, they are believing that they can just run and create and do something special for back-to-back. So whoever wins today is going to create history, back-to-back or 30 years. It's been a magnificent game. Port Districts are looking to good. Jacko and Phil, back to you for this great last quarter. Keep the work going, boys.
Thanks for that, Lambo. What a scene. What a roar from the District's fans.
I'm not sure I've seen that many supporters around a huddle.
Not at a Sandford game I've seen.
Hey?
I've never seen it that that close to the Sandford game. That's something else. We're going to be about 5 minutes before we get the quarter underway, but I mean, that's what it's about, Jacko. This is... And look, Port Adelaide footy hasn't had the greatest success. I mean, Port at Power have struggled. Port Magpies haven't won a flag since '99. And Port Districts at Adelaide Footy League level have been the proud club, and they are a quarter away from taking home the shield.
Okay, look at the front half of the ground. Looks like Jolly's going forward. Bartlett, Kelly still there. Hurd, Buckham and Larson.
So is that Mackenzie Slee in the centre, I see? Yes. So Slee's taken Jolly's spot in the middle.
Yep, don't mind
that. Trent Govan Pitt, Neiled.
McNamara's the other one who can obviously go on ball. He's played a lot of footy on ball. So 1-on-1 to start the quarter. Buckham on Smush. Mitch Gaffney still with the job on Jolly.
Everyone has an opponent. We are set to go.
Ben Millman hasn't had a lot to do with the job on Finn Hurd. Well, Port District's 25-30 minutes away from history. 30 years of history.
But for the supporter base, it's going to be maybe the longest 25 minutes of their life. Here we go with Sean Jackson.
They'll dare to believe. It's Prince Alfred gets first hands on it, but Sam Gray in the way gets it beautifully forward with a terrific drop punt. Who will be first onto this? Looks like Hawkins. Nice handball out the back and then forward from Gaffney Jack. Tommy Gray has it. He's well tackled. Not enough to cause a holding the ball. We'll have a boundary throw, and I'll tell you what, it feels like it's dropped 5 degrees.
It has.
In the last 5 minutes. Big Pearce on the bench to start with. Gone a bit small in the front half of the ground. Done a good job today, him and McKay in the ruck. Carter hits it forward. Cooper Gaffney around the footy here. They'll be happy to hold the ball here and waste as much time as possible here, Port Districts.
This suits Port District, just fine.
Yep.
In their end of the field, stoppage after stoppage. Let's get that clock ticking.
So Cooper Gaffney has this left foot around the corner. Just can't quite get it on line, but once again, I'm just not sure that the best value for Jordan Neal is to be taking the ruck work in the back line and leaving Sam McKay to sit back behind the footy unopposed, particularly with the game he's had. Prince Alfred in the corridor now, though. Oh, as the wind gets hold of all our notes up here. Oh, Ben Gould has been poleaxed there with a tackle by Mackenzie Slee. He's got up okay, though. He's a tough kid. Loved his season. Exciting player to watch for the future. He goes nicely towards some space. Unfortunately, just put a little bit too much on it. And ball's gone out of bounds, and Prince Alfred will take the ball.
Well, they have it, and they've got a long way to go. The length of the field, and now 25 points, which is a game-high deficit. And they'll do it by heading towards all the Port fans. Finn Hurd. Spills is a chance now. Ollie Clark, 1-2 hand pass.
Good kick.
Looking for Trent Gove. Cooper Gaffney intercepts, puts it on the boot straight away. Couple of players run past it. Oh, almost thought for a sec that Eflin was going to run onto it. So, Jacko, what we're going to do is Archie's footwear winner and Dartfish beanie winner will be the player judged by everybody to be the best on ground. We're not going to have two different best on grounds.
Right.
The Moseley, if we get you to select two players in order,
yep,
the highest ranked player who isn't the best on ground gets the Moseley Bar and Kitchen voucher.
Right.
So just need two best players in priority.
Yep.
Mackenzie Slee called to play on.
And he's really trying to have an impact, isn't he? Mackenzie Slee's running hard. Look at this, though. Look at this.
Jeez.
3 Port Districts players there.
And that's not that's been such a constant through today.
Well, how is Sam McKay here getting a touch without an opponent, and Tom Smush, how are they able to be the first to the ball?
It's work rate, Jacker.
You have to be asking some questions. Nice take from Daniel Passanidi. He gives it to Gavin Shepherd. He's well corralled by Tommy Sumner, who's been as good as there has been for Prince Alfred today. Been a good duel, that one. Really enjoyed watching that one.
They've had a lot of warriors today, Port District. It hasn't been pretty. It's been hard.
It could almost be holding the ball, taking it out of the ruck. The umpire says no.
I'm glad they got rid of that rule where it was automatically that way.
Did you?
I
Tommy Carter, no good for Tommy Carter.
Exactly, I love Tommy Carter taking it out the ruck. Cooper Gaffney tries to find some rain to help the district cause. Sam Gray weaves away through traffic again. Into some space. Darwin charges at the ball. Needed to be clean, he was. Still a turnover though.
Oh, it's Trent Heffernan far side. Trent Heffernan still there.
Right, but here he is now. If he seals this,
Oh, that's good enough, isn't it?
Found the target.
Pearce has played on and nailed it.
He was looking for some fans to celebrate with, and he picked the Prince Alfred. That is a massive goal. The first of the final quarter is usually always huge in a grand final, and that has put Prince Alfred up by Port District up by 31 points.
Yeah, it's his second Dale Pearce. He's been good today. Him and Sam McKay have done a terrific job in tandem in the ruck.
I reckon that's the one hand on the cup.
Yes.
One more you could put a shield, I should say. Maybe it's a shield here. What a shield it is too. I should add, you'll see that at the presentations.
Well, now the question goes for Port Districts. You're 5 goals up. Will you try and push an extra player back? I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. Understand what I'm saying? So instead of being orchestrated by Prince Alfred, here's an opportunity for Port Districts. 5 goals. Put a spare back behind the footy now.
Put the whole team back. But then you're sort of accepting the fact that you're going to be defending. At the moment, it's nowhere near Prince's goals. Why would you do it? Curran under pressure. Perryman under pressure. Larson under pressure. There's a theme here. Being that way. Oscar Clark, a bit of space. Here you go, Kelly. Got a touch. That's about it. Finn Hurd.
Good
a
kick.
rare touch.
Good kick.
Bit of vision. Bartlett, if it sits, he's got an open goal. He surely will deliver one, and he does. Princes get their 4th and keep the light just flickering.
Well, that's his 3rd, Tommy Bartlett, so you can't argue with his effort today. 3 out of the 4 goals. Starved of opportunities, I'd suggest to you.
Well, he made his own in the first quarter.
Didn't he? That'll be a highlight
I don't
for
think
years
I've
to come.
ever seen a footy grand final start like that. That was phenomenal.
So let's have a look what Port Districts have done. Anything different behind the footy? No, still got a one-on-one.
Everyone's got an opponent.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6.
Cooper Gaffney. Well, yeah, you can't really get rid of a player to get the football, which is what he did to Larson. So here's Prince's moment. Have not scored back-to-back goals all day, but here's a chance. Finn Hurd picked it up.
Holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
Just hasn't looked to the level, has he?
Nah.
Brother had an outstanding year with Nord. Talk that he may be AFL bound.
Yep. Finn will probably be at Adelaide Oval tomorrow in the stands cheering him on.
Oh, Cooper Gaffney caught one in the back there.
Trengo, another inside 50. This one didn't land in the lap of a Port District player, but they've got numbers.
Millman to Corcoran, got McInerney. He didn't learn from the one in the first quarter, did he? That's exactly the same. Exactly the same scenario.
That could be a game turnover there, boys. You never know.
Tom Corcoran, for a bloke who's played footy at the higher level all year, his lack of awareness on 2 occasions has been pretty ordinary there. Plenty of time here. The kick was on there, and then, wow.
So give kudos to Hurd with the smother.
Yeah, good
and
smother.
Kelly with the easy goal. For the first time today, Prince Alfred Old Collegians have kicked back to back. It remains 26 points.
Yep, so once again, I'd be thinking Heffernan back behind the footy is how I'd be rolling.
Correction, 19 points. They just updated. I thought that was wrong.
Well, it's not so much the front end of the ground they need to get right, Port Districts, it's the back end. So Heffernan's played some footy across the half-back line. I'd push him back and make Corcoran the spare, or smush the spare. But here's an opportunity for him in the front half of the ground. Done it well around the corner. Oh! Nearly took a great mark, Zach Hawkins. In the end, the defence from Prince Alfred was outstanding. No lack of courage from either side there. With the game, still plenty of time to go. Yep. I understand the next 5-6 minutes is going to be really important. Watch the effort of Trengo, Pitt, McNamara. Ball in space now. Zach Hawkins has it. Good handball to Heffernan. He keeps it alive for Port Districts. Batty, Heffernan. Now Trengo for Prince Alfred. Handball to Pitt. Oh, well intercepted by Sam Gray. He's just done the experienced things at the right times today. Have a look at him now. Slow the game down.
Yep.
Indicates that he's going to go long. This is where he should kick short. Kicks towards the boundary. Tommy Carter there. Now Heffernan goes for another one on the left, if you don't mind. It is out on the full. Good opportunity now for Prince Alfred. Get the ball quickly and get some run out the far side.
Boys, they are rotating the benches hard here, and there's no injuries other than Davison, boys.
Alrighty.
So 10 minutes into the final quarter. Princes have given a help, back-to-back goals. Gray a rare fumble. But he's got two teammates to help. That was Niskahus on to Hawkins. His kick, though, only as far as Larson. McNamara couldn't get into his bootstraps. Teeley is there to help. Heffernan. I hope Heffernan is somewhere in your top two. He's been really, really good today. So many 1%ers and some good finishing as well. Hand pass to Jolly, missed the target. Some big men trying to find the football and they can't. As Teeley had it, panicked because he thought he lost it, and he had it all the time anyway.
Good kick. Curran needs to play on.
They are running.
Gives the handball to Singleton. Over the top. Mackenzie Slee. He's well tackled. Holding the ball. Crucial tackle then from Port Districts. Is it Niskahus? It was. Well, we've banged on all day about their tackling pressure, and it's been exceptional. And that was no exception to the exceptional. Niskahus down the line. Pitt's throwing everything as he can. Sam Buckham's there. He'll end up with this one. He's put under a bit of pressure from the crowd. Niskahus in best position again. Takes a beautiful sliding mark against Mackenzie Slee right in front of a little pocket of Port District supporters.
That's his family, mate.
That's his private family. 11 minutes 40 gone. 19 points up. Can you dare to dream, Port Districts fans? Can you dare?
I can't believe we're not at the 20-minute mark already. This quarter is going so slow for them. As we're back in the middle, Batty! Some courage. Didn't lose his footing on that one, Jacko. Kicks to the forward 50. Ark needs another clug, and Ark got it.
Tommy Gray.
Oh my goodness.
Just dropped
the game has opened up a little bit. Players are finding some space, and the courage is coming to the fore.
Patrick Neal coming off the ground. He's done a power of work. It's been a fair bit of the day in the ruck by himself.
Is this for the game? Probably not.
I think the game's there.
It'd be tough if he kicks it for Princes.
Yeah.
Not impossible, just tough. No pressure.
He hasn't kicked one yet, has he?
That approach didn't look good from the start. He sort of ran to the side, and I'm not sure he was fully committed to having a shot there.
Look at the defence behind the ball for Port Districts. You're going to have to lower the eyes. They do. Great take by Tommy Bartlett, and then a dummy. But didn't see the tackle coming in. Sam Gray. Tommy just has a smile on his face. You know, that's what you got to love about him. This guy was giving him a bit of advice, Sam Gray. They go backwards. The Corcoran, geez, you wouldn't want to get this one smothered, Tommy.
Good luck picking your two, Jacko.
Why didn't he go on sideways? That's it. Finally he does. The Ben Millman. He's got Smush out the far side if he wants to use him. Does. Can take their time. Got Cooper Gaffney free if they want to use him. They should. Thought about it. Smushy. It's your best mate, Tom. Sides to go long. It's going to go towards the boundary line. Not the greatest kick. He's in contention for best on ground honours too for mine, Tommy Schmush. That wouldn't have helped his cause. Mitch Wicks has the footy. Time fast running out for Prince Alfred. Old Collegians. Look at that kick. Nothing
Easy.
forward of the ball at all that presents, is there?
Yeah,
at
Port
times?
District have sort of slowed to a walk, and I'm not sure whether they're stuffed or whether it's just, I'm taking a mark, I'll take 3 seconds here, 10 seconds there.
Without defending at the moment, and Prince are just running and running and running.
It should be the fresher of the two teams with the week off, we'll see. Now they can attack. Hot footy to get on the wing. Still there in numbers.
Nicely done by Jack Gaffney there. Did he get a free kick?
Yep.
Yeah. it's actually come back to Trent Heffernan.
He'll be up there, Sean, I think.
Yeah, he's certainly in contention. Just trying to think. Smush, Heffernan. I've loved Sam McKay's game in the ruck. I think he's been the best big man on the ground. Particularly, in the game was critical stages, second and third quarter. As Hurd has a crack at that one. You could argue Mitch Gaffney again with his job on Jolly. Here they come. Tommy Gray. We go around the corner, have a crack, son. Just went one too many. You can't do that out here today, can you?
Yeah.
We've seen so many players get run down by just hanging onto the footy just a little bit too long.
Yeah,
time running out. Mitchell Teely in the back pocket. Goes back inboard to Trengove. Haven't called his name too often this half. Goes to Mitch Wicks. Nice kick to Clark. He's got a player on the far side. Probably wants to keep it in the corridor. In the end, forced to go to Mitch Larson on the far side. He now brings it back in the corridor. Too much air there. Trengove having to stand under it. Coming at it was Gaffney. It's all Port Districts here though. Batty, Cooper Gaffney. Well tackled Heffernan and holding the ball. Gee whiz, there's been a lot of holding the ball decisions today, hasn't there?
Especially in the last 10 minutes or so as everyone gets a little bit tired.
Mitch Larsons has Perryman out this side. Goes a little bit deeper towards Mackenzie Slee.
He's played well for them.
Yeah, he's battled his heart out today, Mackenzie. Lowers the eyes, nice kick. Can it reach just over the top? No, once again the defensive Port District stands tall. Nisku's having a terrific last quarter. Gould's second quarter was outstanding. And does enough there to just waste a little bit more time on the clock. 16 and a half minutes gone, folks. So Heffernan handballs it out towards Gould. He'll be happy to see the ball out of bounds, and they'll get another restart.
Jacko and Phil, Hugo Kelly hasn't done much today, but he's got 10 minutes to stand up, just try and do something. Just do something while the ball's going in the forward line.
Yeah, it's been a good job by Ben Millman, recruited to the club by the coach. The only player who travels a long distance to play for Port Districts. Lives down south.
He was Norwood's list, I think.
Millman, was he?
I think. Anyway.
He played at Cove. Here's Tommy Bartlett. Can he get his force for the day? Handballs it inside. Almost got it back. Hawkins does it well. Only as far as Wildman. Keeps it in nicely. Lays it off to Buckham. Goes one way, goes the other. Now decides to have a ping himself. Just can't quite keep it. Jeez, it swung back late, didn't it? Wow, it wasn't a bad kick, actually.
3 goals.
Yeah, as Lambo just mentioned, that's not the worst point to get.
No. 3 goals if they can hold it in here.
Yep. Well, this is their moment, 18-minute mark. You don't want to be doing this 24, 25 minutes in.
Yep.
No.
Bit of momentum now they need.
And that has been intercepted by Wildman. Give it off to Buckham. He didn't have to because he's found the coach, Craig Pitt.
He kicks this. It's I reckon it's a bit of game on Phil and Sean.
I like the fact that he's in the forward lines, Pitty. I think he's the most talented forward they've got in their side. Valuable on the ball, obviously, but...
How huge is this kid?
Left-hand post.
Certainly left to right, isn't it, Lambo?
Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah, that's
great
a captain's
kick.
goal. I know, right? I'll tell you what.
Great kick.
It's, the momentum down here is lifted down here.
Now, everybody is getting nervous.
Well, just so you know, they've kicked the last 3 of the game. The 11th went to Bartlett, the 12th went to Kelly, and the 13th went to Pitt.
Yep.
So
Hugo Kelly's off 2 boys. Well, that's long.
Yeah, Neil back into the ruck.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at his rest. He's got to ruck it out from here.
What's the time, Phil? How long do you reckon, mate?
19 minutes are gone.
I reckon it was 7-8 minutes, yeah.
So we've had 4 goals kicked.
So what's happened now? Sam McKay has gone back. I reckon they've done it too late. I reckon they should have done it earlier. Sam McKay is the loose player now in the back half. So rolling one short in the front half of the ground, Port Districts. Let's see how that impacts. Gaffney, Jack gets it. Kicks it quickly in towards Shepherd. Will Dowd's there for Prince Alfred. Good handball over the top to to Larson, I think it was.
Yep.
Just went to grass. It was an important handball, that one.
It's pressure everywhere.
And tired legs out here too, boys.
Princess fans were probably facing the inevitable, so they think, we could win this.
I think Ben Gould or Tommy Carter copped a nasty one over there on the far side, a bit slow to get to his feet.
Blood rule, he's got to come off a long way. So we'll get a chance to reset for that blood rule because he's not coming off at great speed.
There'll be a bit of time on too now, boys.
Carter, I think it is.
Note that at the time on, start of time on, we have a lot of Cooper Gaffney. Yes, I think you'd want Cooper back on for your final 10 minutes.
Definitely.
I would load up the back line a bit too, Jack. I'll put 2 behind, mate. This is now, you would.
Yep. Well, you can see who's forward of the ball, can't you? Craig Pitt has gone forward of the ball. He's the one deep forward for Prince Alfred.
But first, they've got to win it. At Port District have done that. Here's the chance to seal the deal. He's the post. The drama continues.
It's a good point, though.
Duskulis, handy point. Yes, 12 becomes 13. We will see in the fullness of time as Prince's trying to clear it now. They bring it down the middle to Darwood. To Curran, it's in the T-saucer. Slee had it and lost it. Wicks had it and lost it. Port Districts have it, they haven't lost it. They go through to some open space to Hawkins, who manages to lose his opponent for the moment and get the kick away to the 50-metre arc where there was a lot of red. Buckham couldn't take it. Gaffney could on the first effort. 40 metres out, spills to Wildman. He's got it to Perryman. He's tackled it, but he has him. There's a loose district player. It's Heffernan. He looks up towards the goal. Heffernan was flattened. The mark's taken at the goal square. Take your pick. It's a shot on goal from a can't miss position.
Geez, good work, Hef. That was excellent. Centred the ball, Jacko.
Yeah, no, terrific.
He taught him well.
And obvious free kick too. Is he remonstrating there? He is. Looks like they're not happy with some Prince Alfred player. Sammy Gray coming in, loves to exert his influence.
Finds a way through the sticks. The margin is back out to 19. They're almost there.
Well, that's his second. The little jockey Daniel Passanini's mum and dad are over there extremely happy. It's the 14th goal of the game. He's kicked 2 in the second half. More importantly, it's just a steadier.
Yeah.
They were under the pump, and that was the steadier they needed. Margin back out to 3 goals, 1. Cooper Gaffney, interestingly, gone on the ball now, boys. So it's like change of role there for him.
Why not? He's got plenty of legs, Jack.
Got Trent Gove.
And Pitt staying forward opposed to Smush.
And that's why shut down Tregover, got the kick away. Ollie Clark has it, high kick towards Bartlett, who's got 2 to beat. Thumped out of bounds.
Okay.
Young Carter's got an eye injury down here on the bench, boys, but he'll be all right. Just getting a bit of getting a band-aid on it.
Alrighty. Now they're a chance to Clark, Prince Alfred. They go back the top of the square towards Pitt. Have a look. He stands under the footy. He's marked that. That's a mark. Listen, you've heard me say this last time these two sides played that he should have gone forward.
Earlier.
Said the same thing again today, and he's gone forward too late in both games, hasn't he?
Sure has, Sean.
He's missed that.
He's missed it. Well, they needed to get a point somewhere in their proceedings, maybe.
Yep.
But
that's where you need a strong...
They need every post to be a winner at the moment.
Yeah, they do.
18 points, 24 minutes gone.
Sam McKay, normally a very, very good kick. Look at that. That was gone out in the full.
Yeah, that's the adrenaline talking, I reckon.
Yeah, he's kicked that 55 metres, hasn't he?
That's a huge kick.
And Larson has it.
Get it on.
Yes, you can't.
Bartlett there. Oh, Pitt has a fly at it. McNamara, Wicks, Slee, back him now. Oh, dear, oh
Didn't
dear.
even score.
Another
Oh my goodness.
Dear, oh dear.
How he was that open, I got no idea.
Need to make every slim chance.
Prince Alfred will be thinking of 2019 all over again, making the late charge and missing some critical goals in time on.
Pearce comes this side of the ground. It's a brave kick. Finds Tommy Corcoran. He won't get this one smothered, will he? Makes his time. Surveys the scene up. I should call play on. He does.
Penalty for time wasting this.
Yep,
this
not a great
weekend.
kick. Oh, it's not marked. The mark was dropped. Clark, though, good position. Shepherd through one there on Sumner. He's not going to waste too much energy worrying about that. That kick's just gone over the top for Larson, though. Look at Heffernan.
There's the ball game right now.
Here is Tommy Gray, if he can get it to him. He's got some space. Tommy with the ball set up. Well, he's done it beautifully. He's kept it in front of him.
There it is.
Sorry for yelling. There it is. Port Districts. Trent Heffernan. Fantastic passage of play. I'll tell you what, you love the Cinderella story of Port Districts, but you love it when someone that you've had a little bit to do with, but more importantly, has been through the hard times, is rewarded with a terrific game. That's his third goal, is it, or second? That's his third goal. And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure about you boys, but for me, that's probably enough for him to get best player.
All right, we've got to put two names down here for us to relay down. And everybody knows now. The Shield is going back to Port District. Will be at Largs Reserve after a 30-year absence. Kick away.
Now, will that change if...
Okay, no, I'll explain to you later.
All right, so Clark, he's had a very good second half of Prince Alfred. Gives it to Wicks. He plays on. Nice handball over the top to Trengove. This kick to the corridor. Pearce drops what he could have taken. Pitt gives it. Mackenzie Slee. Can he take it cleanly? No. Hurd gets one around the neck and earns himself a free kick. He's fair way out. He's limping a little bit. He lays it off to Larson, who lowers the eyes. Pitt again in the middle. Yep, there it is. Well,
unfortunately,
too little. No, it's not too little. Too much, too late.
I'm afraid so.
Craig Pitt for his second, is it? Yep. His second, straight in front. Makes no mistake about that. Well done, Craig Pitt. He has probably been as good a player as Prince Alfred has had out in the park. Liked the centre-half backs game, Tommy Sumner, but Craig Pitt has certainly tried his backside off all day, and once again, I look at the matchups for him in the front half of the ground, and there's not one player in the Port District's back line that I think could go with Pitt, and I just...
Check, are you nearly there with best players, mate, or we'll just wait a bit longer?
No, we're done, mate. We're done. It's coming down to you now.
Relayed down to you as we speak.
Oh, fantastic, mate. I'll give you both best on ground for that.
All right. Neil versus Pearce. Port Districts come out through Cooper Gaffney. There is the siren. The 2022 Premiership has been run and won, and Port Districts, well, have a look at the crowd swarm onto the oval scenes. We haven't seen, well, for years, I would imagine. This is a terrific day for the Peninsula Pirates, the Wharfies from the west, the Port Districts Portonians. They have come, they have seen, and they have conquered. Congratulations to the Port Districts Football Club.
Defence wins championships. Port District held the defending champs to 7 goals and have emerged with a 18-point victory. Princess made it interesting in the final quarter, but never got within 12 points. Was as close as they got after quarter time. Stick around, folks. We will bring you all the presentation of the shield and all the medals. We hope to have
Josh. Fantastic, mate. Hey, Jacko and Phil. Jacko and Phil.
Yes.
We're not on camera, but I've got Josh Ramsey right here. Fantastic, mate. How do you feeling, mate?
Oh, outstanding, just so pleased for the group, the footy club, and, have a look at it. It means so much to them, and I'm just so happy that we were able to do it.
Good on you, mate. Get out here and enjoy your moment.
Yeah, well done to Josh Ramsey. You can't undersell his role in this victory. He's done a fantastic job. Simon Madden, the previous coach, had been there for 4 or 5 years and extremely well liked, but and done a good job as well. But Josh Ramsey was able to put the finishing touches on and surround the players with some incoming class. And well, what a fantastic day for the Port Districts Footy Club. 30 years is a long time to wait between premierships. I'd suggest to you it's going to be a big night down at Port Districts.
Well, ever since the dawn of South Australian football, the Peninsula has been a proud part.
She's happening down here, boys.
What's the noise? It's going off.
Wow, she's on. I'm trying to get amongst it, boys. I can't get a word in, but it's fantastic. Have a look at this. I've got James with the camera here and now carrying on. How good is this? Port District's at its best today. Oh, fantastic. Well done. Hey, Banks, get over here. Our fitness man, Banks, got it off him, mate. Well done, matey. We got people in tears everywhere, Jacko and Phil. Very emotional down here, and just great.
Yeah, and look, we spare a minute for the losers. Prince Alfred had an opportunity to be the first college side to get 3
Well done,
Division
young Gaff. Good work, mate. Well done.
They never gave it away, did they? There were times where it looked like the game had escaped them, and then they fought back and they kept going to the final siren. So, commiserations to Prince Alfred Old Collegians, and an opportunity lost to go back-to-back. But, the scenes here are
amazing down here.
Amazing.
Everybody's involved. Sean and Phil, it's just good to be down here, actually. Good feeling.
Just a quick note on Prince Alfred, their third grand final in 4 seasons. They've seen all sides of the equation, having lost in 2019 very narrowly. Got up last year in a dominant year.
Yeah, all the boys are going over to see Sean.
Sean Davison is over there with the Ambos.
Yeah, he's sitting up. I'll try and get James over here, boys. This will be great. Or no. Why don't they wheel him out?
Well, hopefully they don't all sit on him.
Yeah, they're all around there. I reckon they should just wheel him out.
Yeah. Give him a green stick and move him out in the middle of the pitch, I say.
Yeah, why not? Wheel him into the change room so he can have a few beers. James, I'm with you, mate.
So we'll run through the Port Districts players, some of their better players today, Phil.
I was about to say, Lambo, you've done lots of interviews, mate. You haven't done one from the back of an ambulance before.
I bet.
But I mean, this is all the emotion of what it's about when you invest in a footy club.
Yeah.
As players, as fans, as partners, as...
Well, hopefully...
Well done, Bill Weller, good stuff.
Hopefully Sean Davis...
Well done, matey, great game. Well done, matey, good stuff. How do you feeling?
Mate, that's unreal. I've never won a senior premiership and to be going for... We haven't won my 30 years here, that's unreal.
Well done, mate. Hey, go and enjoy your moment. Go enjoy your moment. Well done.
Yeah, Sammy Gray there, interestingly enough, never played a senior premiership and certainly played a lot of footy.
Jace, congratulations, mate. How you feeling, mate?
Unreal, mate. Hasn't sunk in. It's just unreal.
Well done, mate. Get out there and enjoy it.
Well done to Jason Niskahoos. He's battled his share of demons the last couple of years with injury, so terrific to see him back. Is it rain coming down again now?
It'll be a presentation without it.
Run through some of the better players as we get the camera inside the St John's staff under a bit of pressure here, aren't they?
They are, mate, but I think they're going back and forth. There's a lot of emotional people here, Phil and Jacko. I'm just amongst all the spectators here, and I might even get a hip and shoulder here. It could be caught on the ball, but I don't know. Hey, Bakes, come here. Bakes, a big salute here, Bakes. Well done. I've got the fitness man here. Here he is. I've got Sean Baker here, Phil and Jacko, mate, the fitness man. How are you feeling, Bakes?
Wonderful, mate. I'm just a little bit nervous about the peninsula tonight. It might overflow. Shit. Lock up your cars, your houses, everything, mate. But, very, very grateful to be a part of it all. It's, when we sat down and talked at the start of the year, mate, never thought that it would end up in this. We said we'd be happy to play finals.
Yeah, no, well done, mate, and great effort on your behalf. Go and enjoy,
Thank
Sean.
you,
Well done, matey.
Great call, Tay. Well done.
No worries. Thank you.
I think the league is trying without much success to get the players back to the presentation area. I think Porter having their own presentations in the ambulance. But
well, it's
Chops, how are you, mate? Lambo, I got shot down here, boys. He's pretty emotional, Jacko, and all that. How you feeling, mate?
Oh, mate, it's just unbelievable. The feeling is just unexplainable, mate. It's been a long time coming. It's been a good year, and it's good to get the reward.
Go and enjoy it, mate. Well done, mate.
Can't see Lambo out there, Phil. Can you see him in amongst the... Oh, yep, got him now, amongst the crowd. He's like the roving Brian.
I'll get them all.
He's in his element.
I can't think that I've seen scenes like this before. At the end of the grand final. This is a really good advert for the Adelaide Footy League.
I mean, as we know, the last couple of years...
I've got young Gaff here. Jacko, I've got your little second son. You love this fella, mate. Well done. Great game, matey.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
How you feeling right now?
Oh, honestly, it's real emotional. Everyone's so happy. It's unreal. Yeah, loving it.
Mate, this is your moment, so get out here and enjoy it. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
I remember 2018, first grand final I did, Teachman Gully. What their first A-grade premiership ever.
Friends,
The crowd.
That was here, wasn't it? Yeah.
And they had a player, JB, name escapes me at the moment, that they played that
Passed
for.
away,
That was so emotional, first premiership. Last couple of years, unfortunately, it's been not behind closed doors, but with those limitations on it. And today, we're not just seeing the 18 players, we're seeing a community celebrating some long-awaited success, and it's fantastic.
Sean Davison now left, has he?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he might have left and gone in an ambulance because there's no one over there now. So
thankfully
sad.
they are making their way over. Poor Prince Alfred there.
They've been very patient, the Prince Alfred boys.
Jacko and Phil, I've got Heffy here. Yeah, here he is. He's looking at you now. Well done, Heffy. Great game, mate.
I don't know where he is, but yeah.
Up the top. There he is.
Yo,
Yeah, mate, congratulations, mate. Some great goals, mate. And we'll come in the rooms later and do the best players, and you could be right up there. But go and enjoy your moment, brother.
Hey, I got the medal. I don't worry about the best players.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'll give it to me, mate. I'll take it.
I think that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think as much as our BD is liked during the season, it's a premiership medal they'll take today.
Yeah, I'm not sure Hef would be worried too much about individual accolades. I see Tony Sullivan from the league congratulating now. They're probably wanting to get the presentations underway.
It's dark.
Well, Tony's probably got something on the night, trying to auction his house at the moment.
Okay.
I see big Ricky Pearce, who spent some time coaching Port Districts, congratulating a few of the Port Districts boys out there.
Whilst we do have a very quick moment, Jacko, important to do some thank yous.
Yes.
At end of our season. You might surprise you, but I did a list.
Well done.
I want to thank firstly...
well done, Sam. Great game, mate. I just quickly got Sam McKay here, mate. Great game. How you feeling, matey?
Oh, unbelievable. Massive weight off the shoulders now. I'm so happy for the boys and for the coaching staff and all the supporters. Fucking earned it this year and fucking unbelievable game at the end.
Hey, mate, you go and have a really great night, mate, and enjoy your moment, mate.
Yeah,
well done. Great game. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Lambo. So, yeah, some people to thank the Adelaide Footy League. Led by Joan
A lot of emotional people here.
Oh, mate.
I've got some spectators here, Sean. They're all coming up to me, hugging me, loving me. I just love this role. Hey, how you feeling, big fella?
Oh, mate, I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah, just,
Absolutely
you got Sean
overwhelmed.
and Phil up there. Just give them a wave up there at the commentary box.
Sean, Phil, how are you, boys?
Well done, Craig. Congratulations.
Absolutely stoked down here.
The president would be pumped.
Been a long time coming.
Yeah, I can't believe he's taking us out next week, Jacko, to celebrate with him.
Hey, thanks for wearing the shirt for us, Jacko.
no worries. Good. I'll go and enjoy, mate. Thanks.
We'll now go down to ground level for the presentations.
Freddie, you can go in front if you want to. You can get in the front there. Fred, you can go in the front if you want to.
Congratulations on both Port Districts and PAC on making the grand final today. The Div 1 Betty Bet grand final, which is a massive achievement just to make the grand final alone. So, massive congratulations to both.
There we go. I've got Rowan here too, boys. I've got them all here. I won't get him on here.
I'd also like to take a moment to congratulate the umpires who appointed to today's matches. In all 3 matches, we simply do not have a game without umpires, and they did quite a good job today, so thank you very much to the umpires today. I'd now like to award the best on ground to number 25 from Port Districts, Cooper Gaffney. We would like to thank BuddyBet for their support this year as a new sponsor and welcome Jacob McCormick and Michael Lynch to help with the presentation. And invite Michael now to the stage just to say a few words. Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of BuddyBet, we've loved the sponsorship this year and would love to continue sponsoring the Adelaide Football League. Congratulations, boys. It was a great win, and commiseration, guys. Thank you very much. Cheers.
I now invite Prince Alfred Old Collegians coach Craig Pitt to say a few words.
Thank you. Firstly, congratulations, Port Districts and Josh, Sean, you guys. You've been fantastic all year. Obviously finished top and the team to beat today, and you showed why. So celebrate, enjoy the week. It's thoroughly deserved. Thank you to the league for putting on another great season, all the people behind the scenes that do the hard work so we can rock up on Saturday and run around and have fun. Thank you to our boys. Look, we did it the hard way this year, but lots of character building, and we've got big things in the future. Thanks to all our supporters, support staff, all the volunteers, everybody behind the scenes. Thanks to all the sponsors, and thank you.
I'd now like to invite and Premiership coach Josh Ramsey from the Port Districts Football Club.
Thanks very much. First of all, to the Adelaide Footy League, terrific competition that you run, and today in particular is a great day. So to all the committee members involved in the Adelaide Footy League, the support, the sponsors of the same, and BuddyBet obviously. So thanks to the Footy League, to PAC. I'm new to the competition, but fully aware of how much respect shown for this footy club from the rest of the competition, and we knew it wasn't going to be easy today. So congratulations on your season. I mean, you've come from 5th to get to here, and you know, you gave us a fight all day, so well done to you and your footy club and your supporters. Thanks very much. Obviously, to the Port Districts faithful, to the committee members that showed faith in me when obviously appointed me, and to our sponsors that just support us, win or lose, to the Largs Legends. I'm so happy for you guys to be able to experience this after 30 long years. To the playing group, what an outstanding group, what an outstanding performance. And I can't wait to get home and get stuck into it. President? You can read out the medals.
Now for the medal presentation.
All right, number 1, Sean Davidson, which I think's ducked off to hospital, hasn't he?
Number 2, Zach Hawkins.
Number 3, Jason Niskus.
Number 5, Sam Gray. Number 6, James Batty. Number 7, Ben Gould. Number 8, Luke McInerney. Number 9, Doug Gregg. Number 10, Trent Heffernan. Number 12, Jack Gaffney. Number 13, Tom Gray. Number 14, Mitch Gaffney. Number 15, Tom Corcoran. Number 17, Doz Jenner. Number 18, Dale Pearce. Number 20, Gav Shepherd. #21, Sam McKay.
Sammy, good stuff, mate.
Number 22, Daniel Pazaniti. Number 23, Thomas Smush. Number 24, Tom Carter. Number 25, Cooper Gaffney. Number 34, Ben Millman. And our senior coach who got us there, Josh Ramsey.
Trent Heffernan and Jason, please come to the front here to accept the trophy. Port Districts, your Buddy Bet Division 1 premiers.
Welcome back, folks. Always an emotional time, as now Prince Alfred drift back to contemplate what may have been. The crowd that stayed for the presentations can head home, and for Port Districts, the camera shots, the partying will only just begun. Not far from signing off, some thank yous, the Adelaide Footy League, led by John Kernahan, Tony Sullivan, Dee Shepherd, and umpire manager Colin Rouston. I want to thank on behalf of Filming Footy all the clubs, coaches, volunteers that contribute so much to our coverage during the season. They truly make it. To our Filming Footy crew, John Douglas, our boss, and Deb, who has a very important role of fixing up the invoices. To our crew, all the camera operators around the league. There's too many to mention, but especially Dallas this morning, and Liam, who's been with us in Division 1 the entire season, giving us the great shot. So Liam, great to have you with us. Thanks to Sportal, who hosts our weekly show, C-Max, the weekly wrap. To some of our part-time producers, Bodie and Kale. To James, who brings a higher level of expertise to our broadcast, and did a wonderful job of avoiding the premiership rush just there without notice. Of course, our main man, Alejandro, pushing all the buttons today, adjusting all my graphics during the week. Our other commentary team members, Vince, Cosme, Ned, Indy, Tony Neal, and Jacko, last but not least, yourself. You bring such a joy to our broadcast. It's a pleasure of working with you the last 3 years. May we do that again.
Thanks, Phil, and also equally to you, thank you for your professionalism, which puts our productions to another level.
And of course, we would be remiss. We just had to make sure that he'd escape from the Port Adelaide power pod. We might just go and say a quick hello to Lambo, if that's okay, Alejandro. Lambo, any last words, mate? Hang on, mate. Okay. Try again.
Hey, Phil and Jacko, magnificent day. This is what it's all about. Everybody's done a fantastic effort. I've got to go in the change rooms now and give out some best players.
Good luck with that.
I might have a few cans in there too. But hey, well done. Love working with everybody. It's been a great year, and looking forward to having a rest, and we'll catch up again next year. Well done, boys.
Thank you, Craig. Thanks, everyone. This is Phil Hurd. Any final words, Jacko?
Oh, no, great advert for footy today. Great advert for the Adelaide Footy League, a game that ebbed and flowed, and in the end, the rightful winner was ordained. Phil, and exciting times ahead for the Adelaide Footy League as we see the emergence of a few new clubs and a different dynamic. So well done to Port Districts, and equally well done to Prince Alfred to come after a slow start to make it to the grand final and put in a pretty reasonable effort. So well done to them.
Yeah, fully agreed. All right, this is Phil Lennon saying, on behalf of the whole Filming Footy crew, thanks for watching us today through the season. Congratulations to Port District, the 2023 premiers, and it's good night from Norwood Oval.